Frieza, take my shot. Ola, in the dark night, in the dense jungle, a ninja with kunai all over his body and wearing a torn Uchiha uniform was waving his hands. The three ninjas wearing black and white masks looked at each other, wondering what the target of this mission was crazy about. More importantly, they had just joined forces to kill him and lost 2 root teams for this. Why did he suddenly stand up, waving his hands, shouting Ola Ola, and doing this strange ritual? The Uchiha who was born evil is just as Danzo said, he can come back to life after death. What else can this be but the devil's ability? At this time, the 3 ninjas thought in their hearts. A bit of a biting forest wind blew past, completely taking away the temperature of the 6 corpses on the ground, and also made Vegeta, who was originally waving his palms, sober up. Where am I? Frieza is destroying planet Vegeta. Vegeta was furious. Thinking of the hateful face of the king of space real estate, Vegeta couldn't help but get angry. If he wasn't the son of destiny, the anger at that time would be enough to make him transform into a speedy Saiyan. Vegeta retracted his thoughts and focused his attention around. He noticed the strong smell of blood just now. 3 warriors wearing black and white masks and uniforms were facing a powerful enemy. Vegeta, who was covered with kunai, trembled in his heart. I have arrived in another world. Thinking of the Vegeta planet that was being destroyed, forget it, this may be Taller's fate. If Vegeta planet is not destroyed, how can the story of Dragon Ball continue? Besides, Vegeta planet was originally Plant Planet, which is not his hometown at all. Thinking of this, Vegeta felt much better. That's right, Vegeta came to this world for the 2nd time. He was originally a blue star, born with a weak body. He spent most of his time in bed and usually liked to immerse himself in various anime. When he sneaked out of the hospital, he wanted to buy Tom and Jerry that came with KKFC. When he ordered a set of toys, he was sent to the Dragon Ball world by a truck and became Vegeta, the Prince of the Saiyans. Don't ask why he didn't order takeout, because takeout can't be specified. He just wanted the toy of Tom the Changing. A person who has been bedridden for 20 years not only has a healthy body, but also has superhuman strength. Vegeta followed his tribe to do tasks and enjoyed the freedom he had never experienced before. This also made him feel strange about the Saiyans and planet Vegeta. After crossing over, he, who was familiar with the plot of Dragon Ball, had advised his father to keep a low profile and be careful of Frieza countless times. Unfortunately, no one listened to him, and in the end, King Vegeta was still because of a little thing happened before, but it was brought up by a big man in the universe, and Frieza will sweep it away like garbage. It's not that Vegeta doesn't want to save his people, but he traveled too late, and his people have destroyed the planet of the 99th concubine of that master. Moreover, the story of Dragon Ball has not officially started yet, and all Saiyans have been forcibly locked in combat power. There is no way to resist Frieza, the Frost Demon Clan. You can't fly to the Earth to get little Goku and let Frieza kill Krillin a few more times in front of Goku. Vegeta can only choose to live and die with his own planet. Unlike the original timeline, this time, Vegeta was not sent away. As a proud Saiyan, even if the clan is exterminated, he must die standing rather than live in disgrace. Vegeta faced Frieza directly and used his famous skill, the Prince's fighting method. As his hands danced, countless energy balls shot at Frieza. But when a huge energy bomb in Frieza's hand touched Vegeta, Vegeta's consciousness came here again. Confused, Vegeta was about to ask the people around him what was going on. The 3 masked men who were originally on guard almost simultaneously formed seals with their hands and attacked the hedgehog-like target. Die, Uchiha Gita, Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique. Wind Style, Vacuum Wave. Earth Style, Earth Prison Wall. 3 loud shouts rang out quickly, and 2 earth walls rose from Naga's side, restricting Naga's body. The flames mixed with sharp wind blades attacked him. Vegeta closed his eyes helplessly. It was still a dark forest, with a deep pit about 10 feet wide in the middle. With a deep pit as the center, the surrounding trees fell in groups, as if kneeling in worship of absolute power, and 3 more fresh corpses appeared on the ground. Vegeta stood there straight, like a sculpture, with his left eye tightly closed and his right hand covering his right eye. Even so, there was still a trace of blood flowing out of his right eye through his fingers. Just now, the memory of the original owner, Uchiha Gita, was merged. Gita, This is a name that sounds very similar to me. It felt very familiar just now. Turns out that I have entered the world of Naruto again. Uchiha Jita is a mediocre genius in the Uchiha clan. He opened his eyes at the age of 7, could lead a team to complete a Chunin mission at the age of 11, reached the Jonin level at the age of 15, and also opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan. Why is he mediocre? Because his parents died early, he depended on his younger brother Uchiha Zangetsu for life. His only thought was to protect the disabled Zangetsu and live a stable life. As long as he repelled all the invading enemies, he could preserve his current life. This is too ordinary and too normal. He did not blame the whole world for the loss of his parents and the disability of his younger brother, and he wanted to create a world with parents and healthy younger brothers. He also did not forgive everything, had the ability to talk, and was unwilling to temper his tolerance. This made Uchiha Tiger, the hawkish elder who wanted to train Uchiha Jita, very disappointed. Today, it was just an ordinary day for Uchiha Jita. He took ordinary tasks and completed them quickly to earn money to buy his brother the ninjutsu scroll he had been thinking about. His younger brother, Uchiha Zangetsu, was interested in puppetry. Because of his physical disability in his early years, he hoped to use puppetry to achieve freedom of movement and no longer cause trouble for his brother. However, the techniques between the ninja villages were kept secret from each other and inherited. It was difficult to buy high-level techniques, which were only available in the Sand Ninja Village. Although this mission was not difficult, the amount of chakra consumed was huge. Suddenly, he received information that he was willing to trade puppetry at the intermediate level of ninjutsu. Uchiha Jita came to the cemetery carefully prepared for him without any hesitation. Originally, there was not much chakra left. After killing 6 members of the root, Uchiha Jita, who was full of kunai, the tower fell down. Uchiha Jita, who should have accepted his fate, suddenly recalled all the abnormalities in the village recently. In a flash, he seemed to understand that this conspiracy might not be aimed at him alone. The reason why his younger brother Zangetsu was injured was because he discovered a spy from the Hidden Cloud Village and assisted in this matter, which resulted in his legs being injured and he could only spend his days in a wheelchair. Whether it was to continue to promote the will of fire or to paralyze or ease the relationship with the Uchiha, the Konoha high-level officials pushed Zangetsu to the position of a little hero at that time. If Danzo dared to attack him, then according to his younger brother's character, he would definitely track it down to the end. It was not so easy for his younger brother, who was called a little hero, to disappear. Even so, they still took action, so his younger brother was in danger. Uchiha Jita looked at the approaching root ninja, holding a glass container in his hand, seems to be going to remove his Sharingan. Thinking that Zangetsu might also be treated like this, after being brutally killed, his eyes have to be removed. How cruel it is for Zangetsu, who has always believed in the will of fire. Under the impact of strong resentment, Uchiha Jita opened his eyes again, and the original 3 Magatama kept rotating, merging and splitting, and finally fixed into a triangular Mangekyo Sharingan. The awakening of the Mangekyo of the Uchiha clan is like getting a chance to make a conceptual wish. The strongest obsession in the heart will become the ability of the Mangekyo. For example, Uchiha Shursui hopes for world peace, so he awakened the ability to perfectly hypnotize others. Uchiha Jita had only one belief at the time, to protect his younger brother Zangetsu. Mangekyo can't heal the body by itself. Like the kind of breakthrough, the original fatal injury disappeared in an instant, and you can shout justice, friendship, and go up to kill the enemy. That is the treatment that only the protagonist has. Uchiha Jita's obsession before his death was to save his brother no matter what. So that's it. I've awakened the ability to summon things that shouldn't exist in this world. Jita thought to himself he needed to master the power he currently had. If I'm not mistaken, tonight should be the night of genocide. Being able to use power in a dying state can also make you stronger and stronger. The Saiyan's physique is indeed a good choice. After closing the originally opened Mangekyo, Uchiha Jita began to move quickly. I don't know if I can deal with a ninja with my current combat power. Having relatives is troublesome. I'm a little too lazy to care. Uchiha Jita complained and muttered to himself. The ninja ran too slowly, and Uchiha Jita simply ignored the condition of his body and directly used the dance technique to fly at full speed. The airflow around him kept tearing off the kunai on Jita's body, whizzing past, leaving only drops of blood. Chapter 2. My Foolish Ito in the Hokage headquarters of Konoha village. An elderly man clad in a conical hat and puffing on a pipe gazed intently out of the window, his expression grave, directed towards the Uchiha clan's territory. The corners of his eyes and cheeks were lined with wrinkles, and the tuft of goat-like beard on his chin had turned completely white. Despite his hunched posture and the frailty of age, his sharp eyes and the robe adorned with the insignia of the third Hokage commanded respect and caution. Sarutobi Hiruzen was deeply troubled, a foreboding instinct whispering to him that tonight may herald calamity. Hiruzen, there will be no issues. You needn't worry. You are well aware of Uchiha Itachi's prowess, and with Danzo's root providing support, we shall surely excise the malignant Uchiha from our midst tonight. The voice of his two advisors, Tsunade Koharu and Midokado Hamura, interrupted his thoughts. It was Tsunade Koharu who spoke. Koharu, we are all ninjas of the same village. My heart aches at this turn of events. Had I foreseen this, I would have intervened, but alas, the situation has spiraled beyond my control, Hiruzen lamented. His face etched with sorrow. The Uchiha chose to rebel, threatening the village's safety, simply because they failed to grasp the true essence of the will of fire. If only I had exerted more effort, perhaps this tragedy could have been averted. I must bear the blame for my shortcomings. Hearing his words, Koharu and Hamura felt a surge of contempt. The hypocritical old man, you came from the second Hokage's era. When we served as your guards, what truly transpired? You and that old coot, Danzo, are well aware of the truth. Monitoring the village with your crystal ball every day, they mused silently. Nevertheless, they maintained a facade of cooperation, playing along with Hiruzen's charade. The old man merely wished to preserve an untainted reputation, while Koharu sought to expand her medical business. As the diminished control of the Uchiha still allowed for profitable ventures, her eyes met Hamura's, and their years of tacit understanding communicated a shared resolve. Hiruzen, though Danzo's methods may be extreme, such sacrifices are necessary for the peace of the village. Have you forgotten the will of Lord Hashirama Senju? The Uchiha are wicked. Lord Hashirama even integrated his bloodline into the village, serving as nourishment for Konoha and Appo's flame. Yet, the Uchiha cling to their prized Sharingan, obstructing the unity of the village. Upon receiving their insinuations, Hiruzen closed his eyes in anguish. Teacher, this is also for your wishes, echoed the voice of Senju Hashirama from below. Meanwhile, within the Uchiha compound, the stench of blood saturated the air, a crimson mist lingering ominously. Nearly half of the Uchiha clan had already fallen victim to the slaughter. Uchiha Itachi, son of the clan leader Fugaku, donned the dark attire of the Umbu, swiftly traversing the compound. Each exit from an Uchiha household intensified the metallic scent of blood, thickening the red haze surrounding him. With unwavering determination, Itachi thrust his kunai towards the young daughter of a vendor, Uchiha Naomi, a mere 5 years old. Blissfully clutching a cotton toy emblazoned with the Will of Fire slogan, her smile lingering as she dreamt of playing with her childhood friend. Upon his departure, the small bed remained stained with the blood of the innocently slain child, her toy now tainted as well. As the carnage escalated, the family of the limping uncle at the village entrance, who had often exchanged glances with the daughter of the fruit shop, lay lifeless in a pool of blood. Itachi's heart, once stirred by the initial tremors of conflict, now numb to the reality of his kin's demise, contemplated how to ignite Sasuke's ambition and negotiate his protection with the higher-ups. Time and again, he wielded his blade, elite ninjas, nin, unawakened commoners, infants, children, men, women, all fell victim to his relentless onslaught, countless lives extinguished in their slumber. Just as he departed, trained root ninjas infiltrated the compound, collecting the Sharingan from the places Itachi had visited. At last, Itachi arrived at a residence marked by a plaque inscribed by the third Hokage himself. Reading Konoha's little hero, recognizing it as the home of the prodigious Uchiha Gita, Itachi hesitated not, entering with the speed of a flicker. A jest indeed. Unlike his brother Sasuke, not every sibling bore the privilege of protection. With no orders from above, Uchiha Ranzetsu was marked for execution too. Within, Uchiha Ranzetsu toiled over a suit of armor-like ninja gear, striving to craft a lightweight yet protective garment for his brother. Abruptly, the slumbering Ranzetsu was jolted awake by a dream of his brother, his body riddled with kunai, bloodied yet smiling, uttering words of encouragement, before fading away, leaving Ranzetsu, crippled, striving futilely to catch up. Tears welled in Ranzetsu's eyes as he awoke, patting his chest in a bid to comfort himself. My brother is so powerful. Aside from that Itachi fellow, few can rival him. Ranzetsu, do not frighten yourself. After a brief self-reassurance, Ranzetsu instinctively resumed crafting the bulletproof-like armor. It was only when Itachi raised the short blade at his back that Ranzetsu realized the dire situation, controlling a hidden puppet with chakra threads to block the incoming strike. Puppet techniques? Gita's brother is indeed a genius, Itachi remarked, finally breaking his silence. Upon recognizing his brother's assailant as Uchiha Itachi, Ranzetsu, though oblivious to the full context, recalled his brother's teachings that most ninjas were mere puppets, brainwashed to perform any task without question. Thus, he refrained from inquiring further. Setting aside his doubts, Ranzetsu accepted the impending death, devising a plan to buy time until his brother's return. He activated all the hidden puppets within the room, relics of battles won by his brother, and treasures purchased with mission earnings. He intended to use them to delay until Itachi arrived. Believing that should the ancient texts he chanced upon hold truth, his sacrifice might aid his brother, Itachi deftly evaded the myriad of traps and flames. These mechanisms posed no challenge to someone of his caliber, even without the need for his Sharingan. Soon, the ground lay littered with the remnants of puppets. Witnessing the swift downfall of his 11 puppets, unable to even last 5 minutes, a profound regret washed over Ranzetsu. Is this where it ends? Noticing Ranzetsu's resignation, Itachi approached, blade in hand, explaining in a tone akin to murmuring, "If you're waiting for Gita to save you, you shall be disappointed. Gita is likely already dead." Danzo's meticulous methods ensure that no Uchiha returning from mission survives. It is laughable that the clan would dare to incite a war against such overwhelming power. Allow me to shoulder this burden. The waning moon, once resigned to the inevitability of death, was struck with the news of her brother and Appo's demise, her sole protector since the passing of their parents. This brother, who tirelessly undertook perilous tasks to procure materials for her pursuit of puppetry, was her only remaining kin in this world, now gone. Her previously tranquil heart was suddenly ignited, akin to a stone cast into molten lava, causing a surge of blood to rush forth, converging in her eyes. The original dual tomo of her Sharingan transformed into a tritomo, continuing to swirl with an ominous hint of further evolution, with the last of her family extinguished. According to the lore of the Uchiha Sharingan, the greater the emotional turmoil, the more potent the awakening of a higher-tier Sharingan. Yet, it was not merely the loss of her kin that spurred her awakening to a single tomo. She possessed a formidable spirit. However, alas, I cannot permit you to advance further. It must all end here. I shall bear the weight of this malevolence alone. As one who had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, he was acutely aware of the turmoil within the waning moon. Nevertheless, he raised his blade. Just as he was about to strike, Itachi abruptly turned his gaze skyward, sensing an overwhelming chakra rapidly approaching. Additionally, another familiar chakra signature caused his eyes to widen in disbelief. "Itachi, behold this. A gift I have brought for you." A mocking voice accompanied the thunderous sound of a massive breach in the roof, revealing a pair of enormous feet. Itachi was sent flying, hurtling toward the heart of Konoha. Upon witnessing the arrival, the waning moon and Appo's shifting eyes stilled, her excitement directed at the newcomer. Covered in blood, the figure bore only tufts of black hair, standing upright. Their tattered attire emblazoned with the Uchiha clan's crest. With a piercing gaze and a resolute expression, they clutched a small, unconscious child, also clad in Uchiha garb. It was none other than Uchiha Gita who had arrived. Gita turned to his younger sibling, a smile gracing his lips as he inquired, "Ah, my foolish little brother. Are you unharmed?" Chapter 3. Sasuke cannot die, but what about my brother? Should he perish? Uchiha Gita's kick, imbued with the force of flight, was nothing short of monumental, creating a tremendous commotion. For Itachi, Gita, having lived 2 lives, harbored an intense loathing. He despised the cowardice of those who would not defend their clan and Appo's honor, and who conspired with outsiders to destroy their homeland. This incited a profound fury within Uchiha Gita, who had already endured the devastation of his home once before, hence he delivered his kick with all his might. Within the clan territory, the elite and Jonin-level ninjas of the Uchiha were swiftly roused. At that moment, they realized their minds were clouded, and their bodies felt utterly drained of strength. This was, of course, the work of Danzo. After Itachi breached the protective barrier of the Uchiha compound, the root members executed their plan methodically, cloaking the area in paralyzing smoke. Otherwise, Itachi could not have so easily slaughtered the clan's elite and Jonin. However, to leave no incriminating evidence, Danzo allowed only Itachi to act thus. He could claim that on the night of the Uchiha massacre, he did not directly kill any Uchiha. It was the betrayal from within that led to their downfall. Yet, when the assembled ninja saw the bloody scene within the Uchiha compound, they were instantly awakened. Many of the slain were their own kin and dear friends. Their eyes reddened with genuine sorrow and fury. The malevolent red-eyed fiends had awakened. It was time to retreat. Perched upon a great tree outside the Uchiha compound, Danzo, with a bandaged eye and arm, gritted his teeth and gave the command. The meticulously planned extermination should have been flawless in his view, and thus he had not prepared an adequate number of combatants. Engaging the remaining Uchiha now would be unwise. Kneeling on the ground, a root member clad in a pitch-black mask received the order and vanished in a flash of body flicker. Indeed, the inherently malevolent Uchiha were proving formidable. 3 squads had failed to subdue Uchiha Gita, whose strength was sufficient to contend with an elite Jonin. Danzo's face was marred with resentment and an insatiable greed for the power of the Sharingan. Meanwhile, Uchiha Gita, witnessing his brother Remnant Moon still alive, could not help but exhale in relief. Merged with memories, he genuinely felt that Uchiha Remnant Moon was his true brother. The Sharingan of Uchiha Remnant Moon, which had been evolving, gradually returned to its original pitch-black hue upon seeing his brother and Appo's safe return. Upon hearing his brother inquire about the unfolding events, Uchiha Gita recalled a recent encounter. During his flight, he had spotted Sasuke, a small figure practicing shuriken under the watchful gaze of two Umbu members. Acting instinctively, Uchiha Gita swiftly dispatched the two Umbu and, like a child being led by the collar, carried Sasuke onward to the Uchiha compound. Sasuke, indignant, was eventually put to sleep after several threats from Gita. Suddenly, a series of swift sounds pierced the air as several Uchiha Jonin arrived before the bloodied Uchiha Gita. The tragic events within the clan could only be traced back to the source of the explosive noise. Gita offered no extensive explanations to the Uchiha. He merely scanned the faces of the enraged and grief-stricken Jonin and stated coolly, "Itachi has betrayed our clan, and the higher-ups of Konoha seek to annihilate the Uchiha. How you choose to respond is for you to decide." With that, he entrusted Remnant Moon to their protection. Disregarding their stunned expressions as he took his leave with Sasuke in tow, observing Remnant Moon, slumped on the ground, marred by the scars of battle, Gita found himself unable to contain the boiling rage that surged within him. The vengeance for the destruction of planet Vegeta from his previous life had yet to be avenged. And now he faced a similar calamity in this life. The terrifying ocular techniques were perplexing. He wondered if he had taken control of this body, or if the original had commandeered him. After a moment of calming himself, he gently stroked his brother's hair, reflecting on the strange sensation of suddenly having a sibling, a feeling he had never experienced in either Blue Star or the Dragon Ball universe. Uchiha Gita was resolute in his determination to fight to the bitter end. Do not question why he wooed to seek reconciliation with the higher-ups. Having survived an assassination attempt from the root, he was marked as a target that Konoha deemed necessary to eliminate. The attempt on his life would foster a lasting animosity towards the higher-ups. The failure of the assassination indicated formidable strength, rendering him a significant threat to Konoha. This was the reasoning of those in power. Moreover, he had thwarted the planned extermination night. Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader, failed to grasp this crucial aspect. When one possesses immense power, they inevitably pose a threat to those in authority. Without subservience, the only alternative is annihilation. But who serves whom is a battle yet to be fought. Fortunately, upon his arrival in this realm, Gita brought with him the bloodline of the Saiyans. He could feel his strength had increased since his arrival, and the Saiyans' remarkable regenerative abilities had allowed his body to heal significantly. After ensuring his brother's safety, Gita vanished in a flash. At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku and his wife, Uchiha Makoto, knelt on the tatami mat of their hall, seemingly awaiting someone. All of this was for the long-term future of the Uchiha clan. "Makoto, will you blame me?" Uchiha Fugaku gazed deeply at his wife. Uchiha Makoto grasped Fugaku's hand, smiling at him. "Everything is entrusted to Itachi. He is a gentle and good child. I believe Sasuke will not disappoint you. The two, who should have awaited death, sensed something amiss with the sudden explosive sound within the clan territory. Fugaku immediately rose and moved toward the center of Konoha, in the heart of Konoha village. Itachi was propelled here by Gita's kick, the tremendous impact demolishing all structures in its wake, raising a cloud of dust. Believing they were under attack, the villagers of Konoha fled in panic. The once prosperous and orderly streets erupted into chaos. Itachi slowly rose from the deep pit, his face darkened with fury. As Gita approached, he saw his brother Sasuke and Gita and Appo's grasp. "Damn the higher-ups of Konoha. Were they not to trade my slaughter of the entire Uchiha clan for my brother Sasuke and Appo's happiness and well-being? Had the higher-ups reneged, or was there another reason?" Before he could ponder further, Uchiha Fugaku had arrived, inquiring about the unfolding events. Itachi, unable to confront his father, was momentarily overcome with guilt. Fugaku seemed to sense his son's turmoil and gently placed a hand on Itachi's shoulder, saying, "Itachi, you have become an outstanding ninja. Whatever you choose to do. You are your father and Appo's pride." Suddenly, a series of claps interrupted their poignant moment. Uchiha Gita held Sasuke by the collar with one hand while using the other to slap Sasuke's face, the sound echoing like applause. Upon seeing his youngest son, now covered in explosive tags, in Gita's grasp, Fugaku sprang to his feet, his face contorted with rage. "Gita, what are you doing? Are you seeking to turn kin against kin? Release Sasuke at once." Witnessing Sasuke and Appo's face, now bruised and battered, Itachi and Appo's previously impassive expression was finally replaced by profound anger. The once pitch-black pupils of his left eye began to manifest the intricate pattern of three tomo. Immediately, the three tomo began to whirl and transform, ultimately manifesting the unique and enigmatic patterns of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. In that moment, Itachi and Appo's concern for Sasuke transcended all else. He could no longer afford to conceal the existence of his kaleidoscopic Sharingan. As his left eye awakened, a pitch-black crow soared above Gita, and a single feather drifted past him. In an instant, he became as rigid as if ensnared by a binding spell, rendered utterly motionless and devoid of any capacity to act. Observing this scene, Itachi felt a slight sense of relief. He rose slowly, advancing with measured steps towards Gita. His objective was clear, to first ensure Sasuke and Appo's safety by taking him away. However, just as Itachi was about to reach out and touch Sasuke, a familiar figure dashed forth like lightning. In the next moment, a colossal foot struck him squarely in the face, akin to a cannonball. Taken completely off guard, Itachi was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the very pit he had just emerged from. Struggling to raise his head, blood streamed down his face, rendering him a pitiful sight. To his astonishment, Uchiha Gita, who should have been under hypnosis, was now gazing at him with a mocking expression. In Gita and Amp, Appo's hand, he held Sasuke and Amp, Appo's diminutive form, as if to flaunt his triumph. Itachi, your brother is precious. He should not perish. But what of my brother? Does he not deserve to live? Gita's voice brimmed with fury. Who possesses the authority to judge life and death? Do you, Uchiha Itachi, hold such a right? Chapter 4, Kaleidoscope, who isn't the same? At this moment, the commercial center of Konoha concealed many ninjas in the shadows. An Umbu ninja wearing a black and white Inyang mask suddenly lunged at Gita from behind, aiming to catch him off guard. In the blink of an eye, a dark kunai shot forth, aimed at Gita and Amp, Appo's lower back. A sharp sound rang out. Do not misunderstand. It was not a sign of awakening, but rather the kunai striking Gita as if it had met the hardest metal in existence, unable to penetrate. After integrating his Saiyan bloodline from his past life with this body, his strength surged to several new heights, akin to Goku mastering the control of ki. Gita swiftly grasped the ninja behind him, pulling him forward, a mere weakling with a combat power of 10 daring to embarrass himself. With that, Gita delivered a punch that pierced through the Umbu's body, withdrawing his bloodied hands from the corpse and assessing the situation. Indeed, Gita, drawing from his combat experience in the Dragon Ball universe, could gauge the enemy and Amp, Appo's strength from the force of his attack. Upon witnessing this, Danzo was taken aback. Just moments ago, he had dispatched a ninja from the root, a formidable figure with the strength of a high-ranking chunin. Yet, despite this, such a foe should not have been dispatched with such ease. Suddenly, a series of whistling sounds sliced through the air, shattering the silence. The onlookers turned in shock to see the recovered elder, Uchiha Tora, leading the remaining Uchiha clansmen, rushing in like a tempest. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the scene. Upon spotting Itachi, the Uchiha were instantly enraged, unleashing a torrent of accusations. Itachi, you traitor. You betrayed your clan. And while allying with Konoha is one thing, to inflict harm upon innocent civilians and children is utterly despicable. You are unworthy of being called human. How could you repay the clan that nurtured you all these years in such a manner? Faced with the vehement reproaches from his kin, Itachi maintained an expressionless facade, cold and unyielding like an iceberg. At that moment, Uchiha Fugaka stepped forward. Although filled with disappointment and anguish, he restrained his emotions to defend Itachi. Itachi's actions were born of necessity. He made this choice for the future of our clan. However, before he could finish, an even harsher wave of insults surged forth, drowning out his words. Danzo observed the scene with a detached gaze, swiftly scanning the surroundings, yet he noted that Hiruzen Sarutobi had still not made an appearance. As a longtime partner of the third Hokage, Danzo instantly understood the situation. Leaning on his cane, he leaped to a higher vantage point and proclaimed, "Ninjas of the village, heed my command. The treacherous Uchiha clan has conspired against us, seeking to incite rebellion and overturn our Konoha, repeating the chaos of the Nine Tails incident. All ninjas, listen closely. I, Shimura Danzo, in my capacity as an advisor to the Hokage, hereby order, exterminate all members of the Uchiha clan." With that, he cast a deep glance at Itachi. Itachi, catching Danzo and Amp, Appo's gaze, understood the unspoken message. He was to make a choice: continue aiding the village in annihilating the Uchiha, or resist the village. Under the prolonged indoctrination of the third Hokage alongside Danzo, Itachi had been led to believe in the necessity of showcasing Konoha's strength, effectively brainwashing a brilliant young man. In Itachi's heart, he believed that rebellion among his kin would lead to their demise. Choosing the village would at least ensure Sasuke's survival. Moreover, with his actions against his clan already exposed, if he did not eliminate the remaining Uchiha, Sasuke would remain in danger. Itachi and Amp, Appo's motivations were not rooted in lofty ideals of peace. He was merely a youth struggling to establish his own worldview. In the face of conflict, he chose self-destruction, eliminating one side to extinguish the discord. Yet, if this was Itachi and Amp, Appo's notion of justice after slaughtering his clan, he should continue to eradicate other tribes and villages that posed a threat to Konoha, thus addressing the fundamental conditions that allowed conflict to exist. However, according to the original narrative, Itachi subsequently continued to feign superiority before his brother Sasuke, accomplishing nothing. To consider, if two individuals were to clash, one could simply choose to end their own life, thereby avoiding conflict. Yet, the absurdity lay in the fact that this feeble youth believed he had the right to decide the fate of others and Appo's lives. Following Danzo and Appo's command, swathes of ninjas emerged, tightly encircling the Uchiha clan present. The impulsive Uchiha immediately clashed with the ninjas. Witnessing the chaos, Itachi swiftly formed hand seals directed at Uchiha Gita, preparing to unleash one of his ultimate techniques, Fire Release, Phoenix Fire Jutsu, a move that concealed shurikens within intense flames. The crimson flames, accompanied by searing air, raced towards Uchiha Gita. Unfazed, Uchiha Gita merely regarded Itachi as one would a jester, slowly shielding Sasuke, who was covered in explosive tags, in front of him. Concerned that Sasuke might be obliterated, Itachi opted for a swift movement to position himself in front of Gita, absorbing the attack, having just neutralized his own offensive. Itachi barely had a moment to react before Gita began to swing Sasuke like a club, using him to strike at Itachi. The previously intense battle halted as all present stood in stunned silence. Eyes wide in disbelief at the spectacle unfolding before them, Gita wielding Sasuke like a baseball bat to launch a ferocious assault on Itachi. Yura! Yura! Gita shouted with excitement. Each swing imbued with immense force, causing Sasuke to emit a wailing cry in the air. Itachi, fearing for Sasuke's safety, refrained from retaliating, resorting instead to evasive maneuvers and enduring the blows. Before long, Itachi bore multiple wounds, blood seeping from his injuries, staining his garments. Yet, Gita showed no signs of abating. His fervor intensified with each strike. Just as Gita prepared to deliver a crushing blow to Itachi's head, he suddenly sensed a figure flash past him. Upon closer inspection, it was Uchiha Fugaku, who had remained silent until now. Fugaku and Appos' movements were swift as lightning, as if he had anticipated Gita and Appos' actions. In an instant, he appeared before Gita and, with blinding speed, snatched Sasuke from Gita's grasp. Liberated from the burden of Sasuke, Itachi finally found relief. His eyes widened, activating the Mangekyo Sharingan. A tremendous surge of chakra erupted from within him. Immediately, a colossal blue figure materialized before the onlookers. Towering at several meters high, the giant was enveloped in blue chakra, wielding a massive sword that exuded a chilling aura. Witnessing this, the ninjas collectively gasped, shaken by the overwhelming power. Particularly, Danzo and the third Hokage, who possessed the highest authority in Konoha, were not strangers to such strength. This was Susanoo, the formidable ability inherent to the Mangekyo Sharingan. Akin to that possessed by the legendary ninja, it was evident that Itachi could no longer be spared after dealing with the Uchiha clan. A method to eliminate Itachi would need to be devised, Danzo contemplated silently. Fugaku gazed at his son with pride, knowing his child was a genius. He had not expected him to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan so early. Meanwhile, the expression among the Uchiha was one of complexity. On one hand, their clan had produced a prodigy capable of rivaling Madara, a potential to restore Uchiha glory. Yet, he was a traitor. However, as the formidable blue giant wielding the great sword advanced towards him, Uchiha Gita remained unfazed, a confident smile gracing his lips. As the heavy sword descended, it stirred up a thick cloud of smoke. The crowd was taken aback to see that another giant, with arms tinged with shades of blue and purple, effortlessly blocked the blow. Was it not merely a kaleidoscope? It seemed indistinguishable from any other. Standing upon the chest of the other giant was none other than Uchiha Gita. Chapter 5, Fuji Take. A glimpse through the eyes in the heart of Konoha village. Two colossal blue giants were engaged in a breathtaking and intense battle. One of these giants was imposing and formidable, clad in heavy samurai armor, resembling an immovable mountain. In its grasp was the legendary Totsuka sword, reputed to seal all. While at its waist hung the eight-span mirror, said to reflect any attack. Opposite this traditional warrior giant stood a more peculiar figure, dressed in a strange combat suit adorned with shoulder pads, exuding an air of eccentricity. This suit seemed designed for agility and maneuverability rather than mere protection. The giant and Appos' arms were equipped with hand cannons, their barrels glowing ominously, clearly a powerful ranged weapon. However, this giant and Appos' form was not humanoid but rather bore resemblance to that of a gorilla, with a robust physique and defined muscular structure, radiating sheer strength. Most striking was the razor-sharp bone tail coiled around its waist. At the hearts of these giants stood two individuals, Itachi and Gita. Itachi, positioned at the heart of the samurai giant, appeared diminutive against the giant and Appos' backdrop, yet his gaze was resolutely steadfast. Moments ago, he had successfully repelled numerous cannon attacks using the eight-span mirror. Taking a deep breath, he called out to Gita with urgency, "Cease this madness, Uchiha Gita. Your actions will only bring more disgrace and trouble to our clan. If you continue down this path, you will only plunge the Uchiha clan into deeper darkness." Itachi's voice echoed in the air, tinged with helplessness, as he watched Gita rampage uncontrollably, powerless to prevent the destruction that posed a threat to Sasuke. Upon seeing Sasuke rescued safely, Itachi thought that if he could quell this turmoil, perhaps he could safeguard Sasuke by virtue of his merits. Gita, freshly emboldened by the power of the hand cannon he had just unleashed, mused, dismissing ninjutsu as trivial. This direct method of combat suited him far better. He reveled in the feeling of his power fully unleashed, intoxicated by the sensation. However, Itachi and Appos' words ignited a fury within Gita. With wide eyes, he stared fiercely at Itachi. What darkness could be more terrifying than the annihilation of our entire clan, Uchiha Itachi? His voice dripped with scorn and disdain. No, you are unworthy of the Uchiha name. You filthy rat. In an instant, the sharp tail lashed out like a bolt of lightning from the Susanoo giant, swinging menacingly toward Itachi. Sensing the imminent threat, Itachi raised his Totsuka sword without hesitation, bracing for the impending blow. A thunderous clash resounded. As the battle and Amp, Appo's S-Force generated a tempestuous shockwave that swept through the surrounding ninjas engaged in combat, even affecting many innocent civilians. After several rounds of fierce skirmishing, amidst the heat of battle, Itachi seized a fleeting opportunity. In the brief moment of respite, he dispelled the Susanoo and unleashed the kaleidoscope technique of his left eye, Amaterasu. Instantly, a pitch-black flame erupted like a demonic roar, engulfing Gita and Amp, Appo's Susanoo giant and Amp, Appo's arm, rapidly spreading upward like a wildfire. This black flame seemed alive, and no matter how desperately Gita swung his arm, he could not extinguish it. So this is the legendary eternal flame, Amaterasu. Gita marveled inwardly. Yet, despite its power, he felt no panic. He realized he could use the Susanoo to evade the Amaterasu. With each passing moment in this thrilling battle, Gita grew increasingly adept at controlling this body, discovering an astonishing advantage in its chakra structure compared to his original combat system. He possessed the remarkable ability to control the point of energy release at will, effortlessly commanding his body's power, though he had yet to experiment with it. An unparalleled confidence surged within him, as if he held the strength to rival all. However, curiosity soon yielded to another thought. He yearned to explore the mysteries of his kaleidoscope Sharingan. If these eyes bore the power to communicate with other realms, could he not, like before, summon the flame away? With eager anticipation, he slowly opened his right eye, activating the unique Sharingan. In an instant, he felt a surge of immense power coursing through his eye, intricately connected to countless delicate strands of energy. These strands resembled stars in the cosmos, each exuding a distinct aura. Some conveyed potent curse energy, while others radiated intense spiritual pressure, instilling dread. Yet, the strands were so fine that Gita felt incapable of manipulating them. Amidst these threads, one particularly caught his attention. It was thicker than the others, its aura profoundly resonant. As if calling from the depths of the ocean, Gita fixated on this strand, silently declaring, "You are the one." After contemplation, he resolved to attempt to manipulate this thicker strand. He concentrated, pouring his intent into it, embracing the heavy essence of the ocean. Suddenly, it felt as though a mysterious passage had opened. The black flames igniting his arm were irresistibly drawn toward his kaleidoscope Sharingan, as if compelled by a formidable force, swiftly flowing into his right eye. With the opening of this passage, the once raging Amaterasu flames diminished, losing their strength until they vanished entirely. Meanwhile, in the world of One Piece, in the flower capital, Kazuki Yutaka, previously immersed in a pot of oil, gazed bewildered at the descending black flames, utterly perplexed. As for Itachi, witnessing the ease with which Gita absorbed his Amaterasu flames left him in a state of shock, frozen in disbelief. He could only deduce that Gita had awakened a similar kaleidoscope Sharingan and could wield Amaterasu as well. Wiping the blood from the corner of his eye, Itachi abandoned the thought of continuing his offensive with Amaterasu. Gita, having executed a shift, was similarly affected. His body weakened from overexertion of his ocular power. When he was summoned to this world, his ocular strength had already waned, yet he had to push his eyes and Appo's power to the limit for this attempt. This endeavor proved to be a tremendous ordeal for Gita, as his right eye nearly succumbed to blindness, engulfed in darkness, rendering him sightless. Blood streamed copiously from his right eye, tracing down his cheek, creating a ghastly crimson streak. However, what troubled Gita most was the familiar voice that echoed through another channel when he activated his passage. It beckoned him to summon it, expressing its desire to fight for him. Just then, Gita and Appo's gaze fell upon Fujitake, who was cradling Sasuke. He noted that Fujitake seemed detached, indifferent to the chaos unfolding around them. Suddenly, Gita recalled that the eyes of the Uchiha clan seemed to possess the remarkable ability of hot swapping, with almost no instances of rejection. Theoretically, it was necessary for the eyes to be from a biological brother. However, this premise had far too many exceptions. Kakashi had utilized Obito's eyes, while Danzo was adorned with an abundance of eyes. After a brief moment of contemplation, Gita dispelled his Susanoo and instantly appeared before Fugaku. Observing Fugaku and Appo's demeanor, which was akin to facing a formidable adversary, Gita merely smiled and addressed him. "Old dang, may I borrow your eye for a moment?" With that, he reached out and removed Fugaku and Appo's right eye, placing it into his own eye socket, and in an instant, assimilated it. Chapter 6. The Evolution of the Kaleidoscope. Uchiha Tom arrives as Uchiha Fugaku and Appo's Sharingan was implanted into Gita and Appo's eye. Gita took a deep breath, focusing his mind in an attempt to activate the kaleidoscopic form of the Sharingan. With his intent, the once ordinary Tomo began to spin rapidly, gradually taking on the shape of an hourglass. Gita could sense a powerful energy surging within his eye. And just as the hourglass kaleidoscope was on the verge of full manifestation, a crimson light abruptly began to fade, as though it were being drained by some unseen force. In its place, another surge of scarlet energy ignited like flames, gradually filling the entirety of the eye socket. This energy bore a resemblance to Gita and Appo's original triangular teleportation array. representing the kaleidoscopic form he was familiar with. However, unlike his previous kaleidoscope, this one possessed an even greater power. It seemed he had attained the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. In the original narrative, Fugaku and Appo's kaleidoscope had not been utilized. Rather, through various conversational clues, Jita surmised that it might be related to time. The hourglass shape appeared to confirm this hypothesis, suggesting that Fugaku and Appo's kaleidoscope could indeed glimpse parts of the future. Yet, this exceedingly cautious patriarch of the Uchiha clan remained silent. Akin to a statue patiently awaiting the right moment, he refrained from taking immediate action, fearful that a single misstep could lead to unforeseen consequences. The tragic demise of the clan's prodigy, Uchiha Shursui, and the loss of his precious eyes weighed heavily on Fugaku. In light of such a grievous blow, he chose to prioritize the greater good and exercise restraint. The turmoil of the Nine Tails and Appo's night had cast blame upon the Uchiha, labeling them as the architects of disaster. Fugaku opted for restraint. Gradually, the Uchiha clan found themselves ostracized from the core circles of Konoha, stripped of their former status and power. Fugaku continued to choose restraint. Itachi and Appo's merciless actions against the entire clan left no survivors. Yet Fugaku expressed understanding of this brutal reality. Perhaps even in the depths of hell, Fugaku would still choose restraint. Oblivious to Fugaku and Appo's plight, Jita was wholly absorbed in the ecstasy of his newfound power, reveling in a sensation that was extraordinarily exhilarating. Utilizing the Uchiha and Appo's Sharingan required energy expenditure. And had it not been for the draining of another kaleidoscope Sharingan, his original recovery rate would have been insufficient for multiple usages of the Sharingan and Appo's abilities. However, now he felt akin to a mage donning a blue robe, free to unleash his skills at will. Yet, as one who favored the princely method of combat, Jita found the treacherous and cunning strategies of mutual hand seals exceedingly difficult to embrace. He firmly believed that confronting adversaries with overwhelming strength, battering them into submission, was the true essence of a Saiyan and now the pride of the Uchiha clan. While Jita remained indifferent to Fugaku's fate, Itachi could not stand idly by. Witnessing the ruthless removal of his father and Appo's eyes ignited a volcanic fury within him. Fugaku might be slain, but Itachi would never allow anyone to harm his family in his presence. Despite his already deteriorating condition, the intensity of his rage propelled him beyond his limits. Without hesitation, he forcibly activated Susanoo once more, the colossal blue figure rising like a mountain upon the battlefield. Clutching the 10-fist sword, the giant gathered all its strength, raising the weapon high before bringing it down with a thunderous force, delivering a devastating slash towards Jita. Just as Jita prepared to retaliate with his own Susanoo, he suddenly found himself immobilized. It was as though an unseen force had ensnared him, rendering him completely motionless. Upon closer inspection, he discerned a shadowy figure lurking where his shadow intertwined with the building and Appo's shadow, a dark ninja adorned with a fox mask. This Umbu operative was performing the shadow imitation technique, concentrating intently on manipulating shadows to restrict Jita's movements. This individual was a member of the Umbu directly under the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and judging by the technique employed, likely belonged to the Nara clan. Jita mused internally, realizing that though the cunning old fox had not shown himself, he could not resist dispatching his subordinates to deal with him. However, in the face of such dire circumstances, Jita revealed no signs of fear. A confident smile curved upon his lips as he raised his right hand, casually brushing back his hair, then leaning slightly to one side. Gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle, suddenly bursting into boisterous laughter. Perhaps it was due to the Uchiha bloodline, as in moments of peril, a passive skill known as Uchiha laughter would activate. A tremendous explosion ensued, enveloping the area in a cloud of dust. The ninjas present held their breath, eager to witness the spectacle they anticipated. Yet, when the dust settled, Uchiha Jita remained unscathed. Despite his immobility, a skeletal form of Susanoo emerged above him. The skeletal structure gradually morphed, flesh and blood manifesting to create a fearsome hound adorned with a heavy metallic collar and a vicious snarl. This was Susanoo Spicy. Perched atop Spicy was a creature entirely covered in fur, its coat an exceptionally rare shade of dark night, with hints of blue and white visible beneath. Its eyes bore the distinctive crimson of the Uchiha clan, with 3 tomos spinning slowly within the pupils and tufts of silver fur atop its pointed ears. Dressed in a miniature version of the Uchiha clan attire, emblazoned with the Uchiha crest, it exuded an air of defiance. Uchiha Tom had arrived. Those who wish to harm my leader must first pass through me. Chapter 7. Uchiha Tom, let Konoha feel your pain. The silhouette of the newcomer gradually became clear. It was none other than Uchiha Tom. In the universe of Tom, he held a rather distinguished status. Jita and Appo's eyes widened as he gazed at the familiar figure before him. A surge of indescribable emotions welling up within. Tears uncontrollably brimmed in his eyes. During his prolonged and agonizing days in the hospital on Blue Star, Jita had relied on books and comics for solace, often finding laughter in the antics of Tom and Jerry. For someone long afflicted by illness, happiness equated to hope. Now, upon seeing Tom once more, those cherished memories flooded back like a tide. In truth, for Uchiha Gita, breaking free from the shadow binding technique had once been effortless. Although powerful enough to immobilize other ninjas, rendering them helpless, it was the hand seals that were crucial for casting ninjutsu, as vital as weapons in a ninja's grasp. Except for Guy, whose teeth gleamed and who donned a snug green suit, renowned for his unique taijutsu skills and not reliant on hand seals for formidable combat prowess. However, this distinctive combat style was not without its flaws. When faced with an opponent far superior in strength, the techniques employed often slipped from the caster's control. It was akin to using a small bow to strike a colossal mammoth. While it might inflict some damage, subduing the beast remained an arduous task. As Gita attempted to extricate himself from the bindings, a strange sensation suddenly emanated from his kaleidoscope Sharingan. Within the chaotic imagery of another world, a powerful energy resonated. As if it could sense Gita and Appo's peril, fervently striving to reach him through the anchor of the Sharingan. Gita felt an ineffable familiarity with this force, as if it were an integral part of his existence. Unable to resist, he released the Sharingan, and then Tom arrived. It was the Tom he had longed for in his previous life. Uchiha Tom leaped gracefully from above Spicy, descending with the swiftness of lightning to Gita and Appo's side. Boss. It has truly been a while. Though Tom retained an air of aloofness, he exuded warmth and trust towards Gita. In that instant, Gita and Appo's thoughts drifted back to his original world. He recalled his ailing body and the two parents, past their prime, who tirelessly toiled for him. A profound sense of guilt washed over him, feeling he had always been a burden to them. Yet, at this moment, Gita felt that perhaps his arrival in this world was a form of liberation. At the very least, he would no longer encumber his parents, sparing them from such hardship. Amidst these swirling thoughts, Gita effortlessly spread his arms wide and embraced Tom tightly. At his movement, the shadow binding technique and Appo's user behind him found his hands contorted into an unnatural angle while forming the seals. Some mourned the loss of family, engulfed in sorrow. Others, on the cusp of realizing their ambitions, were elated, and some, amidst the battlefield, rejoiced at reuniting with long-lost friends. Yet, as Itachi gazed upon his father, bloodied and missing an eye, and his still unconscious brother, he found only a cacophony of noise. Just as Itachi prepared to perform hand seals to unleash the great fireball technique, aiming to interrupt the two, one man and one cat, three enigmatic ninjas stood on either side of Uchiha Gita and Tom. Each donned unique masks representing an elephant, a vermilion bird, and an eagle. These ninjas were no ordinary characters. They had showcased their prowess during Pain's invasion of Konoha, belonging to the Umbu under Sarutobi Hiruzen. Each specialized in distinct ninjutsu. One commanded the power of lightning with lightning shield technique. Another was adept in earth release, manipulating the ground, while the third excelled in water release, mastering the flow of water. However, this was not the entirety of their capabilities. Besides their specialties, these three ninjas possessed a formidable combined sealing technique. Standing in a triangular formation, a remarkable synergy emerged among them. Suddenly, three earthen walls crackling with lightning surged from the ground, swiftly encasing Uchiha Gita and Tom within. These walls, seemingly forged from the very essence of thunder, shimmered with blinding arcs of electricity, imparting an impression of being utterly insurmountable. Clearly, the ninjas intended to seal Gita and the cat within. Their actions were swift and decisive, leaving no opportunity for their adversaries to breathe. Upon receiving the third Hokage and Appo's directive to neutralize this dangerous individual, the trio, after careful deliberation, deemed themselves outmatched and resolved to utilize their family's fusion technique, triangular sealing. In truth, Konoha was not solely comprised of illustrious clans. Even smaller clans, akin to the Yamanaka, Nara, and Akimichi, exhibited similar collaborative patterns. Yet, prior to their rise, these clans were merely modest families. It could be argued that Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama were quintessential idealists. They naively believed that if the Senju clan relinquished their grip on power, peace would ensue, ensuring equitable distribution of resources. However, the reality was that when the Senju clan surrendered power and resources, these assets did not distribute evenly among others as they had hoped. Instead, they were likely to be swiftly consumed by the smaller clans, enabling them to grow rapidly and ultimately usurp the Senju clan's position. Tom and Appo's eyes widened as he observed the walls rising around him. His fury ignited in an instant. He had been overjoyed to reunite with his boss, only to be rudely interrupted by this unforeseen turn of events, filling him with immense irritation. Slowly, Tom reached behind him and gently removed the seemingly ordinary fan he had carried. In his grasp, it seemed to possess a life of its own. Firmly gripping the fan, he raised it before him and waved it lightly. With his motion, a series of seemingly mundane wind blades shot forth from the fan, swift and sharp as lightning. These blades appeared unremarkable, yet upon striking the surrounding walls, they revealed astonishing power. A crisp, shattering sound resonated as the seemingly indestructible walls fractured under the assault of the wind blades, disintegrating into countless shards scattered across the ground. Behind the walls, the three ninjas who had been hiding were caught entirely off guard by this spectacle. They stared in horror as the walls crumbled before them. And before they could utter a cry, the extending wind blades mercilessly sliced them into two. Blood splattered, rendering the scene gruesome. "You noisy pests, come at me together. I, Tom, fear no one." With that proclamation, Tom and Amp, Appo's kaleidoscope Sharingan ignited, and the massive blue-purple Spicy re-emerged. This time, Spicy was terrifying beyond measure. His appearance was no longer merely fearful. What was more alarming was the immense energy ball forming in his mouth, akin to a tailed beast bomb. This energy orb, ever-growing, absorbed the surrounding power, swelling in size as if an inexhaustible force surged within. The potent energy waves emanating from it distorted the very air around them. Spicy fixated intently on the most densely clustered enemies, unleashing the colossal energy sphere from his mouth, propelled by flames, akin to a blazing meteor shooting forth. The terrifying energy assault tore through the ground, shattering edifices into mere rubble, rendering everything before it utterly powerless. Meanwhile, Uchiha Tom stood motionless. His gaze icy as he beheld the devastation, a singular thought consuming his mind. He yearned for Konoha to experience true suffering, akin to the anguish he had felt in his memories, the pain of his leader. Chapter 8. The Battle of the Pig, Deer, and Butterfly. The Fall of the Pig, Deer, and Butterfly. As the spacey energy cannon thunderously landed, the scene was instantly transformed into chaos, with severed limbs and dismembered bodies scattered like raindrops across the ground. Observing this, Jita and Appo's lips curled into a slight smile as he stroked his chin, inwardly marveling. Tom truly understands me. This style of combat is utterly to my taste. Just as Spacey began to accumulate energy again, a deafening roar echoed from the distance. "Stop!" This furious cry resonated like thunder throughout the battlefield. The crowd turned to see a massive figure slowly approaching Tom, a rotund individual whose body seemed to swell with every step, eventually resembling a towering mountain. This hefty figure was Akimichi Choza, the leader of the Akimichi clan, one of the Pig, Deer, and Butterfly trio, who possessed the art of expansion. "Who are you? And why do you attack my Konoha village without reason?" Choza glared at Tom, his voice reverberating through the air like a great bell. Jita, witnessing this spectacle, nearly burst into laughter. He knew all too well that the earlier attack had obliterated a significant portion of the Akimichi clan and Appo's assets, prompting this individual to intervene and confront Tom. Watching from the sidelines was one thing, but when your tangible interests were genuinely threatened, one could not remain passive. However, Tom appeared somewhat bemused by Choza and Appo's inquiry. His crimson Sharingan widened, as if to convey, "With such prominent eyes, can you not discern my motives?" Choosing to disregard this minor character, Tom instructed Spacey to continue gathering energy. This time, his target was not an ordinary structure but the iconic Hokage building of Konoha village. Seeing that negotiations bore no fruit, and realizing he was being ignored, the rotund figure suddenly sprang into action, shouting, "Attack!" Gripping Spacey and Appo's mouth tightly, he attempted to delay the impending assault. Tom, who had intended to wield his fan, found himself momentarily immobilized. The trio of Pig, Deer, and Butterfly operated as one, their fates intertwined, sharing in both glory and ruin. With Choza and Appo's presence, it was evident that the other two members were nearby. Indeed, a shadow emerged from behind Spacey, firmly ensnaring both Spacey and Tom. It was Nara Shikamaru employing his shadow possession technique, effectively restraining Tom and Appo's movements. Meanwhile, Yameka Ino saw the opportune moment and activated his clan and Appo's secret technique, the mind transfer jutsu, incapacitating Tom and Appo's mind. The surrounding ninjas and civilians, witnessing the calamity that had ravaged the village being brought under control, breathed a sigh of relief. Some even called out it and Appo's as the elite jonin of Pig, Deer, and Butterfly. "We are saved." Choza, sensing the tide had turned, began to contract his corpulent form, launching himself like a rolling wheel towards Tom and Appo's face. Watching the seemingly trivial combination attack, a hint of exasperation crossed Tom's fluffy feline visage. As the Mangekyo Sharingan in his right eye began to manifest, he suddenly opened it wide as Choza charged forth. Amaterasu, black flames, imbued with a sense of death, erupted spontaneously. These were the eternal flames previously wielded by Itachi, known as Amaterasu. The black fire instantly enveloped the approaching mass, which, as Choza spun, wrapped evenly around him, transforming him into a uniformly heated fireball. "Oh, I will fight you," cried a voice from within the black sphere, filled with anguish and rage. As the fireball bore down on him, Tom calmly directed Spacey to take a large step aside, narrowly avoiding the collision with Choza's flaming bulk. Ignoring the approaching behemoth, Tom exhibited an unreasonable nonchalance. His legs could elongate or shorten at will. He evaded the onslaught, leaving Nara Shikaku in a state of confusion. He couldn't and Appo's fathom how Tom had escaped his technique when his gaze fell upon the ever-expanding fireball. With a resounding crash, Choza collided with Nara Shikaku, generating a massive shockwave. In the aftermath, only smoldering ruins and a still-spinning fireball remained. The master of shadow techniques, Nara Shikaku, had forever transformed into mere shadow, reduced to a charred remnant. Meanwhile, Yamaka Ino, who had aimed to mentally control Tom, found himself utterly outmatched. As soon as he attempted his mental intrusion, Tom cast him into a realm of exile, where he faced bizarre and grotesque entities. The once hopeful crowd, witnessing a burning mass, a pile of ashes, and Ino, convulsing and frothing at the mouth, found the situation unbelievable. Had everything been annihilated in merely a minute? Look, Lord Choza is still alive. Just as Tom prepared to continue the battle, a shout from the crowd caught Jita and Appo's attention. He observed the blackened sphere slowly opening, revealing a figure shimmering with iridescent light emerging from within. In truth, among the pig, deer, and butterfly, it was the Yamanaka clan that embodied the pig, while the Akimichi clan, resembling pigs, were the butterflies with the ability to break free from their cocoons. Jita stroked his chin thoughtfully, raising his left hand. It is the butterfly transformation, the ultimate secret of the Akimichi clan. Yet, before a ninja from the Akimichi tribe could complete his sentence, a blazing energy orb shot past, obliterating the transformed figure into nothingness, showering the Akimichi members with the clan leader and Appo's essence, a crimson rain. Damn it, a bunch of supporting characters with paltry combat power. Do not waste my time here. Jita's eyes bulged with fury, the energy of the recently fired orb still lingering on his raised left hand. This absurdly comical ability had taken up considerable space in the original narrative. As steadfast followers of the third Hokage, the interests and glory of their clan were inextricably linked to him. With hawk-like precision, Jita scanned his surroundings. Suddenly, he tilted his head towards the sky and unleashed a thunderous roar. Hiruzen Sarutobi, cease your probing. I know you are nearby. Stop hiding and come forth. His voice shattered the air like thunder, laden with unbridled fury and authority. At that moment, as the smoke from the battle began to dissipate, a figure emerged, walking slowly from the remnants. It was Hiruzen Sarutobi, his steps heavy with the weight of immense pressure. Behind him stood a cadre of masked Umbu ninjas, their presence exuding a chilling aura, unmistakably elite Jonin-level shinobi. Chapter 9. Sarutobi Hiruzen. This time, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not don the voluminous cloak of the Hokage, a symbol of authority and dignity. He shed the heavy ceremonial garb in favor of a fitted, short-sleeved combat attire, an outfit fashioned for genuine battle. Upon his back, he bore a colossal ninja scroll, towering as high as a person, inscribed with tightly packed sealing texts resembling a torrent of incantations. This scroll encapsulated the wisdom and power he, the so-called professor of ninja, had accumulated over decades. Hiruzen stood atop a high tower in the Hidden Leaf village, his gaze descending like that of a hawk surveying its prey, fixating on the two heretics rampaging in his domain. You sinners who disrupt the peace and stability of the Hidden Leaf. His deep and resonant voice thundered, reverberating through the air. Behold the devastation you have wrought. He gestured broadly, indicating the crumbling ruins surrounding him. Amidst the scorched earth and debris, there were civilians awakened by the aftershocks, fleeing in terror, their cries mingling with mothers' pleas, creating a heart-wrenching dirge. You trample upon the ordinary yet precious lives of countless individuals. Allow me, the third Hokage of the Hidden Leaf, to personally put an end to your rampage. His voice rang out like a bell of judgment, laden with an undeniable gravity that echoed across the desolation. Yet, in the face of this righteous condemnation, Jita merely scoffed, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. What an old fox, he thought, casting a contemptuous glance at the scroll on Hiruzen's back. This man had lurked in the shadows, observing for an indeterminate period, and now, sensing a shift in the tide, he emerged to perform a grand moral theater. Jita sneered, feeling a surge of aversion. Such proficiency suggested he frequently engaged in this moral high ground posturing. A cold glint shone in Jita and Appo's eyes as golden energy swirled around him, billowing like a king and Appo's mantle in the wind. Jita and Appo's assumptions were not misplaced. Sarutobi Hiruzen had indeed been watching the developments in the Hidden Leaf village through his crystal ball technique. His decision to act now stemmed from a perceived high probability of victory. After all, he was known as the Professor of Ninja, a master of ninjutsu. He not only excelled in elemental techniques but had also thoroughly studied the scrolls of previous Hokage, especially the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, nearly memorizing every ninjutsu passed down through the legacy of the Hidden Leaf. Despite his advanced age, his combat prowess remained at a level beyond even the strongest ninja, sufficient to confront two mere children. However, this legendary figure met his end in the original narrative in a somewhat hasty manner, sacrificing himself to seal Orochimaru. On the surface, it appeared he fought valiantly against three formidable foes, Orochimaru, and the first and second Hokage, summoned through the reanimation jutsu. Yet, Jita found this explanation somewhat tenuous. He had never believed in the coincidences of narrative arrangements. This might not have been a true defeat, but rather a deliberate act by the creator to preserve a final shred of dignity for this controversial old fox. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the seemingly benevolent elder who professed to dedicate everything to the village, was, in truth, deeply obsessed with power and reputation, far beyond the average person. His facade of selflessness was merely a layer of warmth draped over his political machinations. The memory of the Konoha White Fang and Appo's suicide still lingered vividly. that once promising prodigy, who was the most qualified to succeed the Hokage, was harshly criticized by the higher-ups and villagers for choosing to save his comrades rather than complete a mission, ultimately succumbing to the pressure and taking his own life at home. Who was behind this tide of public opinion? Who watched from the sidelines? It was all Danzo's doing, far too simplistic a scapegoat. Hiruzen's control over the village was all-encompassing. Everything that had transpired fell within his grand design. Consider the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, who perished young, sacrificing himself during the Nine Tails incident. Yet, after Minato's death, Hiruzen made a perplexing decision, not only concealing Naruto and Appo's identity as the hero and Appo's son, but also allowing him to endure scorn and discrimination within the village while he resumed the mantle of Hokage, firmly entrenched in his position. Was this truly for the sake of the village? To Gita, it seemed more like a means to clear obstacles for Asuma Sarutobi, quietly paving a path to power for him. If Hiruzen genuinely wished to pass on his legacy, why not support the young and promising inheritor of the Will of Fire, nurturing the next Hokage himself? He had countless opportunities, yet consistently chose to grasp the reins of power, even as his hair turned gray. At this moment, standing upon the eaves, Hiruzen's expression was as tranquil as a stone, his robes billowing in the wind, appearing both benevolent and authoritative, but concealing unfathomable depths. Gita's gaze narrowed as he regarded the figure above, a chill creeping into his heart. This old fox had never truly departed from the center of power. He did not lack the understanding of letting go. He simply refused to relinquish it. However, this old man, in the original timeline, was afforded a dignified exit. He faced formidable foes, fought valiantly to the end, and at the cost of his life, sealed away Orochimaru and Appo's ambitions. His blood stained the Hokage rock, transforming it into a new monument for the Hidden Leaf. Villagers wept, ninjas commemorated him, and even young students in the ninja academy were taught that the old man Sarutobi sacrificed his life to protect them. On the surface, this narrative was indeed impeccable, an epic conclusion, an everlasting legend. Through this dignified farewell, Sarutobi Hiruzen not only garnered endless respect and admiration for himself, but also bestowed prestige upon his family, enabling them to grasp power. His death was dignified, and thus his descendants lived in glory. Behind the carefully woven myth lay countless compromises made externally and calculations made internally. He could bow to the Cloud Village for a spy, betraying his own clan, and he could orchestrate the demise of one of the village's core combatants to suppress emerging forces. He was like an old serpent coiled upon the Hokage's throne, siphoning the wisdom and resources accumulated by the village over the years, continually infusing privileges and power into the Sarutobi name. The hidden flow of funds and the quietly mobilized elite troops had long since constructed a vast network of interests. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, all of this finally revealed a glimpse of the iceberg. When the Sarutobi clan commanded 3,000 ninjas adorned with the Sarutobi crest, all accusations were confirmed. This was no ordinary ninja coalition, but a legion independently mobilized by a single family, fully prepared for battle. Such depth of resources could even outstrip that of the Hyuga clan. Ironically, this was the same individual who, in life, incessantly brainwashed villagers and subordinates in the name of the Will of Fire. He wove the concepts of dedication, sacrifice, and loyalty into slogans while branding doubt, dissent, and resistance as heresy. It was utterly unreasonable that he enjoyed the privileges of a hero even after death. Uchiha Gita resolved to provide this old fox with a fitting conclusion. Chapter 10, Tom vs. Sarutobi as Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, made his entrance. The atmosphere grew heavy with tension. The previously fierce battle came to an abrupt halt, as if under a binding jutsu. With all eyes fixated on this esteemed leader of the Hidden Leaf, Uchiha Elder Uchiha High, his face contorted with rage, glared at Sarutobi. His voice laced with anger and accusation. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you and the higher-ups of Konoha have conspired to annihilate our Uchiha clan. And now you dare to claim this is for peace and justice? High and Appo's S-word struck like a sharp blade, piercing Sarutobi and Appo's S-heart. In that moment, he no longer referred to Sarutobi as the third Hokage. His words were unrelenting, pouring forth the dissatisfaction and resentment he harbored. Sarutobi and Appo's gaze slowly swept across the remnants of the Uchiha clan on the battlefield, the scattered corpses of fallen comrades, and the shattered body of his old subordinate, Ding, along with Nara Shikaku, who had mysteriously vanished. Finally, his eyes settled on Itachi, who was shielding Sasuke and Fugaku, suppressing the fury bubbling within. Sarutobi understood that this was not the time for emotional outbursts. He inhaled deeply and addressed all present ninjas with a calm yet resolute voice. Everyone, what has transpired today is the result of hostile forces from opposing villages seeking to incite discord between our village and the Uchiha. I solemnly pledge to investigate this matter thoroughly, and once the perpetrators are identified, they will face severe punishment. Therefore, I implore you all to cease hostilities. I can grant amnesty for the transgressions committed today. Upon hearing Sarutobi's declaration, many Uchiha clan members felt a flicker of hope at the prospect of avenging their kin without further bloodshed. Their previously taut nerves began to relax slightly, as they contemplated whether to accept this proposal. After all, They were acutely aware that they could not withstand the relentless onslaught of Konoha ninjas for much longer. Although they had witnessed the power of Uchiha Gita and the extraordinary Mangekyo Sharingan, this young man had remained too low-key prior, lacking the necessary prestige among them. Moreover, throughout this conflict, he had not guided the Uchiha clan in any capacity. Even the hawkish members of the Uchiha, who had advocated for reclaiming the village through force, began to waver. Though they had always believed that only through stringent measures could the Uchiha regain their dignity and status. The Uchiha clan had suffered significant losses under Itachi and Appo's slaughter, their strength severely diminished. The idea of halting the battle to achieve justice against the wrongdoers was undoubtedly an appealing option, preserving the Uchiha's remaining power. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen had governed the Hidden Leaf for decades, and his influence was deeply rooted not only among the common ninjas, but also held substantial weight in the hearts of the Uchiha. His words still bore considerable impact for many Uchiha members. "Ah, what a cunning old fox," Gita mused, leaning against Tom as he observed the unfolding scene. In just a few words, he has defined the situation and managed to sow discord among the Uchiha. As other Uchiha began to pause and discuss, Gita remained indifferent. Aside from his brother, Shanyue, he cared little for the rest of the clan. His motives for instigating this conflict were solely to eliminate all enemies. After all, allowing the lurking rats to remain unchecked would only lead to them biting you when least expected. At that moment, Sarutobi's gaze suddenly shifted towards Gita and Tom. A flicker of indignation crossing his features as he declared, "Uchiha Gita and your summoning beast have caused significant destruction to the village. Surrender now, and you may receive leniency. Otherwise, you shall face severe consequences." Upon hearing this, Tom and Appo's expression darkened considerably. Everyone knew of the collaboration between the Uchiha and the Nico clan. Yet it was evident that Tom's Sharingan was far from ordinary. "Old fool, do you wish to dance?" Tom bellowed in a fury, his eyes ablaze with rage and intent to kill, as if he aimed to shred Sarutobi to pieces. With a fierce shout, Tom swiftly drew the fan from his back and swung it with great force, unleashing a powerful wind blade that shot towards Sarutobi like a bolt of lightning. The speed of the wind blade was astonishing, slicing through the night sky and reaching Sarutobi in an instant. However, Sarutobi was unfazed by the sudden attack. He nimbly leaped into the air, evading the strike with ease. Yet, to Tom's surprise, the wind blade suddenly veered mid-air, seemingly possessing a life of its own, and struck Sarutobi from behind. With a resounding crack, Sarutobi and Appo's body was instantly cleaved in two. Something feels off, Tom thought, sensing that there was more to this than met the eye. Indeed, as he suspected, the severed body of Sarutobi quickly transformed into two wooden logs, revealing a mere substitution jutsu. Just then, Tom felt an overwhelming presence approaching from above. He glanced up to find Sarutobi suspended in the air, flanked by 4 ninja hawks, each bearing a shadow clone of Sarutobi. These clones were forming various seals, exuding an impressive aura. Upon completing their seals, they simultaneously clenched their fists and brought them to their mouths, unleashing a surge of chakra embodying the 5 elemental natures: water, fire, earth, wind, and lightning. This chakra began to converge and intertwine, ultimately being expelled from their mouths in unison. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Tom thought, astonished, recognizing that this was undoubtedly a formidable technique. 5 elements, 5-style great ballistic technique. Sarutobi bellowed. The distinct pure elemental forces erupted from the mouths of the respective shadow clones, coalescing into a magnificent 5-colored dragon, crackling with lightning, hurtling toward Uchiha Gita. With the jutsu executed, Sarutobi swiftly dispelled the remaining 4 shadow clones. Beads of sweat dotted his brow as he gasped for breath, clearly exhausted from the immense energy expenditure required for this technique. This was the culmination of his arduous study of various ninjutsu, a testament to his strongest technique to date. "Do you really think you can lay a hand on the boss?" "Susanoo, activate," Tom shouted, positioning Gita behind him as he summoned Susanoo to confront the impending threat. Struggling to fend off the colossal dragon with his fan, he soon realized that this was an attack meticulously crafted by a high-level ninja, far beyond what Tom could easily withstand. The 5-colored lightning dragon collided with Susanoo, shattering its protective collar, followed swiftly by the destruction of its body, along with Tom himself being reduced to mere fragments. Sarutobi surveyed the aftermath, feeling a tinge of regret. He had initially used the substitution jutsu to divert Tom's attention, granting himself the necessary time to execute his technique, intending to eliminate Uchiha Gita directly. He believed that once he dealt with the master, this peculiar summoning beast would naturally vanish as well. However, he took solace in having taken down one adversary. As long as the remaining Uchiha ceased their interference, victory in the ongoing battle would be assured. Based on his research regarding the Sharingan, he was confident that a war of attrition would ultimately lead to the Uchiha and Appo's demise. The remaining Uchiha would await Danzo and Appo's decision regarding their fate. Chapter 11. As a Saiyan Uchiha, it is quite reasonable to possess a tail. Upon witnessing the 3rd Hokage and Appo's decisive action, The crowd felt an overwhelming release of pent-up fear and oppression as the once mighty blue cat was instantly vanquished. A fervent cheer erupted, akin to the first light of dawn breaking through darkness, especially among the ninjas of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans. Sarutobi Hiruzen leaped gracefully from the back of his ninja eagle, silence enveloping him, yet his gaze, sharp as a blade, fixated on the unmistakable figure in the arena, Uchiha Gita. In that moment, the air seemed to halt. Hidden in the shadows, Shimura Danzo felt a weight lift from his heart as he recognized that familiar silhouette. The most significant man in his life had finally taken action. True to his reputation, Hiruzen had swiftly quelled the already chaotic situation. However, Uchiha Gita remained unfazed. Even as the crowd gradually encircled him, a smirk played on his lips, a sardonic smile that cast a disdainful glance over everyone present. He extended his hand, slowly pointing toward the scattered remnants of blue fur and debris on the ground. Are you all perhaps celebrating a bit prematurely? His voice, though soft, resonated with authority. Tom, such trivial tricks are hardly sufficient. The crowd gasped, their eyes drawn to the fragments on the ground. To their astonishment, the seemingly lifeless Tom bore no traces of blood. Unlike Akimichi Choji, who had been brutally struck down, Tom showed no signs of internal organs or bones, as if he were an entity from another realm. Within mere seconds, the shattered pieces of fur and limbs began to stir, as though guided by an unseen force. The fragments gravitated towards one another, swiftly reassembling, and in no time, Tom's comical yet familiar form re-emerged before their eyes. His eyes opened silently, devoid of the previous amusement, replaced by a chilling fury. In a certain sense, Tom was immortal. Ordinary physical assaults were merely a tickle to him. The earlier attack had been insufficient to erase him entirely. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Appo's expression shifted, a tightening sensation gripping his heart. He stared intently at the reformed blue figure, a wave of unease swelling within him. In all his years, he had never encountered such an eerie and helpless sense of threat, even in the face of tailed beasts. What kind of technique is this? He murmured, a grave seriousness creeping into his gaze. Before he could ponder further, Tom erupted into action, his speed so swift it was nearly imperceptible. His figure streaked through the air, leaving ghostly afterimages in his wake, akin to a specter as he lunged towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. At that moment, Hiruzen's hair stood on end, instinctively forming hand seals. And with a commanding shout, the ground trembled as three formidable earthen walls rose to shield him from Tom. Yet crack. With little suspense, the earthen barriers, which should have withstood the majority of assaults, crumbled under Tom's claws as if they were mere parchment. The three walls shattered like fragile bubbles, disintegrating into countless clods of earth, scattering into the air. Realizing that the earth barrier could not withstand such a catastrophic force, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Appo's pupils constricted, and he nimbly dodged to the side. He narrowly escaped the violent onslaught, cold sweat trickling down his temples. Although he evaded the attack, his subordinates were not as fortunate. That seemingly casual swipe carried a devastating power, ripping through the ground, sending debris flying and dust billowing. Several Chunin scarcely had time to scream before being obliterated, their bodies flung aside, lifeless on the ground. Gritting his teeth, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression hardened. Each of his evasions and attempts to counter came at a horrific cost. Time and again, each encounter resulted in the loss of dozens of ninjas. The fighting strength of Konoha diminished like leaves swept away by autumn winds, and he could barely maintain his own survival. The situation had spiraled completely out of control. Tom, an adversary never before seen in the ninja world, was absurdly powerful. What unsettled Hiruzen even more was Uchiha Gita, who stood at the periphery of the battlefield, observing the chaos with a knowing smile, yet still had not intervened. Time was of the essence. Hiruzen and Appo's gaze sharpened, seizing the brief pause in Tom and Appo's assault. He swiftly unwrapped the heavy scroll from his back. The colossal scroll unfurled in the air as he rapidly formed seals, his fingertips tracing a pre-drawn summoning array. Summoning technique, Monkey King. With a resonant shout, a thick cloud of white smoke erupted, shaking the ground. A colossal summoning beast, resembling a gorilla, emerged, its muscles bulging, fur bristling, eyes sharp as daggers. Gita and Appo's brows lifted, recognizing this monkey, the very one capable of transforming into the Rui Jingu Bang, fighting alongside Sarutobi. In that moment of successful summoning, a sigh of relief washed over Hiruzen. Though the Monkey King was not the strongest entity in the summoning realm, its prowess was far beyond that of ordinary summoned beasts, particularly since it could utilize ninjutsu, a factor that would significantly bolster Hiruzen's current power deficit. With the Monkey King at his side, many large-scale ninjutsu that had previously been unfeasible could now be unleashed. However, before he could issue a battle command to the Monkey King, a piercing scream suddenly pierced the air, a whoa. Hiruzen whirled around, his pupils constricting violently, as if they might shatter. The towering Monkey King was now suspended in the air by Gita, who had seized its tail. A gaping hole the size of a fist had appeared in its chest, blood gushing forth like a fountain, staining the ground red. How could this happen so quickly? Hiruzen's heart raced in horror. The summoning had only taken moments, and yet the enemy had effortlessly dispatched the summoned beast. He couldn't even perform the reverse summoning technique to recall it before witnessing the Monkey King's life rapidly extinguish. Gita's expression remained impassive, though a hint of disdain and mockery glimmered in his eyes. He gazed down at the dying monkey. His voice as cold as ice. You think you deserve the title of Monkey King? Do you believe you are worthy of being associated with the Rui Jingu Bang? With a casual tug, he severed the Monkey King and Appo's tail, blood splattering. He then whimsically wrapped the hefty tail around his waist. The motion imbued with an unsettling sense of ritual. In an instant, Gita and Appo's presence transformed entirely. He glanced down at the symbolic tail around his waist. A subtle smile curling his lips, a knowing grin that spoke volumes. Now, this is more fitting. As a Saiyan Uchiha, how could one be without a tail? Sarutobi Hiruzen, witnessing this spectacle, felt a bone-chilling dread creep from his feet to the nape of his neck. What an elite shinobi could not accomplish. Uchiha Gita had achieved with alarming ease. Chapter 12. When defeat looms, you speak of the bigger picture. Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded Uchiha Gita, whose fierce aura was palpable, with a furrowed brow that betrayed a sense of gravity. Turning his gaze, he met Tom, who coldly observed the unfolding battle, his unblinking vertical eyes brimming with undisguised menace and a predatory hunger. Must I resort to that technique? Sarutobi murmured softly, his tone tinged with resignation and resolve, as if he had finally made a weighty decision. Taking a deep breath, his demeanor sharpened, and he raised his hands with sudden ferocity, weaving hand signs at a rapid pace like the blades of a windmill. In an instant, it seemed as if an invisible force had pressed the pause button on reality itself. The air thickened, the wind stilled, and even a falling leaf froze mid-air, as if the earth itself held its breath, plunging everything into an eerie silence. Each hand sign exchanged was akin to the slow turning of fate's gears, silently propelling an irreversible destiny. Sarutobi's gestures quickened, becoming more fervent, as if racing against time and bidding farewell to his own life. Shiki F. Jean. With the completion of the final hand sign, a voice that seemed to emanate from the underworld erupted like thunder. Darkness abruptly enveloped the world, ominous clouds silently obscuring the previously clear sky, as if even the sun recoiled in fear from the arrival of this forbidden technique. In that moment, a chilling wave of chakra surged from Sarutobi's chest, as if pierced by an icy blade. Behind him, a ghastly figure began to materialize, an embodiment of death, an executor from the realm of the deceased. The visage of the Grim Reaper was concealed behind a horned white mask, revealing only its razor-sharp fangs, twisted into a mocking smile that seemed to deride the struggles of all living beings. It wielded a bone knife, while its pale arm reached towards Sarutobi's chest, appearing as an insubstantial phantom, yet so tangible it suffocated. That hand sought to grasp his soul, an inevitable price for the spell. This was Sarutobi's ultimate gambit, the forbidden technique. Shiki F. Jean. Once the incantation was complete, the enemy's soul would be forcibly extracted and devoured by the Grim Reaper, rendering them eternally unable to reincarnate. The practitioner himself would become an offering to the Reaper, dragged into the realm of the dead. The Grim Reaper seemed to weigh the value of its two offerings, first stretching its hand toward Uchiha Gita. Yet Gita merely smiled coldly. As the former prince of the Saiyan race, he felt no fear, only a tinge of mockery. Is this the technique that even the first and second Hokage could seal? In your world, it truly is quite divine. Gita disdainfully glanced at the Grim Reaper, his Sharingan quietly activating, revealing the flow and structure of chakra in a vortex of pupils, calmly and accurately analyzing the essence of this mysterious technique. He saw through the so-called Grim Reaper, recognizing it as merely a personification of a concept, an illusion born of accumulated belief. Its coercive power did not stem from genuine strength, but from the practitioner's and target's deep-seated recognition and fear of divinity. After all, how could the natives of this world not fear the Grim Reaper? But he was not of this world. Gita hailed from a realm where deities were flesh and blood, capable of shattering planets with a single punch. There, gods were not abstract embodiments of rules, but tangible entities that could be fought, killed, and even beaten repeatedly in a mental time chamber. He had long since developed immunity to the mystique of so-called gods, even scoffing at them. Gods with immense power even take concubines. In my eyes, you are nothing more than a manifestation of thought, Gita coolly declared. Thus, the hand that was meant to grasp his soul found itself ensnared in a quagmire, struggling yet unable to touch the edges of Gita's essence. Ineffective, Gita stated flatly, his tone as cold as iron. The Grim Reaper's eye sockets trembled slightly, as if sensing an incomprehensible barrier. Meanwhile, Tom was not one to stand idly by. The Grim Reaper's hand had already breached his body, yet it felt as if it had entered an impenetrable labyrinth. Gurgle, gurgle. Tom's stomach emitted strange noises. He furrowed his brow and, in a fit of anger, seized the troublesome ghostly hand, yanking it out as if discarding refuse, even shoving it back with a grunt. He seemed to mutter something incomprehensible, though the aura of defiance was unmistakable. After all, a god cannot contend with another god. Is a conceptual deity not still a god? The Grim Reaper and Appo's movements halted, as if it realized it had committed an egregious error. It faced not two mere mortals. Yet Sarutobi Hiruzen, still maintaining his hand signs, felt sweat trickle down his brow, his complexion pale, his expression complex. He sensed something was amiss with the technique, but there was no turning back. once Shiki F gene commenced. There was only forward. He had never anticipated that this technique would prove so powerless against these two otherworldly beings. The wind began to stir once more, and the world awakened from its dead silence. Yet the stillness that followed was more foreboding than the battle itself. For this time, even the Grim Reaper had been sent flying. Gita slowly retracted his hand, which had released a burst of energy. The chakra remnants still quivered faintly in the air. His Sharingan gradually closed, the crimson glow fading from his eyes. He had deciphered the technique with his Sharingan and possessed sufficient means to reverse or interrupt it. He had no intention of allowing Sarutobi to perish within this technique. This was not an act of mercy, but rather a refusal to let the old man die in such a manner, like a hero in the original narrative, sacrificing his life for the village. He, Uchiha Gita, sought to unveil this ninja and Appos, as hypocrisy and compromise, to subject him to true judgment before all. Before him, Sarutobi Hiruzen was drenched in cold sweat, his breath erratic. He could scarcely believe that his most powerful forbidden technique was utterly ineffective against his opponent. He felt no joy at being spared from the Shiki F gene. Rather, he wished for the technique's completion. For then he would not have to confront these two creatures that should not exist in this world. He forced himself to steady his thoughts, laboriously lifting his gaze to meet those cold, unfeeling Sharingan eyes. His voice, raspy and pleading, trembled as he spoke. Uchiha Gita, can we sit down and talk? Let us converse amicably. After all, we are from the same village. Look at how many ninjas have already died innocently because of this battle, and how many civilians have been affected. Continuing down this path will only cripple Konoha, giving other ninja villages the chance to strike. He gritted his teeth, lowering his proud head for the first time in his life. I understand your anger. I can assure you that this matter will be erased, and you will face no consequences. Could we not cease hostilities here? His tone bore a rare hint of weakness and humility. As the third Hokage, he had never compromised in such a manner. Yet, at that moment, a lurking shadow at the periphery could no longer restrain itself. Shimura Danzo. Witnessing his close friend bowing in submission to Uchiha, his expression darkened with fury. He appeared beside Sarutobi in an instant, his voice booming like thunder. Hiruzen, how can you bow to this malevolent Uchiha? Have you forgotten your teacher and Appos' teachings? His unrestrained roar sliced through the oppressive atmosphere like a knife. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Sarutobi shouted back at Danzo. Sarutobi gazed at his old friend, his eyes filled with a myriad of complex emotions, akin to the sentiment expressed by Danzo. Have I ever wished to bow my head? Yet the reality is, we cannot prevail. This profound sense of powerlessness enveloped them. Once brimming with youthful vigor, they believed they could seize control of everything. Now, standing before this man, they felt as insignificant as mere ants. Gita observed the duo, a flicker of derision crossing his gaze. You realize you veered off course when the car crashes into the wall, and when the pig escapes the pen, you know to chase it. It's only now, when you find yourselves unable to fight back, that you comprehend the necessity to concede, but it is far too late. He scoffed inwardly, maintaining an impassive exterior. The relationship between these two could be likened to a phrase from Dream of the Red Chamber, the shadow conceals the bones. On the surface, Sarutobi represented the virtuous, while all the sordid undertakings and underhanded schemes were borne by Danzo. When faced with external threats, Sarutobi would endure as long as possible, only calling upon Danzo to resolve matters when absolutely necessary. As for those who perished in the process, they were merely pawns on a chessboard, sacrificed for the so-called greater good. The same fate befell the Uchiha clan, nearly annihilated, just as the Hyuga clan suffered indignities, and the vanquished Whirlpool clan faced their demise. Sarutobi's ninja way, it seemed, was to inflict pain upon his comrades. Thus, the persona of the third Hokage was forged. He constructed his benevolence and vision upon the flesh and blood of others. In his past life, many asserted that Shimura Danzo had always aspired to be Hokage. This statement, while not entirely erroneous, only captured half the truth. Danzo indeed harbored dreams of the Hokage title, but from the moment he assumed control of Root, he was irrevocably destined to remain in the shadows, never to bask in the sunlight as a true ruler. To illustrate, which leader of the Imperial Guards could ever hope to ascend to the throne? Fundamentally, he was relegated to the role of a tool, a shadow, a price to be paid. His power stemmed from the third's endorsement. Without that protection, he was but a drifting reed. Danzo's gaze upon Sarutobi was laden with understanding. His fury had not abated, rather, it intensified with resolve. Silently, he shifted his stance. Seizing the moment Gita's attention wavered to abruptly unveil the bandage covering his right eye, he intended to utilize his trump card, the Kodo Amatsukami. Once activated, he was confident that, even if he could not fully control Gita, he could at least alter the tide of battle. However, in that fleeting moment of self-assurance, a hand, like a specter, reached out stealthily. It was Tom. That hand, akin to the talons of a hawk, darted with precision towards Danzo's right eye, and as the Sharingan began to manifest, it swiftly seized his eyeball. A piercing scream shattered the battlefield and Appos' silence, Danzo and Appos' wail echoing through the skies of Konoha, haunting and mournful like the cry of a night owl. Chapter 13. Kakashi, your Sharingan has expired as Tom dragged Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo bound together like dead dogs. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Released the third Hokage. A thunderous roar echoed from afar, and with its approach came a wave of heat. The voice grew nearer, each word imbued with immense force and fiery fury. In the next instant, a crimson figure descended from the sky like a shooting star. It was Might Guy, who had just returned from a mission, his body enveloped in white mist, muscles rippling like shattered rock, and his skin radiating an eerie reddish glow. Undoubtedly, he had unlocked the 8th gate, the door of death, completely unleashing the 8 gates of might, and entering a state of extreme life force combustion. 8th gate, the door of death. Open, he bellowed, launching a fierce kick towards Tom, his form swift as lightning, the wind generated by his strike sharp enough to seemingly tear through the air, creating a long shockwave. Witnessing this, Vegeta, who stood nearby, brightened with interest, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Excellent timing. He reached out to restrain Tom, his movement almost instantaneous as he positioned himself between Tom and Guy. Without employing any ninjutsu or flashy maneuvers, he simply extended an arm. Allow me to witness the power of this ultimate physical technique. As one whose combat style bore resemblance to that of the Saiyans, Vegeta found himself intrigued by Might Guy and Appo's approach of pushing physical limits. He wished to personally experience the prowess of the man who nearly expedited the conclusion of the Hokage's tale. However, the outcome was exceedingly disappointing. A deafening explosion reverberated through the streets as the ground suddenly caved in, creating a deep pit, and a whirlwind of dust was swept up. The clash of their powers was akin to a meteorite striking the earth. Yet, in the aftermath of the violent explosion, Might Guy was seen tumbling backward, smashing through 2 walls before coming to a halt. He clutched his leg, which had twisted at an unnatural angle, rolling on the ground in agony. His face a mask of pain, the sound of bones cracking tightening the hearts of the surrounding ninjas. Yet, he uttered no cries of anguish. His sweat-drenched face bore a grimace as he bit down on his lip until blood seeped out, refusing to let a sound escape. Even in excruciating pain, Might Guy maintained the tenacity that embodied youth. Vegeta quietly assessed his battle power is rather lackluster. He shook his head, a hint of disappointment in his gaze. In my days as Vegeta, a power level of 18,000 could effortlessly obliterate an entire planet. This fellow is evidently far from that mark. After all, Might Guy could not pierce through the very planet beneath him. At this moment, Might Guy, his consciousness fading, still struggled to rise. As Vegeta contemplated how to deal with him, suddenly, a blinding blue-white lightning streaked through the air, accompanied by a roar of thunder, aimed directly at Vegeta's lower back. Raikiri. A sharp command thundered forth as a white-haired ninja, donning a forehead protector that obscured his left eye, appeared behind Vegeta like a specter, his hand charged with condensed lightnings, imbued with lethal intent. However, when Raikiri struck Vegeta's back, it was akin to hitting steel, not even breaking the surface. Electric arcs scattered, and Kakashi's expression changed dramatically. No. It can end Appo's TB, he murmured, Raikiri being his signature move that had severely injured numerous elite ninjas, yet now, it had barely left a mark. Vegeta slowly turned his head, his indifferent gaze locking onto Kakashi's eyes. Ah, Kakashi, I've been looking for you, Vegeta said, his tone calm, yet resonating with the gravitas of death. It is time to return the Sharingan of my Uchiha clan. As his words fell, Vegeta precisely pressed down on Kakashi and Appo's mask. Kakashi attempted to resist, but found himself utterly immobilized, even his chakra sealed in an instant. With a gentle flick of his fingers, Kakashi and Appo's mask slipped away, revealing the Mangekyo Sharingan that did not rightfully belong to him. Before he could react, the eye was firmly removed. The ease of extracting a bloodline limit was indeed convenient. Vegeta smirked, casually stowing Obito's Sharingan into his pocket, his motion as natural as retrieving a key. From the downfall of the third Hokage, to Might Guy and Appo's swift defeat, and now the extraction of Kakashi and Appo's Sharingan, all transpired within mere minutes. Swift enough to raise doubts about whether it was all a mere illusion. Swift enough that the Uchiha clan, who had hesitated over whether to continue fighting, had yet to reach a consensus. A Uchiha Jonin, once proud and strong, now approached with a beaming smile, ingratiatingly addressing Tom. Lord Cat, please allow me to assist you in dragging these two, well, useless ones. With that, he took the rope and kicked the already faint corpses of Hiruzen and Danzo. Observing the Uchiha crowd rushing forward, eager to assist in cleaning up the battlefield. Adorned with smiles that seemed foreign to the Uchiha, the other watching ninjas were momentarily rendered speechless. They finally understood, the Uchiha clan and Appo's issue was never one of difficulty in management, but rather a disdain for weakness. Once, Fugaku had fretted over unifying the family and Appo's internal opinions, yet now, in the span of mere minutes, Vegeta had twisted the hearts of the entire Uchiha clan into a single rope through overwhelming power. They were not resistant to authority, they merely scorned the weak. For strength reigned supreme. Vegeta stepped forward, addressing the assembly with a voice steady and authoritative. The inherently malevolent Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo have been vanquished. His gaze swept across all the standing ninjas, continuing, in the near future, I shall conduct a public execution and expose their treasonous crimes against the village. allowing all to witness the sordid and dark truths concealed behind the so-called and Appos, Hokage, and Appos. Upon hearing this, the venue fell into a profound silence. Behind Vegeta, the prostrate form of Sarutobi Hiruzen trembled, the muscles in his face twitching as if struggling to suppress something. Regardless of whether he remained conscious, the outcome had irrevocably changed. Chapter 14. The Truth About Itachi. The fall of Uchiha. Itachi approached Itachi with an expression as tranquil as water, devoid of anger or pity. He merely lifted his chin, signaling him to follow. The grand battle ignited by their conflict had finally reached its conclusion. Yet, as the catalyst of this turmoil, Uchiha Itachi had withdrawn from the battlefield midway through the war. No one knew the reason for his cessation of combat. Was it remorse, weariness, or a newfound clarity? Ida said little, leading Itachi silently to the waterfall. This was the very place where Uchiha Shisui had ended his life, with mist swirling about. The water cascading down with a thunderous roar, seemingly masking everything else. Ida halted, turning his back to the waterfall and facing Itachi, his voice cold but resolute. You must die. Frankly speaking, I do not care about your actions against our clan. His tone was calm, as if stating an inconsequential fact. However, your attack on my brother, this cannot be forgiven. Surely, you understand. Throughout this exchange, Ida did not look at Itachi but instead gazed at the desolate valley and the roaring waterfall. Itachi remained silent, his head bowed, as if even his breath had grown feeble. The silence hung like an invisible shackle, binding his tongue. After a long pause, he finally spoke, his voice hoarse. The conflict between our clan and the village has reached a breaking point. The Uchiha cannot stand against the entirety of Konoha, rather than see our clan obliterated. I chose to act, leaving Sasuke as the last ember of our lineage, a bridge to peace between the Uchiha and Konoha. Upon uttering these words, Itachi closed his eyes, seemingly relinquishing a burden he had borne for years, awaiting death. Observing Itachi in this state, Ida refrained from mentioning the other Kodo Amatsukami or the so-called Uchiha Madara lurking in the shadows. Ida couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. How could he still be so self-righteous in such a moment? He suddenly stepped forward, his gaze sharp as a blade. So this is your justification for slaughtering your kin? Your beloved Uchiha Izumi must have fallen beneath your blade as well. At this remark, Itachi's body trembled violently. Yet Gida's voice remained composed. I am aware that Shisui entrusted his eyes to you before his demise, the very eyes capable of casting Kodo Amatsukami. You are a genius. You must realize you have been ensnared by this technique. Shisui shackled you with his death, and yet, even knowing this, you willingly accepted your fate. To protect Konoha. Gida scoffed disdainfully. Who represents Konoha? The Hokage? The higher-ups? The common folk? Is the Uchiha truly a part of Konoha? After losing his eyes, Shisui chose silence. He was a coward. The peace sought by cowards is merely a synonym for compromise. Gida advanced, his tone growing increasingly fierce. And you, who have basked in the glory of being a genius since childhood, despite feigning humility, are deeply arrogant at your core. Unable to solve the dilemma left by Shisui, you presume that no one else can either. You prefer to be led by the nose by Konoha's elite, while comforting yourself that it is the influence of Kodo Amatsukami. Uchiha Shisui was a coward of our clan, and you are merely a deranged tool, hardly even human. Gida's words cut through Itachi's pride and pain, like a knife slicing through the depths of his heart. Finally, Itachi's fury ignited. He opened his eyes, the kaleidoscope Sharingan swirling and shining, and roared, then how do you propose to achieve this? By suppressing Konoha with brute force? Can you guarantee that the hidden cloud and the hidden sand will not seize the opportunity to invade? Can you conquer them all? Gida merely cast a scornful glance at Itachi, recalling his family, the waning moon, gathering all his strength in his back. With a thunderous roar, lightning erupted as Gida and Appos' hair transformed from black to a brilliant golden hue, electricity coiling around him, the air quaking as trees toppled, an overwhelming aura enveloping the area. That was the power of a Super Saiyan. Itachi gazed at him in shock, murmuring, how can the Sharingan evolve to? No, this is not even ninjutsu. Indeed, Gida proclaimed loudly, his voice resonating like the beating of war drums. Uchiha Shisui, a coward, Uchiha Fugaku, a weakling, and you, a mere tool possessing Uchiha blood. The peace you seek could have been realized at the inception of Konoha. At that time, Konoha possessed all the tailed beasts and the two strongest shinobi in the world. By subduing all factions with force, consolidating all ninjutsu scrolls, a unified shinobi world could be established. All ninja would be trained in designated schools, eliminating armed factions. Though there would be growing pains and many would perish, such petty conflicts would cease thereafter. Do you believe the deaths of countless civilians and shinobi in these years of warfare between the ninja villages are insignificant? I, Uchiha Gida, as a proud Saiyan Uchiha warrior, shall uphold my beliefs through strength. The truth lies solely within the range of my energy blasts. Itachi, taken aback by Gida and Appos' declarations, lowered his head as if lost in thought. Is it truly achievable? Something that neither the first nor the second Hokage could accomplish? Gida gazed skyward, a glimmer of nostalgia in his eyes. Indeed, someone has achieved it. A great emperor I revere accomplished this, unifying the script, standardizing the tracks, seizing all weapons of the realm. Forging 12 golden men. Witnessing Gita and Appo's might and ambition, Itachi finally bowed his proud head. Gita, I implore you, spare Sasuke. Gita and Appo's face twisted with derision. Ah. At the moment you raised the slaughtering blade, how many of your kin and innocent civilians deserve to perish? Realizing Gita's intent, Itachi comprehended the gravity of the situation. A pitch-black three-legged crow flew from Itachi and Appo's eye, the right eye being Shursui and Appo's Kodo Amatsukami. When Itachi saw Gita pluck the crow and Appo's Sharingan, relief washed over him. Surely, exchanging Shursui and Appo's divine technique could save Sasuke and Appo's life. However, as Itachi looked up, the figure before him had vanished, leaving only the waterfall flowing quietly behind him. Suddenly, two enormous hands appeared from behind, seizing Itachi's Sharingan. Ah! He screamed in anguish. Following that was Gita's voice, dark and sinister. Itachi, have you forgotten? As the victor, all that you possess rightfully belongs to me. And how commendable of you, committing such vile acts yet never mentioning Fugaku or Makoto. Seeing Itachi struggle on the ground, Gita felt a sense of satisfaction. To kill, one must pierce the heart. Allowing this man to die in a daze would leave him self-righteous until his last breath. Believing himself a saint, rest assured, your entire family will face execution, including your brother Sasuke. Oh, perhaps I should keep your brother for myself. Allowing him to serve as a spare Sharingan for my brother, the waning moon. Deprived of his eyes, Itachi trembled at Gita and Appo's demonic words. Attempting to rise but finding his legs quaking in terror. Gita, do not harm my family. Spare Sasuke, Itachi suddenly comprehended. Curling up in agony on the ground. The truth that Gita had emphasized earlier dawned upon him. Murderers are eternally hunted, and he had no right to make such a plea. However, the thought of his beloved younger brother's impending fate rendered Itachi as if ensnared by an enhanced version of Tsukuyami, his mind swirling in despair. Blood streaming from his eyes. Upon witnessing this scene, Gita finally felt a sense of relief wash over him. After observing his handiwork for a while, Gita grew somewhat weary. Grasping Itachi's eyes with his left hand, he wielded his right hand like a blade, piercing through Itachi's back. Itachi, seemingly unresponsive, gradually succumbed to the cessation of life. In a state of utter madness, Itachi had lost any value in prolonging the torment. Gita needed to eliminate this adversary swiftly, as he had promised to celebrate with Tom and the waning moon. Withdrawing the blade from Itachi and Appo's chest, he discerned that the heart remained red, not black. Gita pondered how a heart, ostensibly normal, could commit such barbaric acts. He fashioned a noose around Itachi's neck, intending to drag the lifeless body back to the clan's territory. There, he planned to desiccate the corpse and hang it upon the pillar of shame for all Uchiha to witness the fate of a traitor. As for Sasuke, Gita had no intention of killing him. Since Sasuke had survived the previous battle, there was no need to harm this unsuspecting reincarnation of Ashura. He would prove useful in the future. Besides, apart from his arrogance, Sasuke had not committed any egregious offenses. On the contrary, according to the original storyline, he had lived his life under the manipulation of others. First Orochimaru, then Itachi, followed by Obito, the Akatsuki, and Madara, each exploiting Sasuke, rendering his plight profoundly tragic. Now, he would also become a pawn in Gita's torment of Itachi. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that Sasuke was indeed remarkably useful. Chapter 15. Public execution within the confines of the Uchiha clan's estate. The assembly hall, which should have exuded an air of solemnity, was now transformed into a lively banquet scene. Red candles flickered overhead, casting dappled shadows, while the mingling scents of incense and wine enveloped the entire hall. Reminiscent of a grand victory celebration, Uchiha Gita occupied the seat of honor, draped in a black and gold-patterned haori, with the clan emblem behind him resembling a formidable ping-pong paddle. The other elders and high-ranking members were seated on either side, their expressions a mix of solemnity and trepidation, careful not to overstep their bounds. They watched Gita and Appo's demeanor closely. Only when he smiled did they dare to follow suit. In the center, several elegantly proportioned kunoichi danced to the secretive rhythms of the land of fire, their garments flowing gracefully, and their delicate feet barely touching the ground. Their movements tantalizingly captivating. Each turn they took deliberately revealed swathes of pristine skin, mesmerizing those who beheld them. Gita was flanked by two beauties, one skilled in music and the other in dance, who eagerly poured wine for him. His hands occasionally slipped into his garments to gauge the quality of the drinks, savoring both the liquid and the ambience with great delight. As for the absence of his younger brother, Ranwei, it was due to Gita having captured a wild white zetsu, which he chose not to consume after removing its head. Instead, he had transplanted its legs to his brother, for the zetsu with Hashirama and Appo's cells made for an excellent source of organs. During the transplant, Gita discovered that Ranwei had awakened his Sharingan, albeit lacking the necessary power to utilize it. He had also bestowed Itachi and Appo's eyes upon his brother, which were still in the process of healing. This was not for any particular reason, Ranwei. You are still too young to grasp it. Let your brother handle it. At that moment, The elder Uchiha who could no longer restrain himself and spoke up. Gita, it seems that the leaders of the other clans wish to meet with you. The Leaf Village cannot be without a guiding hand. A young Uchiha Jonin abruptly slammed his hand on the table, causing tea to splash, and exclaimed, Elder, is this a place for political discourse? And who gave you the right to address Gita so informally? Consider how you should refer to him. Gita raised an eyebrow. Recognizing the young man, sturdy and bald, with the faintest hint of a mustache that resembled that of a certain Naba. Thus, Gita appointed him as his personal guard and renamed him Uchiha Naba. Witnessing his subordinate rise to defend his authority, Gita calmly remarked, Elder, in public settings. One should address titles appropriately. The elder's face froze, aging a decade in an instant as he struggled to articulate the words, clan leader. Upon Gita's return from the waterfall, he had naturally assumed the role of clan leader with the support of many Uchiha clansmen and had decreed treason against Itachi and Fugaku, to which no one dared to voice dissent. Gita felt a slight pang in his heart, realizing that a thick barrier had formed between him and the elders. However, he was not truly saddened. This decisive environment was rather refreshing. The atmosphere in the hall became tense, and no one dared to interrupt, all lowering their heads to feign drinking, while their ears remained attuned to the conversation. After living in Konoha for so many years, who among them did not have connections with other clans? Old friends had sent inquiries, eager to learn what the new Konoha would entail. It was evident to all that this power shift was unstoppable. The Uchiha clan, because of Gita, had secured its position of authority. With so many opportunities now available, the Uchiha could not consume them all. For the sake of their family's interests, they could support Uchiha leadership and cherish Uchiha Konoha. After all, the third Hokage had been condemned and was to face public execution in 3 days. Just as the banquet was in full swing and Gita was reveling in his enjoyment, the doors of the hall were suddenly kicked open with a resounding bang, sending wood splintering and air swirling. The hall fell silent as all eyes turned to see Tom, who had been dispatched by Gita, returning. However, Tom's eyes were now filled with an unsettling light, the power of the Kodo Amatsukami, chilling to the bone. After acquiring the Kodo Amatsukami, Gita had passed it on to Tom, not because of its formidable nature, but rather its practicality. As Tom entered the hall, his gaze swept across the banquet and dancers before landing on Gita, his expression seething with anger. Boss, you've changed. You've succumbed to indulgence and ease. Gita had initially intended to jest, saying, after fighting for so long, can I enjoy myself a little? Yet, upon meeting Tom and Appo's furious expression, he held his tongue. He understood that while he reveled in leisure, Tom was toiling alone. It was indeed unfair. You've worked hard, Gita said with a smile, clapping his hands. With the crisp sound of applause, a procession of white figures emerged from the rear hall, a line of white shinobi cats filing in, dressed in tiny ninja attire. Some bore swords while others jingled bells, their movements agile and expressions proud. The Uchiha clan had long collaborated with the Shinobi Cat clan, so finding female cats that matched Tom and Appo's taste was fortuitous for their expertise. Tom maintained a defiant demeanor, scoffing, I don't, before he could finish his sentence. A live Shinobi cat had nestled against his waist, nuzzling gently. He intended to push it away but found himself encircled by several cats, his body enveloped in their warmth, leaving only his head bobbing above the pile. Gita observed Tom's enjoyment and teased, you see, I am not indulging purely for pleasure. Meanwhile, in stark contrast to the lively scene, deep within a dim prison cell, former Uchiha clan leader Fugaku was bound by chains to the wall, his eyes hollow and vacant. He remained unconscious, just as he had throughout his life, always remaining hidden at critical moments. Simultaneously, in another corner of Konoha, the atmosphere was tense at the Sarutobi clan estate. 2,000 Sarutobi ninjas knelt in unison before Sarutobi Tsukikage, clad in battle armor. Tsukikage and Appo's gaze was as sharp as a blade. He raised his Sarutobi fireblade, his voice booming. You have relied on the third Hokage to gain the resources necessary to become exceptional ninjas. Now is the time to repay that debt. Storm the execution ground and save the third Hokage. Storm the execution ground. Save the third Hokage. The ninja legion echoed in unison, their voices shaking the very heavens. Yet, no one noticed the fleeting glimmer of crimson light in Tsukikage's eyes, a trace of control from the Sharingan, dissipating quietly. Chapter 16 Public Execution 2 The day of the public execution has finally arrived. Uchiha Gita, adorned in the new Hokage robe, gracefully traverses through the crowd. This attire is a blend of the Saiyan combat suit style. Sunlight breaks through the dense clouds, casting a radiant glow upon Gita and Appo's striking and profound features, his sharp brows and starry eyes, a straight nose, and lips slightly curled upwards, as if he were born with an air of untamed mirth. His short black hair appears somewhat tousled, yet it accentuates his carefree demeanor, and his broad forehead resembles that of a prince. The crowd parts automatically, bowing their heads to form a wide pathway. Over the past 3 days, under Tom's forceful suppression, various factions in Konoha have willingly consented to the new leadership, spearheaded by the Uchiha clan. After all, the stubborn resistance epitomized by the severed head of the old guard. TKSH Rin, still displayed in the square, has left only dried blood and rust-colored stains, along with eyes that remained wide open in shock and indignation until death. The execution was to precede the trial, with a placard beneath the head inscribed with the embezzled funds controlled by Tksh Rin and his family over the years. A sum sufficient to sustain Konoha for 5 years. For the first time, the common folk realized that the so-called elders protecting the village were, in fact, vampires draining the very lifeblood of the community. At the execution platform stood the Hyuga clan, led by the female members, along with the Inuzuka clan and the heads of other prominent families. As Gita ascended the platform, he beheld the once strategic Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo kneeling before the audience, each adorned with a long placard, one reading crimes of unspeakable evil, while the other declared innately malevolent. Gita had specifically requested that every citizen of Konoha witness their present disgrace. Beside him, Uchiha Naba hastily brought a chair for Gita to sit upon. Once Gita was seated, the executioner began to declare the charges against the two. The very first accusation sent a wave of uproar through the gathered ninjas and villagers of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen, a spy planted by enemy villages, treason. The evidence was as follows: unlawfully imprisoning and experimenting on fellow ninjas of the village alongside Shimura Danzo, embezzling village assets and colluding with external forces for profit distribution, persecuting the village and Imp, Oppos, exceptional ninjas, including a detailed inquiry into the fate of Konoha White Fang, which would be publicly announced, disrupting harmony within the Konoha family, and wantonly harming other ninja clans, including the Hyuga and Uchiha clans. With each accusation, the uninformed commoners reacted in various ways, some with anger, some in confusion, while others displayed a faint sense of relief. Meanwhile, Danzo and Imp, Oppos, as charges were singular, he was innately malevolent and deserved execution. Naba raised his voice to quell the tumult below, as the crowd held its breath, keenly attentive to the impending judgment of the third Hokage's advisor. It was proclaimed that Shimura Danzo was inherently evil and deserved to be slain. Upon hearing this, a boy clad in orange, with faint traces of stubble, leaped forth, exclaiming, "Nonsense! The third grandfather is the best man in this world. How could he be innately malevolent? The peace of our village has been safeguarded by him all these years. Do not be deceived." His voice trembled, yet he spoke without hesitation, fists clenched, eyes ablaze with trust in his family. The crowd instinctively recoiled from this boy, whispering amongst themselves about the foreboding presence he embodied. Yet his assertion resonated. Surely the third wouldn't commit such acts. Kneeling, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked up, bearing the placard around his neck, and gazed at Naruto with gratitude. His will of fire had not extinguished, and the villagers of Konoha were not entirely swayed by Gita. He could still die a hero. Gita, noticing Naruto's presence and his use of the Kage Bunshin, revealed a hint of amusement. Tom's backup plan was soon to unfold. Suddenly, a multitude of ninjas clad in the Sarutobi family insignia emerged from the surroundings. Leading them was Sarutobi Tsukikase, the patriarch of the Sarutobi clan. His gaze was sharp, his tone icy. Today, the Sarutobi clan shall seek justice for the third. Behind him, a formidable army shouted in unison, "Rescue the third, slay Gita." The sight of this ninja army sent waves of panic through the crowd. Some hastily retreated with their children, while others sought refuge in alleys, creating a scene of chaos in the marketplace. Meanwhile, Danzo, who had remained silent, now looked at his old friend with disbelief, clearly realizing the gravity of the situation. "Sarutobi, he lamented, "alas, I entrusted my fate to the wrong person." With a heartbroken expression, he slowly released the communicator embedded in his flesh, an emergency measure he had arranged for his dear friend. Once activated, it would summon all the forces of the Shimura clan to rescue Sarutobi Hiruzen, even if it meant sacrificing the entire clan for the sake of one man. Danzo would willingly bear that cost. Yet, Sarutobi had shattered Danzo's heart. As events unfolded, Hiruzen's heart, once filled with hope, now lay in ruins. He barely heard Danzo's words, or perhaps his ears were filled with a deafening buzz. "It's all over," he murmured to himself. The battle did not escalate as fiercely as anticipated. The Uchiha ninjas lying in ambush executed their offensive, while Tom and his brother, Zangetsu, led their forces to block the enemy's retreat. Sarutobi Tsukikase did possess some strength, but against the meticulously arranged encirclement, he found his advantages nullified. Occasionally, Gita would unleash beams from the platform, effortlessly eliminating groups of ninjas, in less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. The streets became a veritable battleground, strewn with the bodies of Sarutobi clan ninjas. Observing the fallen private army, the crowd began to believe the earlier judgments. After all, it was impossible to cultivate such a force without substantial financial backing. The existence of a private army was, in essence, a betrayal of the village. And sometimes, maintaining the facade of a good person is a precarious endeavor. The moment one aspect crumbles, any rumor or accusation can find fertile ground. Ida watched the unfolding chaos with satisfaction, gently sitting down, his right hand propping up his chin. Conquering this village through brute force lacked intrigue, he mused. Gita relished in the destruction of a person's most cherished possessions. He intended for Hiruzen to witness the collapse of everything he held dear: trust, honor, future, all reduced to rubble. At this juncture, Gita pointed to Naruto, beckoning him to ascend the platform. Naruto, still lost in the aftermath of the recent skirmish, snapped back to reality only to find the eyes of the crowd fixed upon him. Next, allow me to reintroduce this young lad, Gita declared. Uzumaki Naruto, or perhaps more fittingly, Namake's Naruto, the son of the fourth Hokage. Not only is he the child of the Hokage, but both his parents and he himself are heroes who sealed the Nine Tails. A murmur rippled through the crowd, with gasps of disbelief. What? He is the fourth and Appo's son? Impossible. At that moment, Naruto found himself amidst a throng of onlookers, and his once unshakable resolve began to waver as he sought answers. He turned to his revered third grandfather, only to see Sarutobi Hiruzen lying there, feigning death, refusing to validate Gita's claims. It is true. Uzumaki Naruto is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, and he is also the son of Namake's Minato. A hoarse voice echoed from the judgment platform, confirming the revelation. All these years, we have treated him like a demon fox? The crowd was engulfed in confusion. What was the truth behind this? Gita rose slowly, his voice laced with an unyielding chill. The malevolent Sarutobi Hiruzen, driven by greed for vast inheritance, turned Naruto into a being lesser than the village's stray dogs. He deceived the villagers under the guise of a demon fox, causing the hero's son to grow up in solitude. Enduring humiliation, Naruto felt as if something within his mind had explosively shattered, standing there in a daze. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed incredulously at his bewildered friend Danzo, struggling to comprehend why he would choose to cooperate with Gita at this moment. Danzo was completely lost in the cherished memories shared with Hiruzen from years past, unwilling to acknowledge the man beside him, whose soul had been corroded by power and wealth. Hiruzen, feeling a pang of guilt, fixated on Naruto. And as he caught Naruto's averted gaze, all respect and concern dissipated, leaving only anger and doubt in their wake. In that instant, Naruto's eyes struck like lightning, shattering Hiruzen and Appo's final defenses. Naruto, I only wanted to protect you, he murmured softly, but no one heard him. He closed his eyes, not in repentance, but in evasion. At that moment, everything he valued had crumbled to dust. Execute, Gita shouted emphatically. The heavy blade of the guillotine descended, and two heads thudded to the ground, facing each other. The villagers and ninjas and Appo's cheers drowned out all else, oblivious to the transformation occurring within Gita. Blood streamed from his eyes, and the kaleidoscope of his power spun uncontrollably. A yellow flash seemed to genuinely exist, darting playfully through the otherworldly portal of the kaleidoscope. As if leaving behind anchor coordinates for Gita, he could distinctly feel that after executing Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, his kaleidoscope abilities had surged to new heights. It was time to embark on a quest to seek out this familiar figure. Ignoring the clamor below, Gita turned and departed. Chapter 17. The Flavor of Ashes. Oni-chan, please return home soon. At this moment, Uchiha Zanue was in his studio, reluctantly bidding farewell to his brother and Tom. After the public execution, Gita felt an increasing and urgent call from another world. After explaining to Zanue, he decided to enter the interdimensional passage. Initially intending to leave quietly with Tom, he succumbed to Zanue and Appo's persistent pleas and anchored his return point in Zanue and Appo's studio. With a flash of crimson in his left eye, Gita constructed a kaleidoscope to other worlds, slowly opening a portal in the void. Brother, come home soon. Don't forget to bring me a gift. Zanue, holding back tears, called out to Gita as the two figures began to fade. Just as the portal was about to close, Gita's arm reached back, playfully flicking his brother's ear as he always did. As Zanue watched the portal vanish completely, he laughed through tears, picking up the design blueprint for the healing chamber that Gita had given him, eager to begin his designs. Tom, you've put too much chili in this hot pot. Gita fanned his tongue as the beef slices cooked instantly, quickly grabbing a piece to eat. The fiery spice enveloped his tongue, causing tears to well up and his face to flush. Tom coughed from the heat, his eyes reddening, yet he continued to eat heartily, as if to prove his culinary skills. The two of them, a man and a cat, occasionally indulged in drinking, the spicy broth intensifying as steam mixed with fragrant spices. Igniting their senses, they gasped and laughed, reveling in the delightful torment of the meal. After satisfying their hunger, they lay back in a cemetery filled with tombstones, engaging in casual chatter. Surrounding them lay a disarray of bodies clad in kimonos. Tom, I told you those little female cats had ulterior motives. They often seek you out after the banquet. Look, Haven and Appo's, see their intentions been revealed? Before he could finish, Tom and Appo's cat ears perked up, his once lazy demeanor now replaced with urgency. His face was a canvas of defiance, tail flicking violently, his eyes conveying a message. They took on those businesses so I could have an easier time. You don't understand them at all. Gita found himself speechless. Ultimately, after Tom's suggestion, he had entrusted the entire sale of ninja tools in Konoha to the Cat Clan. It had been a cooperative relationship previously, and Gita was determined to fulfill Tom and Appo's wishes, even if it meant the unfortunate fate of being controlled loomed over Tom. Tom glanced around, pawing at Gita, indicating whether they should deal with the wailing souls surrounding them. These pitiful figures, clad in rags and emaciated, were on the brink of collapse, and Gita was reluctant to take action. Rising to his feet, he curiously addressed the living. You all cheer for Kazuki Oden, who consumes Oden made from others and amp, oppos, bones, shun and amp, oppos. Do you also applaud me for unearthing the ancestors of the Kazuki clan for some lively entertainment? Why do you instead blame me? I truly cannot comprehend your reasoning as denizens of Wano. Of course, it's different. That is Lord Kazuki Oden, the son of our Wano's shogun. You scoundrel. Before he could finish, Tom struck down the speaker with a fishbone dislodged from his teeth. As the crowd witnessed the gory scene, the remaining companions fell silent, terrified to utter another word. They had all seen how the two rogues brazenly unearthed the graves of the Kazuki family, dragging the corpses out to place them beneath a large pot. Some former retainers of the Kazuki clan drew their swords in an attempt to intervene but were swiftly dispatched by the cat. No one knew how the feline had acted. Seeing the fervent loyalty etched in their expressions, Gita lost interest in continuing his inquiries. However, he couldn't help but appreciate the Kazuki family's prowess. He felt truly satisfied with the meal, just as roasted fruit carries a fragrant aroma. The food processed by the ancestors of the Kazuki clan was imbued with a hypocritical fragrance. Gita patted Tom on the shoulder. Let us go. A grand performance is about to commence. Be careful not to miss it. The onlookers, heads bowed, watched the departing duo, too fearful to lift their gazes. Yet each harbored the thought, wait for it. Our master Kazuki Momonosuke shall return, accompanied by the prophecy-wielding red scabbards. They will not spare you. As Gita and Tom walked side by side across the desolate and ruined land of Wano, the crimson sun cast its light upon the shattered stones and collapsed eaves, draining life from the surroundings, leaving only the wind to whistle through the streets, rustling their garments. Tom furrowed his brow and spoke hesitantly. Is Zanue really all right over in Konoha? Absolutely. Zanue prefers to stay behind, wishing only to take charge of Konoha's medical department. He has braved the storms and wishes to provide shelter for others, diligently researching White Zetsu. I've sent Ba along with a team of ninjas to capture wild White Zetsu. Moreover, his Sharingan abilities are particularly suited for research. As for issues within the village, rest assured, Naruto has been adopted by our Uchiha clan. All the elders combined can utilize their ocular techniques to control the Nine Tails, so there won't be any foolish interlopers. However, there was a crucial detail Gita chose not to disclose. Zanue bore the coordinates he had left behind, allowing him to sense Zanue's condition at all times. Should danger arise, he could summon Zanue to his side at will. Reflecting on these matters, Gita couldn't help but recall events that unfolded before arriving in this pirate world. The day of the public execution of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. The trial was orchestrated by his own hands, tearing away the hypocritical mask of Konoha in an instant, as blood stained the high platform of Konoha. The pinnacle of power was dragged down from its pedestal. Gita distinctly felt the initially obscure passage within his Sharingan suddenly widen. This abrupt shift hinted at a realization. An outsider had disrupted the fixed timeline of this Naruto universe, causing a significant world line deviation. Ironically, this deviation had further enhanced his abilities to traverse dimensions. Although it seemed somewhat implausible, the evolution of the Sharingan was inherently conceptual, thus he could reluctantly accept it. Subsequently, he transplanted the other eye of Uchiha Fugaku into himself. This eye also possessed space-time kaleidoscope abilities, complementing his powers as if tailor-made for him. With the true eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Gita finally confirmed the essence of his abilities. This was the power of interdimensional spatial traversal. His right eye could summon entities that did not belong to this world at the proper time, while his left eye could open a passage to other realms. Recognizing this power, the first target that surfaced in Gita and Appo's mind was Frieza, the name that bore the weight of deep-seated enmity. The memory of the long-destroyed planet Vegeta lingered in his mind. Now, transformed into a Super Saiyan and with the support of Uchiha Tom, Frieza could be obliterated with a mere snap of his fingers. Thus, he began his search for the passage to the Dragon Ball world, a deep blue thread hidden within the chaotic seams of time and space. After much effort, he finally grasped its existence, yet that was as far as he could go. The Dragon Ball line signifies an immense universe that exists on a completely different plane than that of the Naruto world. At present, he is far from being able to challenge the laws governing this line. This is only to be expected, as the disparity in magnitude between the two worlds is overwhelmingly vast. If one were to measure using Kakashi and Appo's strength as a unit, it would likely require thousands upon thousands of Kakashis to merely contend with the initial antagonist, King Piccolo, of the Dragon Ball universe. Nonetheless, Gita remains undeterred. Sensing that the portal to this pirate world has been opened, and feeling an unseen force drawing him in, Gita follows Tom into this realm. He harbors a vague premonition that as he continues to rewrite the timeline of the world and stir the currents of fate, this accumulated energy will eventually reach a critical point. He is destined to bring an end to Frieza himself. As the two approach Ghost Island, a deep drumbeat of war echoes across the battlefield, heralding the imminent commencement of a grand spectacle. Chapter 18, Momonosuke's death. Thunder rumbled as the heavens trembled. The sky above Onigashima was cleaved in two, revealing two colossal figures amidst the dark storm clouds, a dragon and a man, brimming with murderous intent. The War of the Fire Festival erupted in full force. The interdimensional journey of Gita was not without its limitations, specifically the inability to alter time. Compounded by the differing flow of time across worlds, with the realm of Naruto experiencing the slowest passage. Upon their arrival, Tom and Gita found themselves perfectly timed to witness this grand spectacle, lazily lounging on the clouds above, snacking on seeds while enjoying the performance below. Boom, boom, boom. Ethereal drums resonated through the invisible dimensions, growing increasingly distinct and grand, as if the rhythm of the entire world was in harmony with it. Accompanied by the drum beats, Luffy's body trembled slightly, an eerie white smoke rising from his form. His hair danced like flames, his body radiating a sacred white light, and his eyes sparkled with a mad glee. His lips curled into a smile, not of mockery or battle fervor, but rather, pure joy and liberation. Luffy, or rather Nika, stood up, his body supple and elastic, defying the laws of physics. He flashed his iconic grin, gazing skyward at Kaido, with a mischievous smirk. Heh. That last blow nearly sent me flying. But I feel absolutely fantastic now. Just as Nika Luffy intended to drag Kaido down from the sky, an event unfolded that diverged from the original storyline. Jinbe transformed into a toothless wyvern, Kaido's subordinate, soared above Onigashima with a colossal frame, clutching all members of the Straw Hat crew except Sanji and Zoro, along with Momonosuke. Despite witnessing his comrades captured, Luffy laughed heartily, though his eyes betrayed a flicker of fear. You bastard, let my friends go. Influenced by Luffy and Appo's commanding shout, Jinbe stumbled upon landing, causing Usopp, with his long nose, to slip and fall. Thud. The wyvern and Amp, Appo's claw crushed him beneath its weight. Gita laughed uproariously from above, repeatedly patting Tom and Amp, Appo's shoulder, signaling him to continue his good work. It turned out that upon realizing the temporal point they had crossed into, Gita had instructed Tom to employ a technique against Kaido and his subordinate Jinbe. The directive was simple. When the pirate crew faced life and death crises, they must do everything possible to reverse the peril. Originally destined to be a mere experience point for Zoro, Jinbe sensed the escalating danger and abandoned the fight to capture the scattered Straw Hat members and the fleeing Momonosuke, a man of Vice Admiral caliber, endowed with flight, posed a formidable challenge for the Straw Hats, who lacked anyone but their three primary fighters to contend with him, resulting in Jinbe's swift defeat. Furthermore, with Jinbe and Amp, Appo's ability to fly, evading the directionally challenged Zoro was trivial. Zoro and Sanji were promptly dragged into the battlefield below. Such a brutal conflict adhered to no rules of kings against kings, generals against generals, or foot soldiers against foot soldiers. The Red Scabbards, fervently shouting about justice, loyalty, and bonds, were engaged in a righteous beating of their mentor, Kaido. Jinbe, sensing his leader and Appo's precarious situation, realized that Big Mom, akin to a feeble being, was entangled by two youngsters of the red-haired pirates with ease. Suddenly, a familiar idiom sprang to mind. Yes, it was the seemingly random emergence of Tianji and Appo's horse racing. Although he knew not who Tianji was, he understood this to be a divine revelation guiding his actions. Luffy, observing the crumpled form of Usopp below, exclaimed, "Ha, Usopp, get up, will you? Arin and Amp, Appo's, you supposed to be the bravest warrior of the sea?" Haha. Kaido, feeling a sense of relief as he gazed at Jinbe, remarked, "Able. Well done. I don't know what has come over me, but I suddenly don't want to hold back." Indeed, according to Gita's perspective, how could Kaido, a seasoned emperor of the sea, be unaware of the liberator known as Joy Boy? Having endured various inhumane experiments since childhood, Kaido harbored a deep-seated hatred for the current world government system yet saw no immediate opportunity for change. When Joy Boy appeared before him, there was a semblance of hope for Kaido regarding Nika Luffy. Otherwise, the war at Onigashima would seem absurd. As Nika Luffy prepared to engage Kaido in his Azure Dragon state, his acute observation haki, akin to a sixth sense, activated, prompting him to shout at the clouds above, "Whoever you are, show yourself." The sky hung low, thick clouds resembling a heavy gray blanket, with thunderous vibrations echoing from deep within. In an instant, the clouds parted, releasing an overwhelming aura that sent chills through the battlefield, halting all combatants. The source of this oppressive presence emanated from Gita and Tom, one man and one cat. Have we been discovered? I thought I could watch this performance to the end. Gita mused. The figure that emerged wore a dark cloak, its edges fluttering in the wind, with a tail wrapped around its waist. His forehead was broad, chiseled like a sculpture, and his brows exuded an air of untouchable authority, while his pitch-black eyes held an entrancing quality. Beside him, a large cat, its blue fur radiating an extraordinary aura, bore a fan on its back, exuding an air of defiance. Upon seeing Gita and Tom, the onlookers atop Onigashima were instantly filled with trepidation. Kaido, drenched in cold sweat, possessed an instinct akin to that of a beast, aware that, judging by the aura emanating from the man and his feline companion, he could be easily defeated. Luffy, fixated on the newcomer, laughed heartily. "So, are you enemies or allies?" "Haha. Enemies," Gita replied nonchalantly, causing Kaido to feel a wave of relief, while Momonosuke, trapped in Jinbe and Appo's grasp felt a pang of dread. The battle was lost. The Straw Hat crew, whom he had endeavored to persuade to aid in his reclamation of Wano, had proven to be utterly ineffectual. As the scion of the Kozuki clan, he aspired to become a general like his father, and he could not perish here. Awakening the innate survival instincts of the Kozuki lineage, akin to his grandfather Kozuki Sukiyaki, Momonosuke's youthful form suddenly transformed into a pink dragon, significantly smaller than Kaido's azure dragon form. Seizing the moment while everyone's attention was on Gita, he conjured clouds beneath him. Breaking free from Jinbe and Appo's grasp, the retainers of the Kozuki clan, previously incapacitated by injuries, were revitalized upon witnessing their young lord transform into a dragon. They thought of escaping with their master, convinced by Lady Toki and Appo's words. However, as Kin and Appo's, Eamon and Denjiro awaited Momonosuke to rescue them, the pink dragon soared into the sky, exclaiming, "I am the future general of Wano. Just like my father, I will seize many wives, even those more beautiful than Nami and Robin. I cannot die here." Kin and Appo's, Eamon gazed at the scene before him, tears streaming down his face. Yet, these were not tears of abandonment, but of overwhelming joy. Truly, the blood of the Kozuki family runs strong, he murmured, his voice tinged with uncontainable excitement. The spirit of as long as the Green Mountains remain. One need not fear the absence of firewood had already endowed him with the qualities befitting a general. The young master, what a moment! Before our eyes, the pink dragon ascended amidst the ethereal mists, soaring ever higher with unwavering grace. As long as I reach that place, if only I can arrive there. Before the words could fully escape, a piercing sound suddenly cleaved through the vast sky. In an instant, Tehizu and Appo's form was severed from head to tail, split asunder. The two halves of his broken body plummeted through the air, crashing to the ground and stirring up clouds of dust. Gita slowly retracted his air-slicing strike. Speaking in a tone devoid of emotion, "Did I permit you to depart?" Chapter 19. Infinite Tsukuyomi of the pirate world. The colossal dragon form of Kozuki Momonosuke was cleaved in two, blood gushing forth from the severed wound, staining the earth crimson. As the warm blood flowed into their palms, they seemed to awaken from a dream, their faces pale, eyes brimming with rage and sorrow. As they shouted and rushed toward Gita. Yet, Gita had long harbored disdain for these individuals, his gaze filled with contempt and indifference. With a single hand raised, he conjured energy orbs pulsating with a destructive aura, launching them with the precision of falling stars, one after another, unstoppable. The once mighty red scabbards now fell like hunted dogs. One by one, their deaths gruesome, with no room left for resistance. Just as Gita was about to target the still laughing Luffy, the sky trembled. A mysterious presence, reminiscent of the world and Appo's essence, suddenly descended, whisking away the clawing Luffy and his companions, along with the lost Zoro and the battling Sanji, as if devoured by an irresistible force. Reminiscent of the events on Sabaody Archipelago years prior. Then, a deep, solemn voice resonated directly in Gita and Appo's mind. "Outsiders, this place does not belong to you. Depart swiftly, or face divine retribution." Gita scoffed, a smirk playing on his lips. Divine retribution? Where is it? Let me witness it. He could distinctly feel this world repelling him, akin to a body instinctively expelling foreign matter. However, when Gita activated his mastery over time and space, the repulsion vanished as if the very rules of this world crumbled before him. The voice fell silent. After a moment, it responded in a tone of reluctant concession. "Finish your business quickly and depart." Gita disregarded it. He had long ceased to care for these so-called deities or their rules. His gaze turned toward the deep sea, where the voice that had been calling him resided. As Gita surveyed the battlefield, he found a group of astonished samurai and the beast pirates, who appeared bewildered yet unexpectedly victorious. He chuckled softly, murmuring, "This technique, quite intriguing." Before attending to his main affairs, he had a small gift for this world. Approaching the battlefield and Appo's edge, he lifted the unconscious Shinobu and returned her to her home in Wano, for among the deranged, she stood out as a beacon of sanity. After leaving a few high-level summoned beasts to guard Shinobu, Gita extended his hand. A dazzling orb of energy formed in his palm, burning like the sun, expanding and radiating intense light. At that moment, a man wearing a Tengu mask attempted to approach, eager to boast. Yet, Gita merely gestured to Tom beside him, uninterested in hearing Kozuki Sukiyaki's trivialities. Tom nodded silently, activating Amaterasu, the burnt Sukiyaki exuding the unique, hypocritical scent of the Kozuki clan. Gita soared, enlarging the energy sphere to a mountainous size, then instructed Tom to infuse it with the power of the eye of the otherworldly deity. He recalled how the Scions transformed on the night of the new moon by creating a false moon. If he could merge the mental control of the otherworldly deity with this, perhaps a refined, miniature infinite Tsukuyomi could be crafted. What would happen if the denizens of the pirate world began to think for themselves? The unseen puppet master intended to intervene but, witnessing the unfolding scene, ultimately refrained. Muttering to himself, "These two ancestors, who would dare provoke them? I beg you to finish your play and leave." The scarlet energy orb ascended slowly, first illuminating all of Wano. Beneath its glow, the once spirited samurai bowed their heads, expressions twisted in anguish. Have we been waiting for the Kazuki clan to save us? Without legitimacy, we lack even the courage to wield our weapons. What are we, truly? Some underwent sudden realizations, while others drew their swords in despair, staining the earth with their blood. Meanwhile, Kazuki Hiyori remained hidden in safety, yet she too felt an undeniable wave of pain and regret. These years, aside from being exploited by Kaido, what have I truly accomplished? I've led countless families to ruin. A flicker of despair crossed her eyes, yet she smiled suddenly. But perhaps this misfortune has brought me fortune. I finally understand what I am suited for. Being a courtesan is quite pleasant. A stable life, with patrons who speak kindly, and it's truly enjoyable. I love it immensely. Kaido and Jin were also bathed in the red light, yet remained calm, seemingly unperturbed. Indeed, this technique did not implant any excessive thoughts. It merely encouraged them to think like ordinary humans. Shouldn't T1's fate lie in their own hands rather than waiting for salvation from others? Gita then set the trajectory of the energy orb, allowing it to orbit the world slowly. This was a mirror presented to the entire pirate world. Meanwhile, Gita and Tom rode this small moon toward their destination, deeper than Fishman Island. Simultaneously, at the new Marine headquarters, a young man in a major's uniform, with pink hair resembling Momonosuke's dragon form, was encircled by an enraged crowd, bound and laid upon a cross-like execution scaffold. He was the hero of effort, Kobe. Wood was piled beneath him, torches already ignited. An old soldier bellowed with fury, Kobe, my hometown was destroyed because you let that pirate, Kana, go. If I had struck him down then, the massacre would never have occurred. Another knelt, weeping, my wife, my daughter, were taken by those pirates, violated to death, their naked bodies tossed into the sea. That pirate was also one you pardoned. They, who once believed in the justice of the Marines, now saw the cost of such so-called mercy. All stemmed from a colossal scarlet orb sweeping across the sky. Inexplicably, the masses awakened, their thoughts suddenly clear, perceiving the many past pains they could not explain. Tears streamed down Kobe and Appo's face as he cried out hoarsely, I did nothing wrong. I acted to save lives, to rescue those who could still be saved. Yet, an elderly officer, scarred yet sharp-eyed, questioned, why did you join the Marines? To seek wealth and rank? Or to eradicate pirates and protect the common folk? Kobe could not answer, watching as the flames approached the wooden pyre beneath him. Desperately shouting, Vice Admiral Garp, save me up. The flames swiftly engulfed his anguished cries, the inferno rising, staining the sky red. Meanwhile, Sorako, attempting to rush in to save him, was thrown into the flames by the enraged crowd amidst the chaos. This opportunist, who had risen through connections, had long since attracted ire. At that moment, the true Garp, called upon, was breaking into a cold sweat, his head bowed in silence. His usual nonchalance had vanished. At the conference table, with Akainu at the helm, the Marine High Command reached a consensus. This man, friend to the Pirate King, father of the Revolutionary Army, grandfather to the great pirate, was no longer fit to symbolize the Marines' heroism. The motion passed unanimously. Garp would be publicly tried as a fallen symbol of the Marines. If every Marine learned to replace law with personal sentiment as he had, what need would there be for military discipline? They coldly declared. Garp listened, feeling the world spin around him, yet he knew he could not refute them. Kong himself feels a kinship with Roger, thus, he would not genuinely endeavor to capture him, but rather engage in a playful game of make-believe. Moreover, Kong's second-in-command, enamored with alcohol and admiring another connoisseur of spirits, Roger's second-in-command, turns a blind eye to the pillaging and plundering perpetrated by that pirate. Consequently, the world descends into utter chaos. Meanwhile, the infinite Tsukuyomi, designed by Gita, continues its flight through the skies, gradually approaching the territory of Shanks in the New World. Chapter 20. Usopp's Revenge and the New Companion, SpongeBob in the Doldrums. On Snake Island, the sea breeze in this peculiar marine region was perpetually silent. Upon the throne of the palace sat a stunningly beautiful woman clad in a deep crimson cheapao, reclining against the massive body of a serpent adorned with skull decorations. With her delicate hand propping up her chin, her gaze was vacant as she stared at a photograph in her possession. The image depicted a merman, muscular, and resolute fisher tiger. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the grand hall, a dusty trash bin contained a crumpled image of Luffy, once cherished in a brocade box, now tossed aside and forgotten. Boa Hancock, a name that sent tremors throughout the world. She possessed a beauty that could enchant countless men, yet she had never truly given her heart to anyone. Until recently, when she abruptly awakened from a dreamlike state, lowering her gaze to the photograph of Fisher Tiger, which she had recently instructed her subordinates to collect. She noted the lavish adornments of diamonds and gold threads surrounding it, reflecting her meticulous attention. Memories of the cage in Mariawa flooded her mind, alongside the grotesque and brutal faces of the celestial dragons, and the years spent in prison with her two sisters. At that time, the world had been nothing but humiliation and darkness. It was Fisher Tiger who had, in a fit of rage, shattered the shackles of the celestial dragons and pulled them back from the depths of hell. Although the world government had buried that incident in silence, she knew he had not merely struck down the celestial dragons, he had slain them. The formidable warlord of the sea found herself inexplicably enamored by a boy who had dared to defy the celestial dragons. Reflecting upon it now, that feeling seemed so fragile and hasty, akin to a cruel jest played by destiny. A frown creased her brow as an unfamiliar sense of guilt and confusion arose within her. Why was it so easy for her to be swayed? Gently caressing the edge of the photograph, the sensation of her fingertips trembled with memories. Rising, she tucked the photograph deep within her garment, as if hiding it in the most secret corner of her heart. Without a backward glance, she descended the jade steps and approached the palace doors. Just then, the image of Luffy was swept up by the wind, drifting down lightly, never to be cherished again. She softly questioned herself, as if sighing or singing. Am I destined to be such a heartless and ungrateful person? No one answered her. Only the great serpent coiled slowly around her. And at last, the wind stirred gently upon this silent island. In an oceanic expanse of the New World, aboard the flagship of the red-haired pirates, the Red Force, the skies were overcast like ink, and the deck, usually vibrant and boisterous, was now eerily quiet, as if the very air had solidified under the weight of somber emotions. Beneath the main mast knelt the renowned Yonko, red-haired Shanks, clutching his empty left arm, weeping profusely on the deck, his face marred by tears. He wept without restraint, releasing the burdens of his heart. I am such a fool. His voice was hoarse, trembling like shattered metal in the wind, shaking his head as he succumbed to despair. Back in the day, I could not abide the celestial dragon's notion of inherent nobility, believing it utterly absurd that lineage dictated status. But what has become of that? He suddenly lifted his head, his eyes bloodshot, as if questioning others, yet more so interrogating his younger self. Simply because he is one of the clan and consumed the Nika fruit, I wagered the future, my hopes, all my aspirations on a mere child who had yet to master the seas. His teeth clenched, voice hoarse to the brink of breaking, signifies hope. I believed it then. I bought into this twisted version of bloodline theory. He paused, tears cascading down his cheeks, leaving damp trails on his empty sleeve. Where did I stake this arm of mine? His voice quavered, stripped of the authority of a Yonko, revealing the raw regret and questioning of a middle-aged man. I entrusted my hopes to others, to Luffy, to and Appo's winking and laughing and Appo's, to the so-called fate. His gaze was vacant, as if ensnared by an illusion, whispering repeatedly. As if bewitched, I thought I was a free pirate, yet in the end, I have never truly lived for myself. He laughed bitterly, a mirthless smile reminiscent of a lost believer. What if I had consumed the Nika fruit myself? What if I had endeavored to change the world, rather than placing my bets on a child? Slowly rising, the wind lifted his tear-stained cloak like a tattered flag. I once thought that was trust and truth. It was mere evasion. Yet among the red-haired crew, it was not only Captain Shanks who mourned in sorrow. Jesus Burgess, with his black dreadlocks, appeared as though haunted, nervously hiding on a remote island. Despite the bright sunlight and swaying palm shadows surrounding him, he felt as if he dwelt in a frightening graveyard. Too fearful to step outside during the day, trembling behind barrels and tattered fishing nets, his gaze hollow. Jesus Burgess, Usopp and Appo's father, the sniper of the red-haired pirates, evoking both fear and admiration among pirates. Yet he was also a husband and a father. At the moment his family needed him most, he set sail, devoid of guilt. All that remained for his wife was a long wait and chronic despair, ultimately succumbing alone to illness in a small fishing village for his son. A childhood woven with lies and the looming threat of death, after all, once it was discovered that Usopp was the son of a notorious pirate. His fate would be inscribed upon the gallows. In Usopp and Appo's memory, his father had once been towering, akin to a deity. He had crafted heroic tales, spun dreams, and charted a path. Yet, was this not merely another form of divine deception? Gita had no special means to deal with Jesus Burgess. After all, it was easy to discern his lineage from his dreadlocks and mannerisms. The abandonment of wife and child was an ingrained trait within them, impossible to demand otherwise. But Usopp could not forgive. However, Usopp was already gone. He perished amidst the chaos of Wano, crushed accidentally by a foot, much like an inconsequential insect. Yet his resentment did not dissipate, and his spirit found no rest. His obsession was so intense that it fused with the malevolent aura of Onigashima, transforming him into a vengeful specter. Thus, Usopp returned, in spectral form, to exact vengeance for his mother, and for the life he had been deceived into living. He tracked down Jesus Burgess, following him from Wano in an instant. Anchored by blood, he shadowed him relentlessly. The cat-and-mouse game persisted for several days, with Usopp haunting him like a specter, compelling Jesus Burgess into sleepless nights, plagued by torment. He began to question his own sanity. Seeing reflections in the mirror that did not belong to him, hearing the cough of his wife in her final moments, and the tender cries of his son in dreams. Ultimately, on a tranquil afternoon, everything reached its conclusion. Jesus Burgess knelt beneath a palm tree, his hands moving mechanically as he slowly raised his familiar long rifle to his chin. Usopp stood behind him, his expression indifferent. Jesus Burgess struggled fiercely, attempting to regain control of his body, yet his fingers betrayed him, gradually squeezing the trigger. Bang! A thunderous sound startled a flock of seabirds, leaving vibrant streaks of red and white upon the coconut trees, sticky and eye-catching. By the time the members of the red-haired pirates regained their senses, Jesus Burgess had already begun to emit an unpleasant odor. At that moment, the illusory light cast by the artificially created infinite moon reading had nearly enveloped the entire sky of the pirate world. The thin mist of dreams spread like a tide, plunging various locales into a chaotic blend of reality and illusion. As characters awakened within the dreamscape, a series of extraordinary legendary tales unfolded, however. These narratives would have to be set aside, for the true spectacle was about to commence on a deeper stage. As a companion and comrade of Gita, Tom found himself devoid of the Uchiha fan that usually adorned his back. In its place was a formidable black blade. En route to their destination, Tom fortuitously encountered the world's foremost swordsman, Dracula Mihawk. With the question, "Do you wish to dance as well?" the battle commenced. Alas, the man capable of cleaving the sea was vanquished in less than a minute by Tom's singular strike, who then claimed Mihawk's black sword, Yoru, as spoils of war. A blade worn upon the back looks far more charming, Tom mused, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as he hoisted the menacingly dark weapon. Simultaneously, Gita and Tom delved deeper into the ocean and Apos' depths, heading towards the world's very core, a forbidden abyss that even the Sea Kings dared not approach. The waters there shimmered with an eerie dark gold hue, and at the seabed and Apos' heart stood a colossal black cube, reminiscent of a mountain, not fashioned from ordinary stone, but forged from sea stone at its core. Beneath it lay a seal containing an enigmatic existence. Viewed from above, this sea stone was precisely situated at the center of an equilateral triangle formed by 3 legendary Yindi points. These 3 volcanoes, said to possess the power to obliterate entire oceans, combined their volcanic energies to suppress the formidable entity below. Standing before the massive stone, Tom's expression turned grave. He faintly sensed a familiar aura emanating from the feeble energy leaking from the seal. His eyes narrowed as he murmured, "This power, it feels strangely reminiscent." "Let it awaken," Gita spoke calmly. In the next moment, a surge of energy enveloped Gita, golden battle aura swirling around him. The Prince and Apos' battle technique initiated, crashing down upon the impenetrable sea stone like a meteor shower. With a deafening explosion, the seabed trembled as if the seal itself lamented. Ultimately, the once indomitable stone shattered and crumbled into dust. At the instant the seal fractured, a blurred figure shot upward, traversing the darkness of the ocean floor with an almost imperceptible speed. The terrifying pressure radiating from this figure swept across the area, causing schools of fish within hundreds of miles to scatter in panic, casting the waters into an eerie silence. Tom sighed, his expression one of resigned exasperation at yet another troublesome encounter. He drew the black sword from his back, its tip pointing to the ground, the spirit of battle igniting within him as he prepared to greet this audacious intruder before the captain. However, just as tension filled the air, a remarkably familiar, albeit somewhat goofy, voice unexpectedly echoed from afar. "Captain." And Tom, "Wow, it's been so long." Before the figure even arrived, the voice had already reached them. In the next instant, a yellow-orange silhouette appeared before Gita and Tom. The radiant energy bullets illuminating Gita cast a glow upon the distinctly shaped body, highlighting his poor riddled yellow skin and reflecting a gleam that evoked a knowing smile. Adorned with a spatula-shaped headband and a cloak emblazoned with the words Mujiwara Sponge, he stood there with round, sparkling eyes and a warm smile akin to sunlight. He resembled a deity emerging from the recesses of childhood memories. "It's been a long time, Mujiwara Sponge," Gita softly remarked, his tone imbued with rare tenderness and nostalgia, as if gazing upon a long-lost friend. In this moment, deep within Gita's memories, a row of plush toys sat quietly aligned beneath the windowsill of a hospital room from a past life. Among them, the second toy sparkled in a sunlit corner, grinning cheerfully, none other than the ever-smiling SpongeBob SquarePants. Chapter 21, Departure from the Pirate World after reuniting with Windwave Sponge. The trio finally prepared to embark on their journey back to Konoha Village. Along the way back to land, SpongeBob animatedly recounted his experiences over the years. It turned out that during a practice session of space ninjutsu, SpongeBob inadvertently transported himself and his dear friend, Patrick Star, to an unfamiliar realm, Bikini Bottom. There, he lost all recollection of his past, becoming dazed and forgetful, oblivious to his companions and mission, and merely toiling day after day at the Krusty Krab. For years, his mind was a blank slate, remembering only how to fry the perfect Krabby Patty while serving a crab. One fateful day, Squidward thrust a clarinet into SpongeBob's head, causing a flood of memories to return. He awakened to the realization of his true identity, donning his old cloak and headband. He intended to utilize his expertise in space ninjutsu to escape Bikini Bottom with Patrick. However, during the transportation, Patrick's sudden whim to express his explosive art caused a significant mishap. With a deafening crash, SpongeBob found himself plummeting alone into an even stranger world, the pirate world. Upon arrival, he encountered a towering figure adorned with a straw hat, who introduced himself as Joy Boy. Initially, SpongeBob assisted him by transporting his grand ship to the ocean floor and adorning his elephant with a bow using its trunk, intending to split the red line with space ninjutsu, thereby eliminating barriers in this world. However, just as he had begun to create an inverted mountain on the red line, He was suppressed by Joy Boy. This world cannot harbor anyone happier than me. I am Joy Boy, the true harbinger of joy, he declared, plunging SpongeBob into the depths of the ocean. The crushing water pressure mercilessly squeezed SpongeBob's body, draining him of moisture and rendering him immobile. Stripped of even the slightest strength, he languished in the abyss, enduring an interminable torment until Gita rescued him from despair. Through tearful eyes, SpongeBob lamented, I have no idea how long I waited in Bikini Bottom. The ship belongs at the bottom of the sea. My elephant merely wished for companionship. And I adorned him a bit. Moreover, what is this encircling red line? It divides the world in two. It must be eradicated. Bewilderment washed over him as he questioned why that simpleton, who always grinned foolishly, would not allow him to act. Tom, who had previously regarded SpongeBob with disdain, now displayed an unprecedented mixture of empathy and fury. Despite his disdain for the endlessly whimsical Windwave Sponge, who was once the subordinate of his rival, Thousand Hand Jerry, Tom and Apo's heart ignited with rage at SpongeBob and Apo's plight. How dare anyone bully SpongeBob? I, Tom, cannot abide this, he exclaimed, clenching his fists in a fury. Yet, Gita intervened, urging, calm down, Tom. That was a being from a millennium ago. The trio returned from the ocean, seeking solace on a tranquil island. It was time to return to Konoha, the anchor point of Gita and Apo's energy. Although he possessed the ability to traverse multiple worlds, the resistance from each world against outsiders would intensify over time. Remaining in the pirate world was possible, yet unnecessary. SpongeBob and Apo's presence had bolstered Gita and Apo's power. But the increase in numbers also augmented the repulsion force. Gita and Apo's left eye, the eternal kaleidoscope, gradually opened a passageway through which the familiar scent of chakra wafted. Without needing Gita's urging, the cat and the sponge playfully entered the passage. Due to the differing flow of time between the Naruto world and the pirate world, Gita glimpsed countless fragments of the future within that bizarre temporal passage. He witnessed the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon, drenched in cold sweat. Grappling with a crisis of trust, former disciples began to question his true intentions. After all, to gauge a person, one must observe their actions, not just their words. Over the years, he had accomplished almost nothing. A mid-level revolutionary voiced strong doubts against Dragon, proposing a new strategy. Instead of instigating revolutions in individual countries, leading to the continuous depletion of the Revolutionary Army against national regular forces, he suggested developing influence in remote regions where control was weak, allowing for widespread growth. A single spark can ignite a prairie became his rallying cry. He advocated for accumulating strength until they could peacefully liberate weaker dictatorial nations by sheer force of presence. With this proclamation, many within the Revolutionary Army rallied behind him, leading to a schism. Dragon dispatched Chief of Staff Sabo to suppress this new faction, but Sabo's reluctance to harm his brethren led to leniency. Thus, the Revolutionary Army was irrevocably divided. One faction, the Cold Sweat faction, awaited their moment, while the other, the Spark faction, advanced steadily. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat crew, previously scattered, reunited. Apart from Usopp, who donned the skin of a ghost captain, the others remained largely unchanged. Usopp's soul-shooting abilities now struck directly at the essence of beings, significantly enhancing his strength. Conversely, Eustace Kid, lacking the protagonist's halo, faced a grim fate. Engaged in battle with Big Mom, he found himself abandoned by his allies. Law easily escaped, unscathed, while Kid succumbed to the battlefield and Apo's chaos, captured once more and sent to toil in a labor camp. His sole consolation was being joined by Killer, allowing him to labor alongside a companion instead of being coerced into violence. Their arduous labor came to an end when Yamato intervened. Utilizing the few ninja beasts Gita had left behind, Yamato unified the remnants of the Kazuki clan and decisively slayed Kaido. As for Kazuki Hiyori, after marrying Kaido, she adopted the name Kaido, no longer considered part of the Kazuki family. Negotiating with Kaido, she finally secured a measure of autonomy for Wano. Kid was liberated and subsequently chose to follow Yamato, willingly serving her. Though Kaido possessed immense power, he sensed the presence of a certain man through the incongruous ninja beasts surrounding Yamato, compelling him to compromise, not out of fear, but respect. Observing Yamato and Apo's ability to emerge unscathed before Kaido while achieving such results, the warriors of Wano pledged their loyalty to her and her future lineage, vowing never to betray. Indeed, that which is etched in one's genes cannot be altered. Ida murmured to himself, his gaze complex, contemplating the nature of these Wano individuals, forever seeking a master. TSK, born to be subservient. As the passageway began to close, he heard that familiar, enigmatic voice, as if emanating from the depths of time and space. At last, I have sent these beings from another world away. I nearly shattered my millennium-long plan. Reborn, Joy Boy, this time, I shall settle accounts with you. Indeed, it was him who intervened, rescuing the Straw Hat crew. As for the reason, perhaps they all bore some unique mission. How else could they have known from the outset that it was not a rubber fruit, but a Nika fruit, without any reaction from the world government or him? However, can mere joy truly liberate a structured world? To instigate change, must there not be bloodshed and sacrifice? Can those who have lost companions still find the strength to smile alongside Joy Boy? Perhaps this joyful boy and his companion may indeed persevere until the end, allowing him to share in the final laughter. But what are the others? Transforming the world is not a trivial pursuit that can be accomplished with a mere child's play mentality. It necessitates a comprehensive realization of the aspirations of the vast majority. Is it truly so simple to earn the smiles of the people? With so many placing their hopes upon such individuals, is it genuinely without consequence? This is no longer a matter for my concern, Gita murmured as he withdrew his thoughts. As the portal steadily unfolded at the anchor point, two figures, one yellow and one blue, sprang forth, engaging in a spirited chase within the room. Gradually, the passage began to contract, revealing Gita's form as the node of the passage rotated and diminished, ultimately returning to his left eye. Before him stood his younger brother, Crescent Moon, whose face radiated joy and anticipation. "Welcome home, brother," he exclaimed, rushing towards Gita and enveloping him in a tight embrace. A gentle smile graced Gita's lips as he playfully flicked Crescent Moon's ear, observing the brother who had regained his stability and vitality. "Yes, I have returned," he softly replied. Chapter 22, Patrick Star undercover in the Akatsuki. As the first rays of morning sunlight gently filtered into the room, Gita gradually opened his eyes within a transparent cylindrical chamber. The surrounding green nutrient fluid rippled softly, as if it had just undergone a subtle resurrection of life. With a click, the chamber opened, and the liquid swiftly drained away. Gita emerged from the treatment pod, bare-chested, and pushed open the bathroom door. The hot water had already been prepared, amidst the swirling steam. He washed away the viscous green nutrient liquid. Hinata Hanabi approached at the right moment, her cheeks flushed and demeanor respectful as she lowered her head and offered a pristine white towel. Gita accepted it, casually drying himself and sighing languidly. "Ah, indeed. I have grown accustomed to this treatment pod." This was his own idea, designed and created by him, while the manufacturing was entrusted to his brother, Uchiha Ramon. It was modeled after the medical pods developed by Frieza's medical team. After implanting Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan, Ramon, driven by a desire to assist his brother, developed his unique Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan technique, decomposition and creation. His right eye could analyze the essence and structure of any material, while his left eye could borrow the crimson flames of a horned deity to forge new material structures. In just a few days after first seeing Gita's hand-drawn blueprints, he crafted this chakra-driven treatment pod with his blood-red eyes and nearly frenzied focus. As Gita marveled at Ramon and Appo's talent in his heart, he returned to his bedroom, opened the wardrobe, and prepared to don the Hokage and Appo's battle robe, a symbol of power. Given Hanabi and Appo's youthful stature, she was unable to assist him in changing clothes. So she reluctantly turned her gaze toward the woman asleep on the bed. However, Inuzuka Hana was still deep in slumber. Morning light streamed through the curtain and Appo's gap, casting an enticing interplay of light and shadow across her white, yet muscular form, which seemed to linger with the remnants of yesterday's fervor. Making the still innocent Hanabi avert her gaze, Gita chose not to further embarrass the young girl. To be honest, when he returned home and found Inuzuka Hana and Hinata Hanabi, he was momentarily taken aback. He took the clothes and dressed himself. In his formal attire, Gita appeared cold and strikingly handsome in the sunlight, causing Hanabi to blush profusely. Gita rubbed his temples, his tone a mix of resignation and jest, having accepted someone and Appo's kindness. I can and Appo's. Just ignore it now. In the past, Konoha had 10 prominent ninja clans. The Senju, Uchiha, and Hyuga clans possessed bloodline limits, while the others were Sarutobi, Nara, Akimichi, Yamanaka, Waihai, and Inuzuka. Yet now, under Gita's iron-fisted rule, only the Uchiha, Hyuga, Waihai, and Inuzuka clans remained. The rest were either extinct or forced into hiding, stripped of their former glory. During Gita's absence, Uchiha Naba, his captain of the guard, led a team to the remaining clans, demanding family members pledge loyalty to the new Hokage. At the forefront were the remaining 3 clans. Naba recalled Gita casting a glance at Inuzuka Hana during the execution of Sarutobi and Danzo. So when it was the Inuzuka clan's turn, he forcefully demanded Hana serve as the Hokage's secretary. Heaven help him. Gita was merely drawn to strong and robust women due to his Saiyan bloodline, with no ulterior motives. Damn Naba. Thus, Hana, who had been psychologically persuaded by Inuzuka Zaku within her clan, quietly awaited Gita and Appo's return. Upon seeing him last night, she leaped at him like a hungry wolf. It wasn't that Hana had changed her nature. Rather, the more she thought of the potential outcomes, the more anxious and fearful she became. Therefore, when she finally encountered the opportunity to fulfill her mother's task, she excitedly rushed forward. Though Gita was not a lecherous man, how could he bear to refuse the affections of such a beauty? The Hyuga clan sent their second daughter, Hanabi, as a maid due to Hinata being the heir. She was far too young, so Gita did not pursue her. The younger generation sent by the Waihai clan was clearly not to Gita's taste, and Naba directly tossed her into the umbu. The elders of the Uchiha clan did not oppose Naba and Appo's overstepping, but rather covertly assisted him. They could not ascertain whether this was Jita's directive, yet they believed that such hostage-taking would benefit Uchiha's consolidation of power, and thus, they cooperated. In no time, the umbu was fully staffed. As Jita opened Tom's door, he found him lying amidst several white cats, with lipstick marks adorning his face. Though poor Tom was still being toyed with, he appeared content. "Are you thinking of dancing again, boss?" Tom squinted, lazily speaking with an air of defiance. If not for the traces of makeup on his face, he would have exuded quite the imposing presence. Jita was at a loss for words. He had instructed Tom to use illusion techniques to create a training ground with 1,000-fold gravity in the Tsukuyomi world, which Tom had endured without consequence. Their battle training had resulted in Tom soaring with delight while Jita sustained severe injuries, requiring him to retreat to the pod. He couldn't and Oppos, be bothered with further conversation, forcibly pulling Tom up as they ventured out to find Wave Wind Sponge. Upon opening the door, they were met with a note left on the table. "I went to catch Patrick Star, Dawn, and Amp. Oppos, wait for me." The Uchiha Guard building had now officially been renamed the new Hokage building. Surrounding the tall structure, new edifices were rapidly rising, each brick and tile testifying to the establishment of a new order. Within the largest conference room, the administrative discussions had concluded, and an abrupt silence fell over the atmosphere. All eyes were fixed on the individual seated at the head of the table, Uchiha Jita. They understood that the forthcoming decisions would dictate the fundamental interests of the future. In the secondary seat, Tom languidly groomed his nails with his black blade, his demeanor indifferent. Jita began, "From now on, the security of Konoha village will be entirely entrusted to the Inuzuka clan. As for the commercial district, you may select 1/10 of the land that originally belonged to the Inuzuka, Akimichi, and Nara clans for your activities. Regarding the Hokage Advisory Council, aside from Uchiha Tora, Uchiha Ramon, Hinata Hayashi will also join. Choose your activity space accordingly. As for Wai-Hai clan leader Wai-Hai Shirhei, let us maintain the status quo, while the rest will proceed as per previous meeting proposals." As his words resonated, his gaze swept across the room. "All right, I have concluded my remarks. Who is in favor, and who is against?" These decisions undoubtedly favored the Inuzuka and Hyuga clans significantly. Uchiha Hei remained silent, an uncontainable agitation writhing beneath his eyelids. Sitting in the lower ranks, Inuzuka Zaka felt a weight lift from his heart upon hearing Jita and Amp, Oppos' words, silently thinking, "Dear daughter, your sacrifice was not in vain." Hinata Hayashi experienced a complex mix of emotions. Confronted with the Uchiha clan, he felt as though he had returned to a time when he had been subjugated by the third Hokage, forced to abandon his own brother. This time, however, he was relinquishing his youngest daughter. Yet on the other hand, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief, in stark contrast to Zaku and Oppos' joy at gaining tangible benefits. Following her allegiance to Jita, Hanabi had already escaped the fate of a caged bird. This was the Hokage's order, which he must obey. At this moment, the lowest-ranking member, Midogate Kurenai, suddenly stood up, attempting to evade misfortune. "I oppose. Handing over 70 of the ninja tool business to the Nico clan is exceedingly reckless. If they betray us during wartime, the consequences would be dire. I demand a re-evaluation of the distribution of ninja tools." The Mido clan had thrived during the second Hokage's era, relying on ninja tools and weapons during the war. How could they remain indifferent as they faced complete loss of interests? Upon concluding his statement, cold sweat beaded on his forehead as he discreetly observed Jita's expression. Betting that Jita would spare a modicum of respect for the elderly and temper his iron-fisted reputation. Jita, however, did not express anger. Instead, he merely smiled at Tom. Midogate Kurenai believed he had successfully wagered, allowing himself to breathe a sigh of relief. Unbeknownst to him, the murderous intent had long since coalesced in Tom's eyes. What a joke. The novices are well aware that their business is finished. How am I to explain this? Tom's heart raced. Jita, understanding her old partner's thoughts, spoke calmly. "That may be so, but we cannot solely rely on past successes. I and Amp, Oppos, heard that the vast plain adjacent to Yunin village has recently seen a significant demand for ninja tools. Mizuho, you will make the journey there. If you secure the deal, all will be yours." Everyone bowed their heads, fully aware that this was a futile endeavor. Yunin village is surrounded by mountains. Where could there possibly be a plain? Upon hearing this, Mizuho Minion's face turned pale, and he immediately sat down, exclaiming, I don't want to go. Yet, Tom would not let him off so easily. With a glance of permission from Gita, he seized Mizuho Minion and dragged him toward the door. Mizuho Minion struggled fiercely on the ground, grasping at anything he could to prevent his departure, from the legs of the table to the door frame. "Hey, Yubiwashi, I once treated you to a meal. Help me, please," he cried in despair as he was nearly pulled away. The scarred Sanai Yubiwashi suddenly stood up. Respectfully bowing to Gita, "Lord Hokage, I am not well acquainted with him. That time he treated us, it was actually my money." Gita smiled and gestured for Yubiwashi to sit down. This individual held no particular allegiance and did not require removal. Having lost interest in the farce of this group, he turned and left, returning to the Uchiha compound. After dealing with the disturbances from the young girls in the compound, Gita intended to seek out Naruto and Sasuke to enlighten them, or rather, to educate them. However, upon opening the door, he was taken aback. On the bed lay a mature, alluring woman, exuding the aura of a wildcat, sound asleep as if deliberately placed there. A note at the bedside read, "Hi, boss, I found Patrick Starr. He is currently having a wonderful time in an organization that captures tailed beasts, and I have joined him. This is what you call a gift from the two sons of the wooden man. The tailed beasts have been extracted, and the person is given to you as a present." Gita stared at the note, rendered speechless. What do these two think of me? Chapter 23, Sasuke and Naruto. Sasuke-san, you should listen to Lord Hokage Dawn and Amp. Oppos, be stubborn. It's time to fight. The now robust Naruto tugged at Sasuke's sleeve, who was reclining against a large tree, attempting to appear aloof. Naruto's tone was soft yet laced with a hint of playful coaxing. Perhaps it was the innate attraction between Ashura and Indra. But Naruto found himself almost glued to Sasuke and Oppos' side every day. The two had been living together in the Uchiha compound for some time now. Initially, Naruto harbored a trace of doubt, but the time spent in the Uchiha compound had convinced him of one undeniable truth. Sarutobi was a thorough hypocrite, and he had been deceived by him for years, whereas Gita was the true Hokage, genuinely concerned for Konoha and its people. In this new life in Konoha, Naruto no longer had to drink spoiled milk or rely on fishing for sustenance. Most importantly, he was no longer afraid to venture outside. Apart from the occasional encounter with the Hyuga clan's ninjas, Naruto faced little of the cold gazes and indifference he once did. Furthermore, he was sometimes greeted with shy smiles from several young girls his age, who were far more beautiful and gentle than Sakura, showing a willingness to be close to him. Encountering these girls made Naruto nearly forget about Sakura entirely. He attributed his newfound attention to his improved health and appearance, unaware that it was also due to his heritage as the sole heir of the Uzumaki clan and the fourth Hokage. The stark contrast in his quality of life led Naruto to feel as though he were living in a dream, floating on clouds each day, light as a feather. Children are innately sensitive to kindness. Unlike Sarutobi, who had confined Naruto within an island of indifference characterized by cold stares from villagers, Gita and Amp, Oppos' provision of a nurturing environment felt profoundly genuine. Sarutobi could be likened to a master manipulator, placing individuals in dire straits only to emerge as their sole savior. It was a method that Itachi had also employed, gradually drawing others into his web. However, Naruto had transformed. This period of contrast had significantly broadened his perspective and deepened his understanding. He had unearthed the buried history, grasped the burdens borne by his parents, and recognized his role as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, entrusted with the responsibility to protect Konoha and the Uchiha clan in crucial moments. He understood that the villagers and Oppos' coldness was fueled by Danzo and Oppos' machinations and Sarutobi and Oppos' tacit approval, rooted in fear. He had disowned Sarutobi and Oppos' manipulations. When one and Oppos' faith shatters, it is all too easy to shift one and Amp, Oppos' emotions elsewhere. Thus, Naruto had become an ardent follower of Gita, believing every word he spoke to be truth. Meanwhile, Sasuke, who had initially maintained his aloof demeanor, could not resist Naruto's persistent pleas. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, his hair standing on end due to his agitation. And he asked Naruto, a mixture of anger and confusion in his voice, "Was what you just said truly right?" Naruto, taken aback by Sasuke's sudden emotional outburst, withdrew his usual smile and, releasing Sasuke and Amp, Oppos' sleeve, spoke with a serious tone, "I Don and Amp, Oppos, know how you determine right from wrong, but look around you. Given the choice, which life would you prefer? I, for one, cherish this existence." Sasuke followed Naruto and Oppos' gaze to see groups of remnants from the Sarutobi and Shimura clans engaged in construction work. In the distance, other ninjas were tilling fields, a setup orchestrated by Gita. Killing these individuals would be a waste. It was far better to have them serve the people. However, the absence of the Akimichi clan's ninjas was notable. Their lack of combat effectiveness rendered them mere burdens, consuming more resources than they contributed. Observing the renegade ninjas laboring on construction alongside Uchiha clan members overseeing the work, Sasuke's attention was suddenly drawn to a petite figure. Upon recognizing her, Sasuke's pupils dilated, and his entire body trembled. He ceased speaking, tilting his head back and biting his lip, replaying the earlier conversation in his mind. Initially training within the clan grounds. Upon seeing Gita, Sasuke stormed over, eyes ablaze with fury, demanding, "Why?" Gita understood the essence of his question. Why had he ordered Itachi's death? Why had Itachi and Oppos' corpse been displayed for all to see, hung in the sacred tree of the Uchiha compound? Yet, Gita shifted the focus of the conversation. "Do you wish for me to release your father?" He was aware of Itachi's intentions but chose to remain silent. Sasuke replied swiftly, his tone charged with a sense of righteous indignation. "Of course not. As the clan leader, it is his duty to protect his kin. The punishment he faces is already lenient. Truly, you are your father and Oppos' son, a paragon of the Uchiha legacy," Gita remarked, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. As if to say that understanding this was a glimmer of hope for Sasuke. Following this, Gita did not provide a direct answer but instead gazed into the distance, saying nothing as he departed, leaving Sasuke alone with his brewing frustration. Now, prompted by Naruto's guidance, Sasuke finally recognized what the Hokage had been observing. Not far off. A slender girl was supervising under the blazing sun, occasionally assisting with the transport of stones nearly her height. Sweat trickled into her eyes, making it difficult to discern whether her reddened gaze stemmed from sorrow or perspiration. Sasuke recognized her as the daughter of the flower shop owner. In the past, she would shyly lower her head, blushing at his presence. Now, however, the timid eyes he once knew were filled with suppressed rage and hatred. Her mother and sister had perished at Itachi and Appo's hands, leaving her alone. Although the Uchiha clan provided excellent welfare for its members, allowing her to grow up without the need for labor, and training her as a ninja if she displayed talent, or assigning her other duties if not, the girl, having experienced death and devastation, matter-of-factly declared, "Without my mother and sister, I have grown up." She actively accepted various tasks issued within the clan, understanding that a fledgling bird must learn to fly without the shelter of a larger bird. In the Uchiha compound, there were many children like her. Sasuke felt as if struck by lightning, a jolt of realization coursing through him. He finally understood that his pride stemmed from the Uchiha name, the dignity of which was upheld by the clan. In this moment, he faced a choice, to choose familial bonds or remain loyal to his clan. At that instant, the words of his mother, Mikoto Uchiha, resonated within him. Gita was indeed right. Under Naruto's influence, Sasuke began to see the terrifying implications of Gita's actions. Even if his plans had failed, they had already inflicted significant harm upon the Uchiha clan. Had he succeeded, Itachi and Appo's deeds would have left only a solitary boy to survive in a world rife with slaughter and conspiracy. The illusions he had harbored about his brother shattered in an instant, transforming Itachi's image from that of a noble protector into that of a twisted killer clad in the guise of an elder brother. Overwhelmed, Sasuke clutched his head, letting out a pained roar as Itomo began to manifest in his Sharingan. Sasuke chose loyalty to his clan. Back at home, Gita observed the still unconscious Yomu, lying within a healing pod, and began to attempt to activate his positioning abilities, much like he had in the pirate world, trying to locate the Dragon Ball universe. He had identified the world line belonging to Dragon Ball, yet, despite his efforts, he could not open a passage into that realm, until he recalled that moment, when he transferred the Amaterasu and Appo's black flames of Itachi, inadvertently leaving an anchor point in the pirate world, which enabled him to traverse back and forth. Just as a line necessitates two ends, the Dragon Ball world also requires anchor points for seamless entry. Thus, Gita, adhering to past practices, attempted to transfer one of his magnificent fire extinguishments to an alternate space, aiming to create a new anchor point. However, on the other end, a distinguished figure from the Land of Light was fiercely battling a monstrous foe when suddenly, a crimson flame erupted above him. The dignitary paused momentarily, letting out a furious roar as he scanned his surroundings. Who is it? Which scoundrel did this? Meanwhile, the volcanic bird, Barton, was equally bewildered. Wait, when did my firepower become this formidable? Shortly thereafter, he was incinerated to ashes by an M87 beam. Observing this, Gita hurriedly closed the portal. His hesitation was not out of fear of the Land of Light, but rather a sense of unease about disrupting the plans of that esteemed individual. Gita ceased his experiment, realizing that successfully establishing an anchor point to the desired world would prove challenging. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed, allowing Frieza to linger for a while longer. Simultaneously, within the base of the Akatsuki organization, the area that was meant to host a meeting in the remnants of the Divine Tree had now devolved into a desolate ruin. The air was thick with the acrid scent of charred debris, the ground pockmarked with unfathomable craters, and billowing smoke wafted upward, as if remnants of the cataclysmic explosion still lingered in the atmosphere. Chapter 24. Patrick's rampage against the Akatsuki. The night was eerily tranquil. Gita stood upon a barren expanse, surrounded by an unsettling stillness. The air was devoid of wind, and an endless sea of sand and gravel blanketed the earth, resembling an ancient battlefield forsaken by time. Above, a pale full moon hung high in the sky, casting a cold, knife-like glow that elongated his shadow. He recognized that he was within a dream. Yet this dream felt strikingly vivid. After all, he had just learned a foreign language from Inuzuka Hana, acquiring a wealth of knowledge about dogs. In the blink of an eye, he found himself here. Suddenly, a gentle light began to emanate through the air. The sand swirled, and a figure gradually coalesced from the void. It was an elderly man with white hair, clad in ancient monk robes, a third eye closed upon his brow, and 6 Magatama floating behind him, akin to the guardians of the moon. Gita knew precisely who he was, Tsutsuki Kagaya, or more aptly, the Sage of Six Paths. The sage gazed at Gita with a calm, yet weighty demeanor, as though assessing a long-lost junior, or like a divine being observing a foreigner attempting to defy fate. Uchiha Gita, he spoke in a voice that resonated like the tolling of a bell. Gita remained silent, standing resolutely with narrowed pupils, unwilling to retreat. You do not belong to this world, yet you have unwittingly entangled yourself in its causality. The Sage of Six Paths stepped forward, each footfall sending ripples through the sand. Your actions have diverged from the destiny I have woven. Cease this, and allow everything to return to its rightful course. Such an outcome is what everyone desires to see. Destiny. Gita finally responded, his voice icy. Is what you call destiny merely a means for countless souls to endure suffering and sacrifice? The sage, unfazed, merely deepened his gaze. Destiny is a trial. Only by experiencing it can one truly grow. Yet you have transformed the blade of trial into a fist of iron. You have stripped this world of its right to choose for itself. Gita let out a cold laugh, casting his gaze at the moon above. This old man incessantly spoke in riddles, and Gita was disinclined to engage in futile banter. Your two sons once chose power and love, their discord leading to a millennium of bloodshed, curses upon their clan, and the relentless cycle of war and hatred. And you, claiming to transcend this world, have merely created a cycle to facilitate the reincarnation of your sons, Ashura and Indra. Raising his hand, Gita conjured a beam of pure, chilling energy, radiating an aura of destruction. Perhaps if I had refrained from interfering in Sasuke and Naruto's fates, you would not have appeared. He scoffed, hypocritical wretch. You delight in imposing incomprehensible grandiose rhetoric. What you truly seek is merely the reconciliation of your two sons' souls. After so many cycles of rebirth, tell me, have the deceased made their own choices? Have they truly tested their lives? To speak plainly, you have been lurking for a millennium, motivated solely by your own progeny, showing no concern for others. The audacity of the shameless old thief to bark at me was intolerable. I would strike back. The sage of six paths fell silent for a moment, seemingly peering into the depths of Gita's soul, realizing that this individual held no reverence for the divine. The illusion shattered, and Gita found himself back in reality. Still cradling the slumbering Inuzuka Hana in bed, he glanced at the luminous moon above, reflecting on how the sage and Apos' visit had scarcely altered his thoughts. This being, under the guise of caring for humanity, had sealed away his own mother. As a result, his two sons battled, blood flowing like rivers throughout the ages. If he truly loved humanity, he would eradicate his unworthy sons at the very core of their souls, almost forgetting this world indeed had a great boss. It must be under his malevolent influence that my flames reached you. Zophii, if you seek someone to blame, direct your ire at that old man. The sage of six paths, Gita whispered with a smile. Increase my funds, Nagato, you owe me. A blood-soaked Kakuzu shouted at Pain, who stood atop the god tree. The mass Kakuzu war had shattered in two places, and dark blood pooled around him. His body bore numerous wounds, yet he paid no mind to his own sufferings. Clutching the severed head of Haydn, a frenzied devotee of the evil god, as he bellowed like a deranged priest, do you see? This is the power of the divine. Embrace the divinity. Ha ha ha. He had completely lost his sanity, his eyes reflecting only madness and exhilaration, finding a peculiar ecstasy in destruction. Pain, the Deva path, merely shielded Conan, his expression conveying an unmistakable fury, ready to inflict pain upon the world. Noticing Pain and Apos' lack of response, Kakuzu turned and seized Deidara, who was still entranced. That pink demon was your doing. You must take responsibility. Pay me, you bastard. Compensate me. Deidara, snapping back to reality, ignored Kakuzu's complaints and focused on the vast, unfathomable pit in the center of the battlefield. Now, this is true art. I shall henceforth refer to it as Star Brother. He mused internally. Unbeknownst to them, Patrick had already returned to the world of Naruto, yet he felt he had botched everything and even lost his old friend SpongeBob. Overcome with guilt, he sealed himself as an ordinary starfish. It was only upon sensing SpongeBob and Gita and Apos' presence in this world that he activated. Emerging from his seemingly mundane pink starfish form back into his unique artistic being, adorned with a ninja headband emblazoned with an explosive star and wearing nothing but oversized shorts. While searching for SpongeBob, he unexpectedly encountered Deidara and Sasori, who were on a mission to capture the one-tail, Shikaku. The moment Deidara laid eyes on this peculiar being dressed in only shorts with an explosive-marked headband, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him. After conversing briefly with Patrick, he felt as though he had stumbled upon a treasure, concluding that this individual was a genius among geniuses and must join the Akatsuki. Thus, while contacting Pain to accept the new member, he began to persuade Patrick, claiming that the person he sought resided within the Akatsuki and Apos' headquarters, successfully deceiving Patrick into joining the organization. Meanwhile, Nagato, through the eyes of his puppets, surveyed the pink figure before him, realizing he could not discern the limits of this being. The explosive energy within him rivaled that of a tailed beast. He was far too powerful. And the Akatsuki and Apos' ambitions appeared promising. Consequently, Patrick was officially assigned to Kakuzu and Haydn, who had just returned from their mission, as an intern of the Akatsuki. They stared blankly at the bizarre creature clad in oversized shorts and a headband marked with a star, their faces perplexed, silently questioning why it was them. Yet they could only comply with their leader's orders and temporarily keep him by their side, as the sealing of the Illusion Dragon 9 had just concluded. In the brief silence that followed, a sudden yellow figure appeared, SpongeBob SquarePants. He bounded into the core of the Akatsuki's territory, joyfully leaping towards Patrick, embracing him warmly while humming an oddly rhythmic bubble dance melody. They resembled two long-separated monstrous friends, exuding an exuberance that was almost overwhelming. Yet, in the next moment, SpongeBob leaned in close to Patrick's ear and whispered a few words. Patrick's eyes sparkled with excitement as he dashed towards Conan, shouting jubilantly, "Catch a woman for the boss. I'm about to make my mark. Charge." The scene spiraled into chaos. However, with a calm demeanor, Pain raised his hand and unleashed the almighty push. Before Patrick's star could even graze Conan's attire, he was propelled into the wall by the force of the technique, exclaiming, "Art requires no dignity." Humiliated by his failure, his body began to swell uncontrollably. As he transformed into a colossal star-shaped figure, the explosive emblem above his head flickered with a perilous red light. And he bellowed to the heavens, "Art is Patrick's star." In the next instant, a violent explosion ravaged the God Tree ruins, flames soaring into the sky. The nearest Akatsuki members, Kakuzu and Haiden, were caught off guard and were gruesomely obliterated in the blast, leaving a scene of utter devastation. Haiden and Appo's severed head rolled onto the ground, still raving, "Faith. This is divine revelation. Haha." Meanwhile, the elusive yellow sponge swiftly dragged the unconscious Setsu away, accompanied by a series of bubbling sounds, vanishing without a trace. What remained was a scene of utter chaos, scorched earth, and a group of bewildered Akatsuki members staring at one another in shock. Chapter 25, Mr. Pie, ISN and Appo's TA Shark considered seafood? Within the confines of the Akatsuki base in Union Village, members stood atop the fingers of the divine tree statue. The explosion caused by Patrick's star had not damaged the tree, yet the disarray surrounding them bore witness to the chaos that had just transpired. Orochimaru, his complexion pale, gazed intently at the pink starfish before him, occasionally extending his long tongue to lick his lips in a display of insatiable desire. He had witnessed the miraculous event. This starfish-like creature, even when shattered into pieces, possessed the ability to regenerate infinitely. Patrick had quietly resurrected himself from a fragment of flesh, gradually expanding until returning to his original form, as if nothing had ever happened. Remarkably, his restored power was undiminished. Such was the unparalleled strength of eternal life, so exquisite. "I must devise a way to procure it," Orochimaru contemplated silently. Meanwhile, Nagato, reflecting on the aftermath of the explosion, found himself troubled. Tendo Pain watched Patrick return to his former state, occasionally directing his gaze toward Conan. Though unaware of his intentions, an ominous feeling stirred within him. He wished to dispatch Patrick promptly. Addressing the others, he stated, "The capture of the two tails has been completed, but the one tail has been delayed for various reasons. The plan must proceed. I leave this to you, Deidara and Sasori." Seeing no objections from the two, Pain then turned to Kakuzu and Haiden. "You two will continue with the tailed beast capture plan. Your next target is the four-tails Jinchuriki from a Wagakure, Sun Yukon." Kakuzu, enticed by the promised substantial reward, remained quiet, simply nodding in agreement while tightening the threads in his hands to continue sewing Haiden. Upon hearing the arrangements, Patrick raised his hand, as if a question had arisen in his mind. "Hey, what about the three tails? Do you need me to capture it? I and Appo's am particularly skilled at catching aquatic creatures. Turtles are my specialty." The ever-compliant Kisame trembled at his words, not out of fear, but because of the quivering of the flesh behind him. Tendo Pain, exasperated, rubbed his forehead, which bore no sensation, and replied, "The three tails is not a concern for now. I have other plans. Patrick, you will team up with Kisame to investigate the situation of the nine-tails Jinchuriki in Konoha." Nagato and Appo's reasoning was straightforward. This high-level combatant had yet to fully grasp his capabilities, so it would be prudent for him to undertake peripheral tasks for the time being. Upon hearing the assignment, Deidara became restless. "Isn't that guy, Haiden, responsible for this task? Brother Patrick should engage in more meaningful work." Since witnessing Patrick's supreme artistry, he had been utterly captivated. The immense explosion, radiating heat and flames, had left him in awe, and such an artistic display could be executed infinitely. His address had shifted from calling him little star to brother. Nagato found life increasingly arduous and felt a growing desire to inflict suffering upon the world. He had already infiltrated Konoha, but the recent upheaval there posed a significant challenge. As the newly appointed Hokage, Uchiha Gita remained an enigma. Haiden would not suffice alone. Having persuaded Deidara, Patrick suddenly interjected, expressing his vehement opposition, aside from SpongeBob. "I refuse to team up with anyone." With a huff, he crossed his arms defiantly, projecting an air of coolness as if to convey that he would not bow down. This starfish had principles. Pain looked to Kisame, signaling him to intervene and swiftly dismiss Patrick. Kisame and Appo's heart sank, and cold sweat dripped down his brow as he cautiously approached Patrick. "Mr. Patrick, consider this. We are both creatures of the ocean. Teaming up could provide common ground. Besides, that Mr. Sponge is yet to return and hasn't Appo's even joined the organization." After a moment and Appo's contemplation, Patrick found Kisame more agreeable than the serpents and plants, thus he remained silent, indicating his tacit approval of the alliance. With the troublesome matter resolved, Nagato sighed in relief. Tendo Pain proceeded to outline the next steps. "Orochimaru and Asuma, your team will be responsible for capturing the four tails, Muwang. Coordinate with Kakuzu and Hayden's team as you operate in a Wagakure. Finally, Hayden, now properly sewn together, rose and laughed heartily, patting Asuma on the shoulder. Young man, give it your all. After all, you've interned under my guidance. Asuma forced a sycophantic smile, replying, Brother Hayden, I understand. I will do my best. Since the public execution of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Asuma had lost his refuge following the flight of the Fire Country's daimyo. During a session of Hayden's preaching, he had joined the Akatsuki. In truth, Asuma and Amp, Appo's abilities hardly warranted membership, but his past as the Hokage and Amp, Appo's son afforded him insights into Konoha that surpassed the average person. His knowledge would prove invaluable in the pursuit of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Moreover, upon learning of the turmoil in Konoha, this man, who had lost his father and entire clan, aligned seamlessly with Nagato's intentions. Surely, this individual, bereft of family, wished for the world to experience suffering as well. Asuma's heart brimmed with vengeful fury. Just wait. Uchiha Gita, I will have my revenge. You may have killed my father, but you also raised the daimyo's estate, leaving me with nowhere to go. Meanwhile, Tsunade gazed at the disheveled figure of the portly man before her, who claimed to be a distant relative of the Fire Country's daimyo. Hearing of the recent events, her forehead bulged with veins, her rage causing her body to tremble, even her ample bosom quivering like jelly. Even if you disregard our familial ties, you must seek vengeance for your teacher. The beleaguered daimyo of the Fire Country protested his innocence, recounting how he had been enjoying the company of beautiful courtesans while dining, only for his home to be suddenly obliterated. A cat, bearing a black blade upon its back, had rushed in to attack him. Had it not been for his extraordinary wisdom, he would have met a swift demise. He was aware of the power shift within Konoha, but found it unsurprising. From the Senju to the Sarutobi, with the Kagaya clan momentarily in power, only to be replaced by the Nara clan, and finally returning to the crafty Sarutobi. The struggle for power among the ninja villages had always been fierce. The changing of Hokage did not instill fear in him. After all, they were merely his pawns. However, Uchiha Gita was different. The daimyo sought Uchiha Gita and Appo's submission and hoped to secure some of his clan and Appo's daughters as hostages. This had been the tradition of the Fire Country's daimyo for generations without incident. Hadn't the previous Hokage's second son been lured to serve as his guardian? On the surface, he was a bodyguard, but in truth, he was a hostage. Yet Uchiha Gita had turned the tables, declaring himself the Hokage, dismissing the daimyo as nothing more than a gluttonous parasite. A rebellion, truly a rebellion. For millennia, the daimyos of the five great nations had been the epitome of supremacy. The ninjas from various hidden villages engage in fierce battles, their lives extinguished without ever encroaching upon the daimyos. The daimyos are merely tasked with indulging in pleasure, as is their inherent nature. Those audacious enough to challenge the divine must face retribution, including that mischievous feline. Meanwhile, Tom, returning from a mission, sneezes. His furry visage reflecting perplexity, he cannot fathom how such a rotund figure managed to escape through such a diminutive dog hole. The daimyo of the Land of Fire, observing the silent Tsunade, feels a tumult of anxiety and indignation. As one of the legendary Sannin, renowned for her nearly unparalleled strength, Tsunade possesses immense charisma that could prove invaluable. Furthermore, the daimyo has discreetly contacted the other four daimyos, preparing to launch an offensive against Uchiha Gita. As for Konoha, is it not a village of his own nation? Why seek assistance elsewhere? What a jest it is to worry about the fallen when one's own power is at stake. Chapter 26, Tsunade, the Benefactor. In the conference room of the five Kage, a heavy atmosphere saturated with oppressive hostility lingered. At this moment, only the Hokage of the Fire Nation, from the Hidden Leaf Village, was present alongside the leaders of the other four major ninja villages. You have all received orders from your respective daimyos. Haven to you? Let us hear your stances, spoke Raikage A from the Hidden Cloud Village, his arms crossed and brow furrowed, clearly displeased with the decision. Behind him stood Samui, a disciple of Killer B, with deep brown skin and delicate features, her golden hair cut short. Humph, what can we do now that the higher-ups have spoken? We just have to act, grumbled the old-fashioned Suchikage from the Hidden Stone Village, his tone laced with a hint of resignation and annoyance. Having reached an age where he could smoothly retire, he found himself unexpectedly ensnared in the throes of war at this critical juncture. We from the Hidden Mist Village have no objections, replied the Mizukage, Karatachi Yagura, his voice as cold and ethereal as mist. The fiery red-haired Terumi May stood silently behind him, her head bowed, concealing her expression. The Hidden Sand Village agrees to send troops. The Kazakage Raza, who had yet to be eliminated by Orochimaru, voiced his agreement in a calm tone. Although the Hidden Sand Village traditionally had a contentious relationship with the Wind Daimyo, he dared not defy the orders given. In his heart, he held admiration for Uchiha Gita, as the resource-scarce Hidden Sand Village could acutely feel the exploitation by the daimyo. It was a pity, he mused, that if Gita were not so unconventional, he would have considered uniting through marriage with Temari. The four major ninja villages unanimously resolved to dispatch forces to the Hidden Leaf. As each leader expressed their stance, the somber figure in the fifth seat, cloaked and obscured, finally spoke. Very well, on behalf of the Fire Nation S. Daimyo, I extend my gratitude for your support. However, there is one more matter that must be addressed. His voice was low and deliberately hoarse. Apart from Uchiha Gita, there is another adversary we must pay special attention to. The room fell silent, the air thick with tension. There is an organization known as Akatsuki. According to reliable intelligence I have personally obtained, they are conspiring to gather the tailed beasts. Upon hearing this, Raikage A slammed his fist on the table, exclaiming, "So it was Akatsuki that attacked the two Jinchuriki." He added defiantly, "But my younger brother Killer Bee fears not these petty clowns. Let them come if they dare." At this time, Akatsuki had yet to establish a notorious reputation. And while the leaders acknowledged the information, they did not take it to heart. Outside the Hidden Leaf, a storm was brewing. Meanwhile, within the Hidden Leaf village, in the Uchiha compound, an urgent alarm shattered the tranquil afternoon. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The frantic sirens stirred the entire Uchiha clan into action. In an instant, dozens of figures, armed to the teeth, darted toward the source of the alarm. Among them was a middle-aged man with flowing white hair and red markings under his eyes, desperately attempting to flee with a young boy. He was none other than Jiraiya, famously known as the Pervy Sage, one of the legendary Sannin of the Hidden Leaf. As Tsunade and Appo's loyal subordinate, Jiraiya was always ready to follow her commands. Upon learning from Tsunade about the gravity of the situation and that their mentor had been slain, Jiraiya reflected on the absurdity of the Sannin. One was a voyeur of women's baths, another perpetually gambling, and the third, a practitioner of dubious experiments on living subjects. As he thought of his student Naruto, he decided that since he was already here, he might as well take Naruto with him, believing it far better than leaving him with the rebellious Gita. "Naruto, no, you must understand. This village is fraught with peril. You cannot grasp it now. Come with me. I am your father's teacher. I would never harm you." Unfortunately, Naruto, now on the cusp of adolescence, was no longer the naive child he once was. Having learned from Sarutobi and Appo's lessons, he no longer easily trusted those who claimed to have his best interests at heart. Moreover, if he were truly that important, why had Jiraiya never come to his aid when he needed it most? Seeing Naruto being whisked away, Sasuke immediately objected, charging forward and unleashing a barrage of fire-style techniques at Jiraiya. "No one can take Naruto from me," as more ninjas surrounded them. A frantic Jiraiya disregarded his original mission. He was determined to take Naruto away. He felt an intense sense of destiny resonating from Naruto, believing him to be the person he had long sought. Thus, Jiraiya activated Sage Mode, and with Tom and Konoha's defenses absent, Gita remained unengaged, allowing Jiraiya to advance unimpeded. Meanwhile, Gita, with a smile, observed the flustered Tsunade, who was barely clothed, one hand attempting to cover her ample bosom. Gita had noticed them before they even entered the village and Appo's barrier. Ignoring Jiraiya, he approached Tsunade directly and proposed a wager. If Tsunade won, she could request any single favor within Gita's power. Should she lose, she would simply have to remove a piece of clothing. Furious, Tsunade initially sought to confront Gita. But upon witnessing the new village's atmosphere, which seemed to lack the oppressive conspiracies of the past, she felt a sense of relief. The neat streets and bustling crowds indicated a marked improvement over Hiruzen's tenure. Thus, she decided against resorting to violence. Having initially left the village due to her discontent with the third Hokage, confident in her gambling prowess, honed through years of experience, Tsunade believed she would not lose to this young boy. "Let us gamble, but do not deny the outcome, you little brat." However, as the games progressed, Tsunade found herself on the brink of losing, with only a lace-trimmed garment remaining. Her shapely legs intertwined and rubbed together, showcasing her predicament. At that moment, Gita felt immense gratitude for the Sharingan and Appo's dynamic perception abilities, which had proven invaluable. After enjoying the view, Gita expressed his appreciation for nature and Appo's gifts. "How splendid. I had longed to witness this since my previous life, and now my desires have been fulfilled." Just as Tsunade, unwilling to accept defeat, prepared to gamble once more. Both since the tumultuous battle emanating from the Uchiha compound. In Sage Mode, Jiraiya had seized Naruto and Appo's arm, with fallen members of the Umbu and Uchiha guards strewn about. Yet, true to his pacifist nature, Jiraiya had not taken any lives. Under Jiraiya's control, Naruto gazed at the struggling Sasuke, who despite being knocked down countless times, still crawled towards him. Unfortunately, as Naruto began to transform into his tailed beast form, Jiraiya swiftly suppressed him. Gritting his teeth, Naruto raised his hand to strike Sasuke and Appo's neck, murmuring, "I'm sorry, Sasuke. This is the last time." Bang! A bump formed on Sasuke and Appo's head, his eyes shimmering with confusion as he looked at Naruto. "What are you doing?" "Aha. The atmosphere has arrived, and it seems appropriate to utter such words." Naruto scratched his head, offering an awkward smile. Sasuke's cheeks flushed crimson, his anger boiling within. In a bid to remedy the situation, Naruto quickly interjected, "Actually, I still possess the mightiest technique that I have yet to employ." He took a deep breath and bellowed, "Help! Lord Hokage!" Naruto and Appo's cry echoed throughout the Uchiha clan grounds. "Enough of this nonsense. Jiraiya, Release Naruto at once. Tsunade and Amp, Appo's voice followed closely from afar. Meanwhile, the Uchiha clan and Amp, Appo's captain, Uchiha Naba, who had been feigning death at Jiraiya and Amp, Appo's feet, sprang up upon seeing the newcomers. He swiftly positioned himself before Jiraiya, exclaiming, "No one shall take Lord Gita, whom I am sworn to protect, from my grasp unless they tread over my lifeless body." Jiraiya gazed intently, astonished to the point of dispelling his sage mode. He beheld Tsunade, her face still flushed, walking alongside a defiant black-haired man. Gita, noticing the obsequious demeanor, felt somewhat embarrassed to meet Jiraiya and Amp, Appo's gaze. It was rare for the proud Uchiha to exhibit such behavior. However, Jiraiya's mind raced with countless possibilities, aware that in the world of ninjas, calamity could easily strike. Could it be? Jiraiya's heart raced, yet he managed to steady himself and inquired, "Hey, Tsunade, you were the one who sent me to confront Uchiha Gita. Why do you now urge me to cease?" He cast a piercing glare at Uchiha Gita, his tone tinged with jealousy. Tsunade, caught off guard, struggled to explain, "For now, let us hear this fellow and Appo's perspective." A gentle breeze rustled the trees above Jiraiya, creating a soft murmur as a green leaf fluttered down, landing squarely atop his head. Beneath the verdant canopy, Jiraiya felt an inexplicable sense of loss, as if something vital had slipped away from him. Chapter 27. The malevolent white Zetsu factory. Jiraiya and Tsunade followed the footsteps of Uchiha Gita, exploring the present-day Konoha village. The once magnificent Hokage building lay in ruins, surrounded by overgrown weeds, now serving as a dumping ground for the village's refuse. This stood in stark contrast to the cleanliness of the surrounding areas. The imposing Hokage rock bore the ominous visage of Shimura Danzo, overshadowing the statue of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Beneath it, bold characters proclaimed, "The innately evil criminal of Konoha." The malevolent Danzo had finally realized his long-held desire, etching his name alongside other Hokage on the rock. Gita found it unjust to remove Minato's likeness, not only because he contributed to the village but also due to the fact that his son, as the reincarnation of Indra, diligently practiced in-release sealing techniques under Gita's guidance. To place his father in the pillar of shame seemed unreasonable. Certainly, this act only deepened Naruto's loyalty. Observing the scene, Tsunade and Amp, Appo's veins began to bulge, indicating her growing agitation, while Jiraiya assumed a stance ready to intervene. It was one thing to publicly humiliate a teacher. It was another to insult her grandfathers. Understanding Tsunade and Appo's turmoil, Gita gently grasped her hand, redirecting the conversation. "You perceive Sarutobi Hiruzen as a conservative Hokage. While he may have erred, his sins do not warrant such treatment, do they?" Noticing Tsunade's silence, her lips pressed together, Gita continued. "How many ninjas perished in the Great Ninja War? As a participant, you must be acutely aware, even your brother and lover fell on the battlefield." Feeling Tsunade and Appo's hand tremble at the recollection of such horrors, Gita lightly patted it. Speaking in a calm and measured tone, none of the key members of the Sarutobi clan perished. In fact, none even faced the front line. What are the chances that Senju Ropetree, the sole legitimate male heir of the Senju clan, could rise to become Hokage? Perhaps there exists a possibility where both the last legitimate male heir of the Senju and his rightful female partner perish on the battlefield, leading to the complete extinction of the Senju line in Konoha. Meanwhile, certain clans and Amp, Appo's offspring could seamlessly ascend to higher echelons, even retaining the Hokage position for extended periods. Tsunade initially sought to counter his claims, but the fate of Kakashi Hitaki surged into her thoughts. Overcome by emotion, she began to weep uncontrollably, disregarding her composure. Gita, seizing the moment, embraced her, gently stroking her golden hair. Jiraiya, who had intended to comfort her, found his hand suspended in midair, his expression a mixture of concern and understanding. Though Jiraiya was well aware of Sarutobi Hiruzen's avaricious nature for power, his adherence to tradition had rendered him hesitant to voice such beliefs. Gita, uncertain of the veracity of his statements, hoped they would resonate, and indeed, they did. After a while, Tsunade, realizing her disheveled state, broke free from Gita's embrace and resumed her forward march. Once emotions settled, Gita guided them to the current heart of Konoha, the White Zetsu factory. This creature, known as White Zetsu, proved to be an invaluable asset, applicable in medicine, agriculture, and even warfare. Gita, Tsunade, and Jiraiya found themselves in the subterranean factory of the Remnant Moon Research Institute. Gita pointed to the white humanoid entity in Remnant Moon's hands, introducing it to the others. Standing beside them, Remnant Moon donned goggles, holding a lifeless fragment of White Zetsu. Gita playfully flicked his brother and Appo's ear, prompting Remnant Moon to swiftly lower the guillotine of the production line. The massive gears were to life, setting the conveyor belt in motion as countless white block-like entities flowed into enormous containers. Meanwhile, the shackled ninjas of the Sarutobi clan diligently channeled chakra into the apparatus. The production line, distinctly different from the technological advancements in this world, tirelessly processed, producing bag after bag of fertilizer. Before Tsunade could inquire about the nature of the operation, Gita and Remnant Moon navigated the underground passage towards the medical department. In the underground laboratory of the medical department, White Zetsu specimens were bound to ceiling pillars, seemingly struggling against their restraints, with several marked by red threads at specific body parts. At that moment, the medical team had just completed a surgery. A middle-aged man, having lost his right arm and leg during a mission, emerged in tears of joy, his previously missing limbs now replaced by white tissue. The medical staff expertly utilized chakra surgical tools to cut the remaining white Zetsu into pieces, discarding them into the feed channel. White Zetsu was indeed a treasure trove. Once decapitated, its bodily tissues exhibited remarkable regenerative properties, capable of restoring lost limbs. Remnant Moon, brimming with excitement, elaborated further, rolling up his pant leg to reveal his own legs, pale and distinct from his original skin tone. Moreover, these beings bore a striking resemblance to plants. Their cells could be absorbed by flora. Utilizing fertilizer derived from white Zetsu, lands that previously yielded 180 units per acre now produced a staggering 18,000 units, akin to what Gita had described as golden fertilizer. Although Tsunade was unfamiliar with the term, she finally comprehended why so many individuals had expressed gratitude towards Gita during their journey. Reflecting on it now, she noted that those individuals were all adorned with remnants of white Zetsu. Additionally, she grasped how, despite the loss of the Fire Nation and Appos, as continuous material support, Gita possessed the means to sustain such a large population. It was common knowledge that the Fire Nation's feudal lord had historically extorted the entire nation before providing for Konoha. However, Tsunade, despite recognizing the potential of this creature, felt a pang of compassion as she observed the white Zetsu, appearing almost lifelike, writhing in their bindings. Was it not a touch too cruel to utilize beings that resembled the living? Just as Tsunade prepared to voice her concerns, Gita interjected, "White Zetsu lacks the capacity for pain." Observing Tsunade and Appos' expression soften, he continued, "Furthermore, White Zetsu can restore the Senju clan to its former glory." With that, Gita gradually pushed open a heavily sealed iron door adorned with multiple seals. Before them stood a square-faced boy ninja, who was instructing a group of children in ninjutsu specifically. Would release. Witnessing Tsunade's astonishment as she covered her mouth, Gita explained, "That boy is Yamato, a descendant of your Senju clan. He is the sole survivor of the wood-release human experimentation conducted by Danzo and Orochimaru." Remnant Moon further elaborated, "In fact, many villagers of Konoha carry the Senju bloodline, albeit having significantly regressed over generations. Yamato's ability to wield wood-release stems from his slightly heightened Senju lineage coupled with talent. Should any other members of the Senju clan appear with ancestral bloodlines, they would likely perish early due to their frail bodies, unable to harness their lineage. However, White Zetsu can remedy this predicament, a possibility my brother proposed, and here it is, realized." Gita himself had initially harbored doubts, but considering that White Zetsu had been modified from Hashirama Senju cells, he surmised it would yield results and merely suggested the idea to Remnant Moon. To his surprise, Remnant Moon had successfully brought it to fruition and expressed his eagerness to cultivate a loyal wood-release team. Witnessing the prospect of the Senju clan's revival, Tsunade excitedly grasped Gita's shoulders, her eyes brimming with emotion. As for granduncle and second granduncle still lingering upon the cliff of sin, such matters would surely not concern the two elders, even if they were to witness the deeds performed by Gita at the hands of the Thousand Arms. Gita finally experienced the legendary strength to the point where it nearly induced a sense of pain. She inwardly vowed never to allow this woman to seize little Gita again. Observing that Tsunade had accepted the situation, Gita deftly pulled Tsunade's tender hand from her shoulder into her own grasp. Yet this time, Tsunade did not actively attempt to break free from Gita's hold. Only Jiraiya remained in a state of disarray amidst the winds. At this moment, it was not just Jiraiya who was disheveled. Uchiha Obito, who had been waiting for a report from White Zetsu on the outskirts of the Hidden Leaf Village, was equally perturbed. Despite having dispatched numerous White Zetsu, not a single one had returned with news. Chapter 28. Obito, would you care for some sunflower seeds? What if we run out of White Zetsu? On the path outside the research facility, Tsunade furrowed her brows and posed this question. Currently, White Zetsu could be deemed a vital strategic resource, directly influencing the future of those capable of awakening the Senju bloodline. The supply must never falter. While there were plenty of White Zetsu, their elusive nature often rendered them unseen, as they could seamlessly merge with the natural environment, possibly residing within great trees or beneath the soil. However, before the Uchiha Sharingan, the very techniques they employed to conceal themselves became clues for capture. Gita's tone remained calm, yet a fleeting flash of crimson in his eyes radiated confidence. The Uchiha had established a specialized team dedicated to capturing these entities, centered around Konoha, akin to catching cicadas, retrieving hidden or dormant White Zetsu from the earth and trees to bring them back to the factory, realizing their grand purpose. Gita was aware that, in the original storyline of the Hokage, a final battle would see an army of 100,000 White Zetsu. Capturing 100 each day would suffice for 3 years of research by Remnant Moon. Recently, they had been able to capture several White Zetsu almost daily around the village of Konoha. With a smile directed at Tsunade, Gita continued, "We are grateful for nature and Appos' bounty." Hearing Gita and Appos' account, Tsunade felt slightly reassured. However, for some inexplicable reason, the scene of their initial wager resurfaced vividly in her mind, refusing to disperse. She recalled Jita's words from that day, her cheeks flushing as she echoed his sentiments. Meanwhile, Obito, having abandoned the wait for White Zetsu, resolved to personally venture into Konoha. Since the failure of the Sharingan collection plan devised with Itachi, he felt as though everything was slipping from his grasp. Damn that brat. He cursed inwardly. He is not worth trusting, especially if he can forsake the girl he loves. Unlike me, who would destroy the world for Rin. Initially, Obito merely followed Madara and Appo's advice, attempting to engage with this so-called prodigy of the Uchiha clan, only to find Itachi readily agreeing to assist in the annihilation of the Uchiha. Despite that, Obito never truly believed Itachi, who could coldly state intentions to eliminate his beloved Uchiha family. It was absurd. Now, everything had unraveled. Since Jita took on the mantle of Hokage, the village of Konoha had been managed with an iron grip, utterly impenetrable. The White Zetsu dispatched had seemingly vanished without a trace. Obito no longer cared about collecting Sharingan. He urgently sought information on the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. After all, without the Nine-Tails, he could not create the Ten Tails, and without the Ten Tails, he could not manifest the infinite Tsukuyami, which meant he would never see Rin again. As Obito cautiously approached the barrier of Konoha, a chilling voice suddenly echoed from behind. "What are you up to, sneaky fellow? Planning to dance?" Obito's heart raced. Yet he suppressed his panic and turned to face a blue cat wielding a black blade, staring intently at him. After a moment, the cat burst into laughter. Though bewildered, Obito remained on high alert, feeling an aura emanating from this creature that was reminiscent of Madara but even more terrifying. Tom, initially disheartened by his assignment to obliterate the Fire Nation's feudal lord and behead him, had been further incensed upon learning that the fat lord demanded a few ninja cats from Konoha, specifically requesting Shiro and her companions. This ignited a blaze of fury within him, as he had sought Jita's assistance to fulfill the task but ended up failing. Upon seeing this sneaky mouse, he figured it was a spy from another ninja village and considered drawing his black blade to eliminate the intruder. Frustrated by his inability to personally eliminate the feudal lord, Tom intended to vent his anger on this mouse. However, upon noticing the mask on Obito's face, he erupted into laughter, his previous anger dissipating entirely. Tom laughed boisterously, every muscle in his body seemingly mocking the situation. Jita had informed him of Obito, identifying him as a pitiful jester. Oh, poor Obito, so easily toyed with. Tom mused inwardly. During his fit of laughter, he summoned a ninja mouse to relay a message to Jita, urging him to come quickly and witness the fool, not forgetting to bring some sunflower seeds. Obito remained vigilant, perplexed as to why this creature laughed upon seeing his mask. What was amusing about his classic one-eyed skin mask? Meanwhile, Jita, who had been with Tsunade, intending to retreat to his room to delve into gambling techniques, noticed Obito's presence in Konoha. After informing Tsunade that he would introduce her to a cat capable of performing backflips, he grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds and made his way toward the village's recycling area. Upon receiving news of Obito, Jita suddenly thought of the long-silent Fugaku Uchiha. At this moment, Fugaku was quite occupied. After being imprisoned by Jita for a time and undergoing an eye transplant, he was freed but stripped of his original foresight ability and granted a Sharingan that allowed him to retrieve items into a different space. Jita's final decree for him was to become the family's waste processor. Each morning, before anyone else awoke, Fugaku would arrive at the designated waste collection point to utilize this ability, gathering all refuse into the alternate space. Lacking the means to transfer himself, Fugaku remained oblivious to the ultimate destination of the collected waste. He understood that this was Jita's merciless mockery, a reminder that he was akin to trash, destined to dwell among refuse. Nonetheless, even with this, he found satisfaction in merely catching a glimpse of Sasuke from afar. Although Sasuke never acknowledged him and occasionally spat in his direction, cursing him as a disgrace to the clan, what significance did that hold? Neither Mikoto nor Sasuke faced severe punishment, and as for the foul-smelling garbage he gathered daily, he never had to worry about the future of the Uchiha clan again. Fugaku found joy in that. Yet today, the once restricted Fugaku was taken by Jita, leaving the garbage uncollected. Jita instructed Fugaku to remain behind, moving ahead at a measured pace. At that moment, Fugaku finally discerned the figure of the stranger. Just one glance, and he felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, cold sweat instantly drenching his back. That mask was etched into his memory. On the night of the Nine Tails, Konoha had been engulfed in flames, villagers fleeing in terror. And he, once the clan leader, could only watch as catastrophe swept through. The shadow that had manipulated the Nine Tails wore the very mask now before him. The round, hole-riddled mask, a symbol of calamity and betrayal, reappeared in front of him. It was he. Fugaku's heart thundered in his chest. His gaze fixated on the familiar yet foreign figure, but soon he lowered his eyelids and exhaled softly. Yet now, none of this concerned him. There was no need to contemplate the fate of his clan, nor to bear the weight of the Uchiha's future, or to confront the Hokage, the elders, or the convoluted turmoil of the ninja world. Now, he was merely a tool for collecting garbage. Content to manage refused quietly while stealing glances at his son from a distance, a tremendous blessing in itself. Thus, he thought, collecting garbage is truly splendid. Fugaku murmured softly. In comparison to the intrigues and shadows of power, a garbage heap feels rather warm. At this moment, Obito was already on edge. His nerves taut to the extreme. He fixated on the figure sauntering toward him, his Sharingan subtly revolving, the spatial power of Kamui quietly brewing within him. He was unaware of Uchiha Jita's intentions, yet he understood that this individual should never be underestimated. Should a confrontation ensue, victory was far from assured. He resolved that if Jita dared to come closer, he would retreat using Kamui. Obito silently chanted this mantra, a subtle distortion of chakra pulsating in his palm. However, unexpectedly, Jita did not exude any murderous intent nor adopt a hostile demeanor. He merely ambled a few steps closer, retrieving a handful of sunflower seeds from his pocket. Shaking them gently, and smiling as though inviting an old friend to afternoon tea. Come, have some seeds, Jita said, his eyes narrowing and the corners of his mouth lifting. Obito, oblivious to the significance of the sunflower seeds, felt no warmth in the gesture. Instead, he perceived a deliberate humiliation. Beside them, Tom was already laughing uproariously. His fur flying in disarray, his tail nearly twisted into a spiral. Chapter 29, Patrick Star takes control of the Akatsuki Obito? What Obito? I am Uchiha Madara. With his one-eyed mask, Uchiha Obito seethed with rage, his voice reverberating through the air as if it could shatter the very atmosphere. You impudent Uchiha brat. Do you intend to ambush an esteemed elder like myself? Gita and Tom exchanged glances, unable to contain their laughter, their mirth bubbling over. They simultaneously activated the legendary Uchiha clan and Amp, Appo's unique skill, Uchiha laughter. Their amusement reached a crescendo, a perfect blend of ridicule and humiliation. Obito was utterly foolish and naive. He fancied himself the ultimate mastermind, the puppet master pulling the strings from the shadows, destined to make a grand revelation at the climax, shocking the world. However, Gita, well-versed in the original narrative, knew all too well that he was merely a second-tier player in a grand game, slightly above the status of Nagato, the vessel of the Rinnegan. According to the original storyline, Uchiha Itachi was privy to far more knowledge than he ever was. Moreover, while Nagato was also a pawn in someone else and Appo's game, his ideals were remarkably pure, to bring forth suffering so that the world may comprehend pain. In the name of pain, he waged war, raised Konoha, unleashed his fury, and ultimately found solace before Naruto, reconciling with himself before departing from this world. Though he fell victim to Naruto's cunning, he left this world with a smile. Nagato was pitiable, but not laughable. Whereas Obito, he was truly both pitiable and laughable. He toiled for an illusory goal, dreaming of reuniting with his childhood sweetheart Rin in the fabricated realm of the infinite Tsukuyomi. If he had aspired to become a being akin to the Sage of Six Paths, and had proclaimed, "Arise, my beloved," Gita might have held him in some regard. In the end, the army of the impure world reincarnation resurrected even the most mundane characters, yet Rin was conspicuously absent. It was evident that Madara had orchestrated this. He did not desire Rin's presence, and thus she could not manifest. Obito sacrificed everything, yet in the end, he could not even attain a mere specter of his love. Upon reflecting on this, Gita finally ceased his laughter, his expression turning somber as he gazed into the void. Perhaps Rin's soul was ensnared by that ancient sage. And based on the original developments, that being indeed orchestrated these events from behind the scenes. Whether it was a paternal fondness for his son's reincarnation or the sage himself being yet another layer of the game remained uncertain. Gita found himself unable to confront the entity lurking in the void, as that being had transcended the confines of this world. However, considering the two youngsters diligently practicing their yin release and yang release sealing techniques, Gita felt a sense of relief. In any case, the weapons to confront the sage were already prepared. Wiping away the tears of laughter, Gita fixed his gaze upon Obito, who still sought to argue. Enough of your pretense. Uchiha Obito. Madara is not as weak as you. Cold sweat beaded on Obito's forehead beneath his mask. Who was Gita to know so much? The situation was dire. He needed to retreat and inquire with Madara about Gita and Appo's true nature. He decisively activated Kamui, his right eye swirling into a vortex as his body began to phase out, slowly vanishing from the realm of reality. For an ordinary person, this technique would indeed be formidable to counter. Even Gita would require effort to contend with a ninjutsu capable of accessing an alternate space. Yet today was different. Another one-eyed man was present, Uchiha Fugaku. Gita nodded slightly at Fugaku, and they shared an unspoken understanding. Fugaku, having sensed the fluctuations of Kamui's space through his Sharingan, boldly activated his own Kamui, sending the nearby blue cat, Tom, directly into the garbage dimension. At that moment, Obito completed his teleportation, entering his Kamui space. Just as he was about to catch his breath, an unpleasant odor assailed his senses. Ugh, where did all this garbage come from? He had only briefly entered Kamui, yet the transformation was drastic. He widened his eyes, and in the next instant, a blue figure squatted amidst the refuse, covering its nose, Tom, staring at him with a look of utter despair. Big brother, I want to leave too. Obito was momentarily stunned. How did you get here? As Obito struggled to comprehend, A whirlwind surged from the space, a resounding thud. He was unceremoniously ejected from Kamui. Unyielding, Obito attempted to resist, but Gita kicked him back in. The convenience of his left eye, capable of spatial transmission, proved beneficial. A third time, again he was kicked out. A fourth time, until his consciousness began to blur, and he faintly perceived the figure of Deidara rushing towards him, a pink starfish in tow. He could not help but shout, "Deidara, save me. Use your invincible bomb to wash these guys away." However, just as Obito called out, Deidara was about to act. Patrick Star pointed a finger at Deidara's head, his tone icy, "Don't move." Deidara froze in place, surrendering, "Yes, Mr. Star." He was entirely compliant. And then, Obito witnessed the scene that filled him with despair. Patrick Star excitedly lunged towards Uchiha Gita, his voice soaring an octave higher. "Boss, I'm back. Did you receive a gift I had SpongeBob deliver to you?" Gita's lips twitched. "If that gift you sent hadn't coincidentally matched my supply of healing pots, everyone would be dead by now," he thought to himself. The two were mere wooden puppets, on the brink of death, and thanks to the healing pod, their cellular vitality was restored. Gita saved her not for her alluring beauty, but for her ability to coexist with tailed beasts, which warranted further study. He planned for the wooden puppet to replace Killer Bee, teaching Naruto the art of collaboration with the Nine Tails. Watching Gita's enthusiastic interaction with Patrick Star, Obito, whose consciousness was gradually slipping into slumber, found their banter overwhelmingly disruptive. He glimpsed the figure of Deidara raising his hands, seemingly also spotting Kaguya and Appo's silhouette. He perceived the world of his ideals receding farther away, leaving him increasingly isolated. Uchiha Obito was no longer the sorrowful legend of the Uchiha clan. He was slowly morphing into a farcical footnote. "Hey, wake up," came the sound of claps. Obito opened his bleary eyes, feeling a sting on his cheeks, only to see a red starfish relentlessly slapping his face. Upon noticing Obito and Appo's awakening, Patrick Star lowered his hand, ceasing the slaps. Obito scanned his surroundings, realizing that Gita, Tom, and Fugaka had all vanished. Now, he was left only with Zetsu and Deidara, along with a starfish striking a pose, arms crossed, turning its back to him. "Did you save me, Zetsu?" "Oh right, this starfish is an undercover agent. I saw him maintaining a close relationship with Uchiha Gita." Obito began to shout. "No, Obito. You must refer to this esteemed individual as boss from now on," Zetsu interrupted. Then, like a Venus flytrap, Zetsu appeared beside Obito, explaining the agreement he had struck with Gita. "Henceforth, Mr. Patrick Star shall replace you as the puppeteer behind the Akatsuki, and you shall obey his commands." Obito and Appo's face contorted with resentment. "No, I have bled for this plan. I demand to see Madara." Patrick Star merely cast a cold glance at Obito, with a single line. He silenced Obito instantly. "The boss can arrange for you to meet Rin." Obito, initially intending to retort, found himself doubting the possibility of such a claim due to Gita's enigma. "Now, what should you call me?" Patrick Star exerted pressure on Obito. Deep within, Obito was overwhelmed by a sense of humiliation, yet the allure of Patrick's promises compelled him to entertain a flicker of belief. How could the Lin within infinite Tsukuyomi compare to the real Lin? Observing Zetsu nodding in agreement beside him, Obito hesitantly uttered, "Leader." His voice was so feeble, yet he still yearned to see Lin. Had he not eaten? "Leader," Obito proclaimed, seemingly casting aside all dignity. "Excellent, very spirited." Patrick felt a wave of satisfaction. Poor Obito, amidst the machinations of the puppeteer, found himself descending further in the hierarchy. Chapter 30, The Ambitious Kisame as Dust Descended. The sun painted the streets of Konoha a deep crimson, illuminating three figures. Upon returning to the village, Fugaku, ever perceptive, discreetly slipped away to the garbage station, retreating to the corner he had gradually grown accustomed to. Meanwhile, Tom was forcibly dragged away by several white-furred ninja cats upon entering the village. Despite his continuous struggles, his feet obediently followed along. Gita chuckled softly, shaking his head as he pushed open the door to his home, stepping into the familiar yet somewhat somber abode, where a faint aroma of tea wafted through the entrance. The waning moon was wholly engrossed in the study of white Zetsu, having not returned home for quite some time. As he received the tea that was offered, Gita took a delicate sip. "Little Hanabi, you and Appo's worked hard," he smiled at the young girl. Hanabi, feeling shy, shook her head. "It and Appo's not hard work. It and Appo's the Hokage who has it tough." In her haste to retreat, she accidentally bumped her head against the door. However, just as Gita raised the teacup again, a shadow suddenly leapt from behind. The figure moved as gracefully as a black cat in the night, closing the distance in an instant, a shuriken glinting in hand, aimed directly at Gita's throat. Gita's expression remained unchanged, as if he had anticipated the attack. With a swift motion, he turned, his grip like iron, pinning the assailant harshly against the table before him. The wooden surface creaked ominously, nearly collapsing under the force. The attacker's hands were firmly restrained, her body pressed against the tabletop, her pristine white clothing flattened against the tea table, while her lower body still writhed defiantly. "You demon, release Waikai at once," she exclaimed furiously, her eyes ablaze with hatred. The intruder was none other than the Two-Tails Jinchuriki, Waimuri. Having awakened from her stupor, she instinctively regarded the malevolent presence before her as the mastermind behind her predicament. Without hesitation, she sought to reclaim her tailed beast. Jita glanced down at her, a hint of amusement playing on his lips. It appeared this little wildcat had mistaken him for the orchestrator of her woes. However, with the Akatsuki now largely under the command of a greater power, he indeed occupied the role of a shadowy puppeteer. He found no inclination to elaborate further, opting instead to lean closer to Waimuri, his warm breath enveloping her ear, instilling a sense of despair within her. Quiet down, little wildcat. Surely, you don't wish to be forever separated from the Two-Tails, do you? The words fell like a shroud of darkness upon her heart. Hearing this familiar phrase, she recalled the teachings from the Ninja Academy. Never did she expect to experience it firsthand. Her body trembled violently, tears shimmering in her eyes. Though it was unclear whether they stemmed from rage or fear, she had prepared herself for the worst, thinking she might be sullied by this demon. Yet, in the next instant, Jita released her, his movements decisive and devoid of any lingering attachment. Watching Waimuri rise and flex her wrists, Jita spoke slowly. I am not the one who extracted the Two-Tails. Rather, I saved you. Furthermore, I possess a means to bring the Two-Tails back to you. Upon hearing this, Waimuri's face brightened momentarily, but suspicion clouded her features as she crossed her arms defensively. What is it that you seek? Pushing open the door to the treatment room, Jita found the glass capsule shattered, green nutrient liquid spilling across the floor. His voice turned irritable. Remember, you owe me. Adjust your attitude. Do you have any idea how much you have destroyed? Now, settle your debts before we discuss future matters. He straightened up and instructed the arriving Hanabi. Take her to Naruto. Tell him, this individual can teach Naruto to collaborate with the tailed beasts. Waimuri paused, her mind swirling with doubts. But recognizing that further impulsive actions would be futile, she gritted her teeth and departed. Behind her, Jita added, First, ensure Naruto is properly trained, then we can discuss terms. As he watched the two depart, Jita reflected on the transaction he had just made with the comatose figure, more accurately, a deal with Black Zetsu. It was said to be a transaction that might elevate him to the realm of the Sage of Six Paths. Black Zetsu had promised him power on par with that of the Sage, the ability to become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. The cost, however, would involve unlocking a certain seal and releasing a particular individual after gaining control of the Ten-Tails. Power equivalent to that of the Sage of Six Paths? The Sage might not even be able to defeat Android 18, he mused. Yet, a tool presented to him on a silver platter was a tool he would not refuse. Whether Jita could truly reunite Obito with Rin remained uncertain. Only time would reveal whether Rin's soul existed within the Sage's domain. Nevertheless, Obito had long become accustomed to indulging in fantasies, and Jita had no qualms about crafting yet another grand illusion for him. At that moment, Black Zetsu was similarly weaving grand schemes for Obito. Black Zetsu, Obito, and Uchiha Madara appeared to be united in their ambitions, yet they belonged to three distinct factions. Obito sought to see Rin within the infinite Tsukuyomi, while Madara aimed to become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki to acquire the Sage and Appo's power and reshape the ninja world to his desires. Black Zetsu, on the other hand, sought to resurrect his mother, Kaguya Tsutsuki. Madara was an excellent control subject, the vessel chosen for Kaguya, but after witnessing the power of Uchiha Jita, Black Zetsu contemplated the potential of recruiting him into their fold. After all, the Nine Tails resided within Jita and Appo's grasp, without a means to surpass him. All plans would be in vain. Within the organization, Black Zetsu had already witnessed the power of the larger-than-life figure, which far exceeded that of Nagato, who possessed the Rinnegan. After all, had it not been for Black Zetsu and Appo's covert use of sealing techniques, the explosion that had occurred would have obliterated the entire Rain Village. Yet such a being served under Uchiha Jita. Moreover, the sponge-like creature and the feline he had encountered earlier that day possessed powers beyond his comprehension. If only he could entice Jita to collaborate, all would be resolved. Black Zetsu needed to keep his intentions hidden from Obito. He thought it prudent to avoid raising Madara and Appo's suspicions for now. Everything will fall into place once Kaguya is revived. Whether it be Madara or that little Uchiha Jita, she will have no trouble dealing with them. At this moment, Kasame felt a surge of anxiety. Were the events of the day truly matters that a mere ordinary member of their organization should be privy to? Was he perhaps overstepping, risking his own elimination? Having emerged from the village hidden in mist, he had witnessed too much darkness. Now, he gazed at the pink figure ahead, sensing an inexplicable pull within. Perhaps the path to progress lay therein. He quickened his pace to catch up with the larger figure, his expression one of ingratiation. Leader, what shall we do next? Kisame had come to terms with his role as a worker. He would follow whoever led. Hearing Kisame and Appo's question, the larger figure recalled Jita and Appo's instructions, his earnest face striving to convey a sense of gravitas. Next, we shall ensure that the village hidden in clouds experiences suffering. Chapter 31. The Ninja Coalition is gathering in the southwestern frontier of the Land of Fire. The setting sun bleeds crimson amidst the desolate smoke and overgrown grass. A regiment clad in crimson brocade marches slowly, their banners held high, emblazoned with the emblem of the Land of Fire's daimyo, a golden flame, symbolizing glory and dominion. However, this army brings not glory, but calamity. Their iron steeds trample the tranquil villages, and burning torches ignite homes and granaries. The cries of women, the screams of children, and the lamentations of the elderly blend into the swirling smoke, transformed into whispers of despair. Search, gather all that is edible, usable, or can be exchanged for money and load it onto the carts. A commanding officer adorned with a noble crest bellows at the village entrance. The villagers should be grateful that the daimyo has spared them their lives. Now that war is imminent in the ninja world, every coin for military expenses is taken in the name of the nation. Soon, the village is thoroughly pillaged. Fields are trampled, livestock slaughtered, and even the rice stored in the villagers' wells is turned upside down. The village chief is hanged by the flagpole beside a dry well, his lifeless body swaying in the wind, a wooden sign hanging from his neck, "Rebel, dead." This is not the first village to be looted. On the fringes of the land of fire, unnoticed towns, solitary villages, and temples have become the daimyo and appo's treasury for military funds. They disguise plunder as temporary taxation and refer to looting as pre-war mobilization. The daimyo's decree, a mandate from heaven. This is the phrase most often uttered by the cavalry. Yet beneath this divine mandate lie countless families shattered and displaced. Those who have perished now regret bitterly not joining the new land of fire under the leadership of Konoha when the ninjas came to recruit. Long-standing beliefs have left them still revering the daimyo of the land of fire. On a scorched earth, a child, face smeared with soot and blood, kneels, clutching a broken wooden toy. His former home has been reduced to a pile of charred rubble. Looking up, beneath the sky stained red by the flames, he sees the departing army and the fluttering banner of the daimyo. He does not understand why war has come. Only that the adults say it is to protect the nation. But now, his home is already lost. The daimyo of the land of fire surveys the confiscated supplies with satisfaction, stroking his mustache. Having incited the other 4 nations to fight for him, it is only reasonable for him to contribute a bit more grain and resources. Those lowly subjects who die for his holy war will sprout like mushrooms after the rain once he regains control of the land of fire. In Konoha at dusk, the setting sun casts a blood-red hue across the horizon, as if foretelling an impending storm. Boom. The gates of the Gita estate explode, splintering wood flying everywhere. A golden-haired figure bursts in like a tempest, her fiery presence almost solidifying the air within. Tsunade. Inuzuka Hana gasps, her hand still suspended in the air from assisting Gita into his outer rope. As Gita seldom appears in the Hokage's office, Tsunade has come to his home to find him. You lazy fool. Do you realize, the 5 great nations have joined forces? The other 4 ninja villages have officially declared war on Konoha. Her voice nearly shatters the roof. Yet Gita remains languidly reclined in his chair, as if he were listening to a mundane weather forecast. He pats Hana and Appo's shoulder, signaling her to withdraw, before languidly responding, "Of course I know." He looks up at Tsunade, his gaze sharp as a blade. "ISN and Amp. Appo's. All of this orchestrated by your and Amp. Appo's, dear uncle, and Amp. Appo's, the daimyo of the land of fire?" Tsunade is taken aback, her fury doused as if doused with cold water. She wishes to retort but finds herself at a loss for words. She had not anticipated the depths of the daimyo and Appo's depravity, willing to invite wolves into his home to hand over Konoha. The hidden hand behind it is not an enemy nation, nor tailed beasts, but her distant kin. "Gita," her tone softens, "I can go with Jiraiya to persuade the daimyo of the land of fire. If we can both take a step back, you allow him to return to govern the land of fire as before. Gita rises, saying nothing further, instead striding directly towards the door and turning back to wave her over. "Come with me." The two quickly ascend to the Shadow Rock of Konoha, a location personally named by Gita. Beneath the former Hokage rock, it now serves as the highest point overlooking the entire village. Here, one can gaze upon every street and rooftop of Konoha. "Look," Tsunade and Appo's gaze sharpens in astonishment. There is no panic, no chaos. The village is orderly, even quieter than usual. Lines of shackled ninjas are being escorted from factories and construction sites. These individuals had once belonged to the Sarutobi, Nara, and the 5 old ninja clans, now clad in prison garb, their feet clanking with chains. Yet their eyes no longer bear a vacant look. That is a long-lost hope. Simultaneously, in the distance at the Uchiha clan grounds, the well-coordinated Uchiha combat forces have begun to assemble, clad in battle armor. Their gazes are sharp as blades as they march toward the village square. In collaboration with Kuro Zetsu, the comatose figure has revealed the joint combat plans of the 4 nations to Gita as a gesture of sincerity. They had believed the plan was airtight, yet in truth, the entire conference venue was surrounded by white Zetsu. If the waning moon were to see this, it would surely drool in excitement over the abundance of experimental materials. Tsunade finally realizes, this fellow has long been prepared. Her inner unease gradually subsides. Yet Gita suddenly laughs, a mirth that tightens her heart. "Do you know what the will of fire is?" he retorts. Tsunade, exasperated, rubs her temples. She has heard this too many times, a phrase used by the old Sarutobi to control the village. To burn oneself for the sake of comrades in the village? She replies, "No." Gita's eyes glint coldly. It is to spread the fire of one's will across the entire world. Even if they do not come to find me, I will take the initiative to seek them out. His tone is as firm as iron. I intend to change this damned world, to leave behind a future where the waning moon can live in peace. Gita has a premonition. Perhaps he will not remain in this world forever. He turns to her. His voice grave. Tsunade, blind compromise will change nothing. Tsunade's heart jolts. But that way, many will die. She ultimately voices her most realistic concern. Gita chuckles lightly, gesturing towards the seemingly endless line of refugees in the distance. These people are battered and broken, yet the closer they get to Konoha, the more light one can see in their eyes. Should those villagers, treated as livestock, deserve to die? Many have already perished. What I do is merely to prevent even more deaths in the future. Originally, both Konoha and the surrounding areas had received disturbing news. The coalition of the 4 great ninja villages has begun to approach the borders of Konoha. When the villagers and Appos, fear met Gita and Appos' military merit notices plastered around, their unease gradually dissipated. Look, it's the ninjas of the 5 great clans. A child points at the shackled figures among the ranks, exclaiming, Shoo! Adults nearby hastily hush him. We cannot call them that now. They are the convict army, the Hokage said. As long as they achieve merit, they will have the chance to restore their identities. Indeed, Gita has granted these outcasts an opportunity. The system of the convict army, ranks determined by military merit, with the number of enemies killed exchanged for different levels of military achievements, which can be used to alter their current circumstances. Should one perish on the battlefield, their family can be awarded the honor of being recognized as Konoha citizens, enjoying the same rights as ordinary villagers. In contrast, the reward system for the ninjas of Konoha during regular combat is exceedingly generous. So much so that even ordinary villagers are eager to partake in the war. All the brainwashing rhetoric amounts to mere empty talk. Only tangible benefits can truly resonate with the hearts of the people. At this moment, Gita need not concern himself with which clans within Konoha might be slacking. For should they fail to achieve significant results in this battle, their standing will inevitably be supplanted by the newly distinguished clans who have proven their worth. Observing the spirited Konoha ninja army, Gita, resolute and undeterred, raised his hand from the elevated platform and declared, Let us commence. Chapter 32. Pain Go. Let the hidden cloud village feel suffering. The night was shrouded in darkness, and the torrential rain fell like a deluge. In a small village on the outskirts of the land of fire, lightning rent the sky, splitting the clouds and rendering the world as though cleaved by countless blades. The villagers huddled within their homes, anxious gazes peering through wooden windows at the solitary figure standing at the village entrance, a shinobi cloaked in dark garb, bearing the fan emblem of the Uchiha clan. His name was unknown to all, yet it was he who had single-handedly defended this village during these tumultuous times. This village was under the protection of the Hidden Leaf Village. The enemy is upon us, retreat, he declared, his voice resonating like thunder. But you are the only one left. An elder cried out, his voice trembling with despair. Thus, I must stand at the forefront, the Uchiha shinobi responded, turning to cast a glance back at the humble village. No matter how insignificant the outpost, he was bound to obey the orders of his clan leader. Amidst the rumbling thunder, a towering figure descended slowly, the 4th Raikage, his golden cloak billowing in the storm, lightning coiling around him, his fist resounding like the hammer of a god. He spoke not a word, his gaze as unyielding as iron. With a single punch, he shattered the defensive barrier ahead, as if it were but air. The Uchiha shinobi swiftly formed hand seals, his 3-tomo Sharingan whirling as he unleashed fire release. Great fireball technique, a blazing inferno soaring forth to engulf his foe. The Raikage did not flinch, enveloped in lightning chakra, he surged through the flames. Like a bolt of lightning, he struck with such force that the ground buckled beneath him, scattering debris in all directions. The Uchiha ninja retreated, his form a shadow, his movements as agile as a hawk. His Sharingan accurately tracked the Raikage strikes, each evasion a narrow escape from death. Yet, he understood, the battle was unwinnable. The Raikage and Appos' speed and strength epitomized brutality and chakra mastery. He was the Raikage, the pinnacle of power in the hidden cloud village, while he was merely a lone guardian. Blood spilled from his mouth, a bitter smile gracing his lips. For what reason do you defend such a place? The Raikage coldly inquired. The Uchiha shinobi wiped the blood from his lips, raising his head slowly, his Sharingan burning like fire. To prove Uchiha are not cowards. In the next moment, he expended his chakra, forming the seals for a forbidden technique, illusory flame sealing barrier. Flames surged, the surrounding space igniting and folding as if the gates of hell were slowly opening. With a roar, the Raikage surged forward, the air crackling with his power. He obliterated the sealing barrier with sheer force, his fist crashing into the Uchiha and Appos' chest, crack. The sound of shattering ribs echoed. The flames extinguished, the storm resumed as before. The Uchiha shinobi fell to the ground, blood pooling in the mud, yet his eyes remained open. He refused to close them, devoid of resentment. Simply gazing at the night sky, the Raikage stood over his lifeless form, silence enveloping him for a moment before he murmured, "You are a ninja deserving of respect." The tattered shroud of the village bore witness to the myriad of anguished cries emanating from within. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by A's raised hand. You must understand, war is as such. It cannot be a simple confrontation upon a single battlefield. The greatest casualties are always the innocent. You must learn to accept this. And at that moment, within the hidden cloud village, the sky loomed heavy. Gray as a boulder on the verge of collapse. The air suddenly thickened, as if an unseen hand had seized its throat. Did you hear that? A trembling voice rose from an elderly woman gathering vegetables by the roadside, her gaze lifted toward the heavens. Boom! A resounding roar cleaved the sky. Like thunder shattering the spine of fate. Accompanied by a colossal crash, a figure clad in a black robe adorned with red clouds descended slowly from the heavens. 5 shadowy figures floated beneath him, their eyes filled with the eerie gaze of the renegade, cold, hollow, as if deities looked down upon the mortal realm. Enemy attack! We have intruders! Someone screamed in terror, sounding the alarm. Destruction began with a whisper from the Deva path. In the next instant, the entire block was torn asunder by an invisible force. Dust, houses, corpses, flesh, everything was swept away, leaving only a vast chasm and a collapsed ground. Before the villagers could comprehend their plight, the Azura path had plunged into the crowd, arms transforming into multi-barreled cannons, fire and bullets mingling with flesh in a hellish spectacle. Help! Mommy, I don and amp. Oppos, T wanna die. The animal path uttered a low growl, summoning forth a plethora of colossal summoned beasts from the void. Gigantic birds that from the sky, spewing flames, rhinoceroses with horns like mountains tore through the streets, and a 9-headed dog swept across the plaza. Its tail flinging dozens of buildings as though they were mere scraps of paper. The wrath of the divine spread throughout the village. As the people fled in terror, the human path advanced steadily, his gaze seemingly piercing through all sins of the world. Whenever a ninja attempted to resist, he merely whispered in calm tones, planetary devastation. Then, a vortex of gravitational force rose into the sky, pulling everything within its vicinity, ninja, earth, trees, and even mountains, into its maw, compressing them into a lifeless floating rock. The dead could not even return as ashes to the earth. Feel suffering, experience suffering, accept suffering and understand suffering, declared the Deva path, arms outstretched. His voice resonating through the village via chakra, as though proclaiming the judgment of the apocalypse. I am God. Your suffering is the answer to peace. A young child clutched his mother's cold corpse, wailing amidst the ruins, his cries piercing through the devastation, through blood and fire, reaching the ears of pain. In that moment, a subtle tremor flickered in Pain and Oppo's eyes. Suffering must be understood. Planetary devastation. Once more, half of the city of the hidden cloud village was utterly annihilated. The entire village, under the devastating might of the Deva path, seemed to be engulfed in a divine punishment more thorough than an earthquake or the rampage of a tailed beast. Amidst the ruins, only the crackling of flames and the hushed sobs of survivors remained. Pain stood atop a high tower, the 6 paths arrayed like divine beings. Pain had initially intended to wait until retrieving the 9 tails to reveal his strength. But the man claiming to be Uchiha Ibido had urged him to commence the 8 tails retrieval plan. Thus, what was meant to unfold in the hidden leaf village transpired in the hidden cloud village. The heavens loomed low, dark clouds roiling, a tempest on the brink of unleashing. In the depths of the Thunder Mountain Gorge southwest of the hidden cloud village, a waterfall cascaded like a silver veil. And a wild figure stood beneath the curtain of water, the ground beneath blackened by the eruption of lightning chakra. Killer Bee flashed a grin, wielding dual swords. His body enveloped in the chakra of the 8 tails. Yo, you black-clad red cloud weirdos here to practice some beats with me? His voice boomed like a drumbeat, laced with defiant mockery. But in the next moment, the very air around him seemed to grow heavy. The 6 paths of pain stood upon the canyon walls. Like harbingers of death, their renegade eyes cold and merciless. They uttered not a word, yet their presence was like a decree of fate. The Deva path stepped forward, raising his right hand slowly. We have come for true peace. Killer Bee erupted with chakra, the ground shattering beneath him as his form shot forth like a bolt of lightning toward the Deva path. Peace? Spare me. Let us have some real rhythm. His twin blades flashed, severing the head of the animal path. Boom. It was the smoke of a substitution jutsu. Shadow clone. Before he could react, the hell path suddenly appeared behind him, unleashing the tongue of hell in an attempt to seize his soul. Idon and Oppos, T play summoning games. The chakra of the 8 tails erupted into a crimson tide, tearing through the hell path. Simultaneously, the Azura path and Amp, Oppos, cannons rained down like a torrential storm, shaking the valley with explosive force, sending debris flying in all directions. Chakra from the 8 tails enveloped Karabi, its tail swirling wildly, shattering all incoming attacks. 8 tails, tail beast bomb. A sphere of dark purple energy coalesced and exploded, sending the realm of beasts and the realm of Azura hurtling away. Just as he prepared to pursue his advantage, he felt his feet sinking into the mire. The realm of hungry ghosts suddenly emerged, tightly gripping Karabi and Amp, Oppos' legs, initiating a chakra absorption. Curse it! Karabi roared, unleashing a chakra shockwave that sent the realm of hungry ghosts flying. Yet this had left him vulnerable. At that moment, Pain of the heavenly path soared in, whispering, Universal pull. Karabi found himself helplessly drawn towards Pain, facing the impending chains of sealing. Eight Tails, it's your turn now, Karabi bellowed, his body swelling dramatically as his tails unfurled, fully entering tailed beast transformation. A colossal 8 Tails beast, roaring as it tore through the heavens, a tempest of chakra rampaging through the canyon. Pain of the heavenly path remained unfazed. Raising his hand, Earth Explosion Star. A pitch-black core of gravitational force ascended into the sky, summoning the power of the earth. The ground fractured, mountains were torn asunder, and countless massive stones were uprooted, dragging the 8 Tails upwards. Karabi roared in defiance, each strike powerful enough to shatter mountains, but beneath the inescapable gravity, his efforts proved futile. Crack, crack, crack. Mud and stones sealed off the area. The mountains collapsed, ultimately compressing the 8 Tails and Karabi into a floating colossal rock, transforming into a sealing core. The 6 Paths of Pain approached the levitating stone core with measured steps, calmly stating, "The 8 Tails has been retrieved." He glanced down at the struggling Karabi within the seal, his Rinnegan devoid of any compassion. "Your suffering will pave the way for future peace." At that moment, the Thunder Mountain Canyon fell into an eerie silence, save for the mournful wail of the wind through the sealed stone. The figures of Pain in their 6 paths dissipated like specters into the mist, leaving behind a monumental relic of sealing upon the earth. Karabi, the strongest madman of the hidden cloud village, the freest rapper, ultimately could not overcome the divine will of the 6 paths, and the 8 Tails fell under the control of Akatsuki. Chapter 33. The pace is too slow. This is how tailed beasts are collected in the early morning of the hidden mist village. The fog swirled like ghostly shadows between the rooftops, silent as if even the sound of breathing had been devoured. Yet amidst this tranquility, a bizarre laughter descended from the heavens, infused with madness and unease. Artist. Patrick Star. Suddenly, the sky erupted, and a colossal pink figure descended from the clouds, akin to a star falling from another realm. Patrick Star, draped in an Akatsuki cloak, wore a foolish grin while clutching a glowing green explosive jellyfish. Boom. The first explosion obliterated an entire block, flames tearing through the fog in vivid crimson spirals. Roof tiles fell like rain, and before the ninjas could react, a second wave of jellyfish bombs cascaded down. These were not mere artillery. Upon detonation, each one released bubbles of dazzling beauty, inside which echoed the screams and visions of destruction, enough to drive one into madness. At this moment, the elite ninjas of the Land of Water had already been dispatched to the war against the Hidden Leaf Village. Within the village, there were scarcely any ninjas capable of mounting a defense. Yet, one remaining figure stood resolutely, Yutaka, alongside several elite mist ninjas tasked with protection. Upon witnessing the target's emergence, Patrick Star began to rummage through his cloak, murmuring to himself. "You do not understand," Patrick whispered, extracting a small, electrically charged octopus from his pocket. "The tailed beasts are the grandest canvas. I shall use them to create the ultimate explosion." The mist elite stared in astonishment as he gently clapped his hands, sending the octopus swimming towards the Jinchuriki of the tailed beast, triggering an instant explosion. In the heart of the blast, there was no gore, only the stillness of time and the collapse of space. Before Yutaka could transform into his beast form, he was rendered unconscious by the explosion. 6 Tails, retrieval complete. Patrick licked his fingers in satisfaction, crushing the village and Appo's flag beneath his foot. All that remained was a hellscape of intertwining fog and fire. Patrick gazed at the dumbfounded Obito, his expression slightly displeased. This fool lacked perceptiveness. The leader is truly formidable. Those explosions are sheer art. I, Kisame, have witnessed greatness today. Seeing his leader and Appo's discontent, Kisame quickly understood and shouted at Obito, "Are your eyes merely for venting your frustrations? Can't you see the leader has successfully captured the 6 Tails? Get to work." Obito, snapped back to reality, was reluctant to flatter him. He begrudgingly dragged the 6 Tails Jinchuriki, following behind the two. Similar occurrences transpired in the Land of Earth, the Land of Wind, and the Land of Waterfall. At this moment, within the Akatsuki base, a row of tailed beast Jinchuriki lay before the outer path golem. The golem had just extracted the one tail, Shikaku, but tragically, this time there was no Chiyo to sacrifice herself for Gaara's salvation. Deidara excitedly discussed his views on art in front of Patrick Star. Pain, observing the seamless capture of all tailed beasts except for the 3 Tails and 9 Tails, fell into a contemplative silence. Beside him, the nail-fixing Conan remarked to Pain, "Watch closely and learn. This is how tailed beasts should be captured." The two silent observers, Kakuzu and Haiden, bore witness to the prowess of the yellow little demon. Truly remarkable, they mused, regarding both Conan and Patrick Star. Meanwhile, the enigmatic Orochimaru found himself somewhat bored as his teammates mysteriously vanished. Asuma Sarutobi disappeared upon entering the Land of Earth. Although Orochimaru could certainly track down that insignificant character and Appo's whereabouts, he was unwilling to expend time on such a trivial figure. Consequently, having lost his teammates, Orochimaru was suddenly assigned a research task by Pain to perfect the Edo Tensei technique. This was an order from Pain to Orochimaru. also relayed by Obito to Nagato, and ultimately commanded by Patrick Star to Obito, which traced back to the directive of Gita. The essence of the Naruto world lies in this intricate web of orders. Amidst the raging flames of the front line, the once fierce clashes abruptly ceased like a receding tide. It was presumed that with tens of thousands of allied forces pressing in, while the Leaf Village had merely a few thousand ninjas, victory was already predetermined. A single, formidable strike could annihilate the former dominators of the ninja world. However, the cruel reality dealt them a resounding slap. As they invaded the Land of Fire, the enemy did not retreat as expected. Rather, they frequently encountered assassinations and sudden attacks from the Uchiha clan. Those with frenzied gazes and bizarre powers seemed utterly unafraid of death. Had it not been for the Raikage personally intervening, that Uchiha Jounin could have depleted an entire squad. Moreover, the legendary figures Tsunade and Jiraiya from the Leaf Village were also among them, striking a blow to the morale of the allied forces. Even more troublesome were the Leaf warriors who shouted of honor and military merit. They surged forward in waves, unyielding even in the face of certain death. Their charge was disorganized yet radiated a chilling conviction and madness. Though the Four Ninja Coalition was branded as an alliance, it was merely a temporary assembly of self-serving interests. Each village had its own agendas, outwardly united against a common foe, yet secretly weighing the costs and benefits. After all, no Kage would willingly sacrifice their own village's blood to pave the way for the restoration of the Land of Fire's daime. None were foolish, nor did anyone wish to be the scapegoat. Thus, the battlefield fell into an eerie stalemate. Despite the numerical advantage of tens of thousands against thousands, the front lines could not advance an inch. Even more despairing was the fact that Leaf ninjas, even when wounded in battle, would return to the front lines within days. Revitalized, it was as if they harbored some mysterious power within, or perhaps, there were unperceived technologies or secret techniques supporting them. The casualty ratio had reached a terrifying figure that was hard to behold. What? The village has been attacked? The frontline commander, Raikage, furrowed his brow in fury, gripping his lightning blade as lightning crackled in his palm. Who dares to assault our Cloud Village? It's an enemy attack. Identity unknown. Lord Killerbee has been captured. The messenger ninja, bloodied and breathless, relayed the urgent news. Simultaneously, at the Iwagakure encampment, the Allied forces commander, Inoki, floated in the air. Squinting at the urgently transmitted scrolls, his expression grave. Damn it. Taking advantage of our main force being deployed to launch a surprise attack? Who is behind this? The crimson sand of Sunagakure swirled in the wind as the Tsuchikage and Appos, S-cloak billowed like a tempest. He muttered curses under his breath. It appears we have all been played. From the direction of the hidden mist, a muffled voice rose amidst the fog. An elite Jounin knelt, reporting, the village has suffered a large-scale bombing. The Jinchuriki has been captured. At nearly the same moment, the four villages reached a unanimous decision, retreat. The enemies on the front line suddenly seemed less fearsome. It was the unknown hand that truly struck terror into their hearts. The war appeared to be paused by an invisible hand, with everyone assessing one another, yet more fearful of the undercurrents lurking behind them. And at this moment, Gita and Tom had been waiting above the Allied Command Center for quite some time. Chapter 34 Gita, do you still remember who I am? No, buddy, who are you? Gita. Tom leaned against the railing of the Kamui Bridge. His tone as sharp as a blade. To be honest, with the strength of the four of us, we could easily annihilate the coalition of tens of thousands. Or I could directly wield the power of the gods to brainwash those leaders. Why allow this war to persist? Although our casualties are minimal, there have indeed been deaths. Have there not? In the distance, sporadic explosions echoed from the battlefield, flames illuminating half the sky, while thick smoke mingled with the stench of blood that lingered in the air. Gita stood atop the crumbling ruins, the wind billowing his cloak, his gaze as calm and profound as still ice. I certainly know, he replied softly, as if addressing Tom. But you are mistaken, Tom. He slowly turned, his eyes devoid of hesitation. Peace is never a reward that can be won merely by a few powerful individuals sweeping away their enemies. True peace must be fought for by them, with their own hands. He gestured towards the ninjas below, battling, bleeding, and struggling, akin to Obito and Madara, who hoped to create an ideal world through illusions. Ultimately, such peace is nothing but a projection of one's fantasies onto the world. Dreaming is sufficient. They do not need to invoke infinite Tsukuyami. In their dreams, everything exists, and the outcome remains the same. Tom felt uncertain. Yet he decided to heed the leader's words. His true concern stemmed from the continuous presence of his lifelong rival, Senju Jiraiya. That fellow seemed, like SpongeBob, not to belong to this space-time. Through their bond, Gita had been probing, and soon, a world filled with a different energy would unfold before them. A realm where spiritual pressure served as the unit of combat. Gita and Tom needed to conclude this war swiftly. They had more pressing matters to attend to. At this moment, the four great ninja villages had gathered together, a grand coalition of ninjas preparing to cross the Kamui Bridge towards the Kamui Bridge. The night descended like a tide, swallowing the bloodied sky entirely. Tattered banners hung limply in the cold wind, resembling struggling, powerless phantoms. The retreating forces trudged with heavy steps, slowly withdrawing from the battlefield in the land of fire, leaving a trail of deep and shallow bloodstains behind. The coalition, once brimming with confidence, now found its former glory buried in the mud. Some ninjas, faces covered in dust, wore tattered clothing, with wounds still unhealed. Others had lost arms or legs. Relying on their comrades for support, many appeared dazed, as if their souls had been drained, moving to escape by mere instinct. "Don't look back," a Janin bellowed, his voice hoarse. "Continue the retreat. Quickly." Yet, no one truly listened. Some young Chunin involuntarily turned back, only to see the shadows of pursuing Leaf Village ninjas drawing closer amidst the blood-soaked wilderness. Those green-armored ninjas seemed tireless, their steps synchronized, ice cold as if they had emerged from the depths of hell. They regarded their enemies as delectable dishes, each one a testament to their military merit. A young Cloud ninja fell to the ground, struggling to rise, only to have a boot stomp him back into the mud. He wept, but no one paused. His comrades had long since abandoned him, consumed by the singular thought of fleeing this battlefield that made their souls tremble. Defeat struck like an avalanche. The daimyo of the Land of Fire, who had once reveled in indulgence, learned of this news, pushing aside several dancers beside him, his face trembling with rage. These ninjas had taken his possessions, and now they intended to retreat. He cared not whether each village faced brutal assaults. He had to prevent the ninja retreat. Thus, when everyone reached the Kimui Bridge, the hurried daimyo of the Land of Fire and his guards appeared. Seeing the hope of retreating from the battlefield, the crowd quickened their pace. Yet, they beheld a group blocking the bridge and Appo's center. It was the daimyo and Appo's convoy. The golden-adorned carriage shimmered in the night, surrounded by fully armed guards. He sat within the carriage, his expression dark, observing the dejected, battle-worn ninja forces before him, his eyes devoid of sympathy, filled only with unmasked disappointment and fury. "Where do you intend to flee?" The daimyo and Appo's voice emerged from the carriage, imbued with a chilling authority that felt out of place on the battlefield. "The enemy remains unvanquished. The leaf has yet to fall, and you contemplate retreating?" A commander from Mangekyo gritted his teeth, stepping forward to kneel on one knee, his voice hoarse. "My lord, our village has been attacked. Many ninja families are unaccounted for, and no one has the heart to continue fighting." Absurd. The daimyo slammed his fist down, the carriage and Appo's curtain flung open by an attendant. He stepped out into the night wind, his robes billowing. "Do you think the governance of our land can be regained through mere words? If you retreat now, will you not be encouraging those who disregard the daimyo?" He advanced, his gaze sharp as a blade, surveying the blood-soaked, yet demoralized ninjas. "I care not how many of you have fallen, nor how weary you may be. I demand you continue fighting until the lands of the Fire Country are reclaimed for my name. You are ninjas, not farmers." A murmur rippled through the crowd. Some ninjas clenched their teeth, others tightened their fists, but many wore blank expressions, devoid of emotion. "Obey my command." He raised his hand sharply, his guards stepping forward in unison, blades drawn, glinting menacingly. "All forces, turn around immediately and return to the front lines. Anyone who defies this order will be treated as a traitor, death without mercy. I will personally write to your daimyo to hold you accountable." Silence enveloped the area, as if time had frozen across the mountains and forests. At this moment, the remaining four shadows simultaneously entertained thoughts akin to Gita's. Perhaps it would be best to eliminate the daimyo. However, years of loyalty instilled in them rendered even such thoughts fleeting, never daring to manifest into action. As the daimyo's guards faced off against the allied ninja forces, an astute ninja suddenly shouted, "Look, what is that?" The crowd turned in astonishment toward the direction indicated by the ninja. There stood a black-haired youth in a cat atop the Kimui Bridge, no one knowing how long they had been there. Clad in the distinctive Uchiha clan attire, the edges fluttered like razor-sharp blades. His figure was tall yet exuded strength, shoulders straight as if hewn from stone. He bore no forehead protector. A lock of hair partially veiled his brow, yet could not conceal the abyss-like depths of his gaze. His facial features were sharply defined, lips pressed into a cold line, as if disdainful of uttering a single word to the world. The cat, equally indifferent, bore a black blade, as though it regarded the tens of thousands of ninjas below with contempt. They stood against the wind, motionless, as if the very currents of the battlefield swirled around them. "It is the Hokage, Uchiha and his cat." A profound silence fell over the battlefield. The utterly defeated remnants of the ninja forces hung their heads, their vacant gazes filled with fatigue and dread. They lacked the strength to raise their weapons. Only the remaining four shadows clenched their jaws, gripping their weapons tightly, their eyes sharp as hawks, fixated on the two figures that descended like harbingers of death. Uchiha and Tom appeared before the crowd, like shadows materializing from the void. The feudal lord of the Land of Fire did not recognize Gita. But when his gaze fell upon that cat, the very cat that had relentlessly pursued him to the ends of the earth, his complexion turned ashen, as if drained of life, and his body trembled violently like a leaf in the wind. "Tom, Tom," his voice quivered, fragmented and incoherent, as if his very soul had been drawn out by the piercing gaze of that familiar feline. Yet, despite this, the high-ranking lord endeavored to straighten his back. striving to uphold the remnants of his waning authority. He abruptly turned, bellowing at the terrified ninjas. What Hokage? This feudal lord of the Land of Fire has not acknowledged his status. He is merely a rogue ninja, a traitor. His voice was hoarse. Yet he understood that he could not afford to falter in this moment, for failure would spell his doom. At that moment, the hooded figure who had remained silent by his side slowly emerged. His cloak was heavy and dark, obscuring his features completely. However, he lifted his hood, revealing a square face, his eyes ablaze with twisted hatred. Uchiha Gita. He spoke coldly. Do you still remember me? The blood of my father has yet to dry. The estate of the Land of Fire was destroyed by you in a single night, and my Sarutobi clan was reduced to ashes by your hand. The man gritted his teeth, his tone rising in intensity, nearing hysteria. The grudge against the Sarutobi clan, the revenge for my father, Sarutobi Hisashi, and the humiliation that weighs heavily upon my chest. Today, I shall settle them all. With that, he stepped forward, his chakra surging violently, seemingly prepared for a fight to the death. He had toiled to manipulate the feudal lord for the sake of the Land of Fire, and surely, this war had inflicted great suffering upon Uchiha Gita. Yet, who are you, my friend? Uchiha Gita and Appo's expression remained serene, devoid of any turbulence, as if he had never recalled this individual at all. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Uchiha Gita gently raised a fingertip. A rapid energy orb shot forth from his finger, instantly shattering Sarutobi Asuma and Appo's skull. Chapter 35. The Four Shadows battle. Gita. In the desolate depths of the forested gorge, the divine bridge loomed, shrouded in a biting cold wind that carried with it a mournful wail, accompanied by a light drizzle. The rain, tinged with the scent of blood, intensified, echoing like the relentless beat of war drums, striking deep into the hearts of every ninja present. The visage of the Fire Country and Appo's daimyo, now smeared with a grotesque mixture of red and white. Ashura Sarutobi's brain matter mingled with blood, betrayed his shock and fury. His outrage, however, was not for Sarutobi's demise. To him, the Sarutobi clan was merely a loyal hound. The energy blast had barely missed its mark, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow, which rekindled his instinctual fear of death. Observing the Four Shadows adopting a defensive stance, devoid of any visible reaction, the Fire Daimyo bellowed at them, his face quivering with rage. What are you waiting for? This is the perfect moment. Strike together and eliminate this traitor. This fool had dared to obstruct the retreat of the allied forces with just his feline companion. With thousands against two, the advantage was undeniably his. Yet, as the Four Shadows remained unmoved, the daimyo gritted his teeth and continued, if you eliminate this scoundrel, I shall double the promised reward. At that moment, the weathered chains by the bridge rattled ominously, reminiscent of a prisoner donning shackles, though it remained uncertain to whom they would ultimately belong. Upon hearing the daimyo's promise, the Four Shadows exchanged knowing glances, each reflecting the same resolve. The tragedies that had befallen their respective villages were irreparable. Even if they fled hastily now, each ninja village would only face devastating losses. Wealth was a powerful motivator, and the daimyo's pledge stirred their ambitions. Defeating Uchiha Gita would yield immense benefits. Moreover, as the leaders of their villages, their pride would not allow them to falter. Given Gita and Appo's displayed prowess, none of the shadows alone could hope to match this formidable Hokage. Yet, if they failed to unite against him, their dignity as shadows would be utterly diminished. They pondered whether this might be their singular opportunity to vanquish such a terrifying foe. The first to speak was the fourth Raikage. We can wait no longer, he declared, his arms ablaze with lightning chakra armor, radiating immense power. With our might combined, let us pierce through this monster. Lightning release. Lightning armor. He surged forth like a bolt of lightning, a thunderous roar accompanying his assault as he unleashed a fist enveloped in lightning and martial prowess directly at Gita. Gita appeared nonchalant, engaged in casual conversation with Tom, seemingly oblivious to the impending strike, which struck true and erupted in blinding white light. This was the Raikage and Appo's most formidable technique. The layer of armor forged from gathered lightning not only vastly enhanced his speed and reflexes but also provided substantial protection, even capable of withstanding Amaterasu. A silenced cheer from the gathered ninjas fell upon who, despite his confidence, understood that this fearsome Hokage would not be so easily subdued. As the blinding light dissipated, a colossal figure emerged, its terrifying aura causing everyone present to hold their breath. It is indeed not so easy to deal with, muttered to himself, as the radiance of his lightning armor intensified, transforming into its complete form. The once dazzling white light faded entirely, revealing Gita, now fully manifested in his Susanoo form. The immense, blue-flamed ape, with a razor-sharp tail coiling around its waist, matched the intelligence gathered by the Four Shadows. This was one of the highest ocular techniques within the Uchiha and Appo's bloodline limit, Susanoo. Inoki, shouted, channeling lightning into his elbow as he rapidly approached Gita. Understood. Inoki formed hand seals, a smirk gracing his lips. Earth release, heavy rock crushing, 1,000 layers. The earth trembled violently as thousands of tons of rock columns descended from above. relentlessly pounding upon Susanoo as if aiming to crush the giant into dust. The water shadow, Karasuma Yagura, ascended into the air, incanting. Water release, secret technique, blood mist, ice lotus. She summoned the union of water and blood, freezing moisture in the air to form hundreds of ice daggers, which shot towards Susanoo and Appo's joints and mass from all directions, sending a chilling gust through the air. Although Yagura had previously been under Obito's complete control, her autonomy had somewhat returned after Gita and Kagai's agreement, and she retained just enough wit to act. It's all up to you now. Recognizing the Raikage's intent, Rasha unleashed his strongest binding technique. The wind shadow, Rasha, raised his hand as countless grains of gold sand surged forth. Magnet release, golden sand burial. The golden sand coalesced into massive chains, instantaneously ensnaring Susanoo and sealing its movements. At that moment, a nearly imperceptible bolt of lightning flashed before the crowd and Appo's eyes. Man, elbow strike, lightning armor collision. And Appo's triumphant voice rang out. Go away. The remaining three shadows. Witnessing the Raikage and Appo's full force attack, Kuden and Appo's helped but shout in unison. Boom. All present held their breath, anticipating the outcome they desired. If Gita were to be easily dispatched, he would hardly qualify as a pivotal figure in the resurrection plan. Meanwhile, in the dark ravine beneath the Divine Bridge, an inconspicuous plant resembling a Venus flytrap unfurled its jagged leaves, revealing Black Zetsu, who had been lurking on the battlefield. In the midst of the Ninja World War, how could Black Zetsu pass up such an opportune moment to collect corpses? Moreover, due to Gita's indiscriminate hunting, the numbers of white Zetsu had dwindled significantly, necessitating replenishment. A chilling crack echoed through the air. Just as Black Zetsu had anticipated, Raikage was sent flying like debris from a landslide. His once proud, rock-solid lightning armor lay shattered. His elbow completely destroyed, blood gushing forth. The remaining three shadows were left in shock at the sight of and Appo's grievous state. Who could have imagined that the renowned Raikage, master of taijutsu, would suffer such a debilitating injury in a mere physical confrontation? Yet, the ordeal was far from over, trailing A's trajectory, a tail sharp as a bone spur. Pursued with astonishing speed, Inoki reacted first, quickly forming seals as an earth barrier erupted from the ground, shielding the incapacitated Raikage. However, the tail had no intention of targeting A. It continued its trajectory, nearly invisible to the naked eye, like an arrow piercing the air. Aimed at the day's three-tails Jinchuriki Karasuma Yagura. Water shadow. Terumi May cried out in alarm. But it was too late. With a sickening thrust, the tail impaled Yagura's abdomen, lifting him high into the air as if he were a prey caught on a hook. With a swift flick, Yagura and Appo's body traced a tragic arc through the air, plunging into the mist below the bridge, his fate uncertain. Watching from the sidelines, Black Zetsu, upon witnessing the three-tails Jinchuriki being accurately shot towards him, displayed a rare expression of surprise. Instinctively, he reached out to catch the mangled body, a glint of eerie light crossing his eyes. He then ordered a clone to transport the fallen figure to the Akatsuki and Appo's underground base. As promised, aside from the nine tails, all the tailed beasts had been successfully collected. Black Zetsu, seemingly lost in thought, murmured to himself. In such an environment, the ability to perceive me so accurately truly showcases Mr. Gita and Appo's formidable strength, mused Black Absolute, attempting to console himself. Yet, compared to Mother, he still fell significantly short. On the battlefield, silence enveloped the air, as if even the atmosphere had paused in anticipation. Drizzling raindrops fell upon the faces of the Ninja Alliance, yet at this moment, no one made an effort to wipe away the rainwater. Perhaps numbed by the overwhelming shock they had experienced. Unlike the dazed masses, the seasoned Jonin swiftly assembled, exchanging solemn glances. They understood that even the mightiest of foes has its limits. With relentless perseverance and unity, they might stand a chance. At that moment, a dark-skinned Jonin from the Cloud Village could no longer contain himself and rushed forward to assist the Raikage from the mire. However, in the next instant, a sharp slash silently cut through the night. Whoosh! A crescent-shaped scar of darkness swept across the battlefield, instantly cleaving the ground into a deep chasm. The Jonin barely had time to utter a sound before being split in two, his arms, marked with water and lightning seals, now lying at either end of the crevice. Blood gushing forth. Line crossers, death. The low, chilling voice echoed in the post-rain stillness, a proclamation of doom that sent shivers down the spines of all present. The newcomer was a blue cat, wielding a black blade, its surface still glistening with blood, accompanied by the fearsome visage of a Shikaku in its Susanoo form, a menacing Sharpei. Named Spicy. It was then that the crowd realized the cat, which had previously concealed its presence during the battle, had blood-red eyes that betrayed its identity, Uchiha Tom. At this moment, Tom was seething with rage. He had been informed beforehand that Mr. Gito wished to handle this battle alone, and the fact that he was barred from participating irked him deeply. Yet these insignificant foes dared to cross his path. Such insolence was intolerable. Meanwhile, seizing the opportunity amidst the distraction, Noki hurriedly liberated the Raikage from the earth and Appo's grasp, supporting him beside himself. The Raikage remained poised in a striking stance, his eyes filled with shock and defiance. It must be noted that the Black Lightning, Raikage, was indeed quite unfortunate. How could his mastery of physical techniques possibly contend with the Scion's physique? Such resilience was beyond comprehension. With gritted teeth, the Raikage spoke hoarsely to Noki beside him. Ordinary ninjutsu cannot touch him. We can only rely on your invincible bloodline to eliminate him. Noki. Chapter 36. Have you ever heard of the Super Saiyan? The incessant drizzle continued to fall, resembling fine needles stitching the wounds of the battlefield. The rain washed the ground, erasing the remnants of bloodshed. Yet the stench of death in the air grew ever more pungent. Noki stood resolutely on the ravaged terrain, his gaze coldly surveying the surroundings. Raikage AI was drenched in blood, his right arm nearly rendered useless, yet he stood defiantly. Kazekage Rasha struggled on the gravelly bridge, his abilities hampered. Meanwhile, Sasuke had completely vanished. A thunderous sound interrupted his contemplation. In the distance, a colossal ape, ablaze with blue ghostly flames, struck its broad chest with exaggerated ferocity. Each blow resonated like a war drum, deep and reverberating. Its tail, sharp as a blade, dripped with still fresh blood, each droplet splashing in the rain to create crimson ripples. A surreal thought crossed Noki's mind, if only the beast would stab itself with 2 knives. Alas, it remained but a fleeting fantasy. Reality was cruel. The battle was far from over. Raikage AI gasped heavily, trembling yet refusing to yield. The wound on his right elbow, once thought to be nearly incurable, rapidly formed a thin crust of coagulated blood. He produced a dark red pill, swallowing it whole. This was a forbidden drug, capable of temporarily dulling pain and awakening latent potential, allowing a ninja to unleash extraordinary power. The side effects were equally dire when the effect wore off. Paralysis could last days or even weeks. But at this moment, retreat was not an option. Kazekage Rasha arrived at their side, his expression grave as rainwater trickled down his headscarf. Acknowledging the limitations of his abilities in such conditions, he merely looked toward Noki, the oldest and most resilient of the Tsuchikage. If there was anyone who could devise a strategy for a turnaround, it would be him. Noki silently gazed at the roaring blue flame giant, aware that failure in this battle would not only spell doom for the 3 of them, but could also drastically alter the entire ninja world. For a conservative like him, it would be catastrophic. The rain intensified, as if the heavens were tolling a bell for the impending conclusion. Gazing at Gita, who preferred to play with his own tail rather than interfere with the 3 shadows and Appo's conspiracy, Raikage felt a deeper humiliation wash over him, his face darkening. He inhaled deeply, his eyes icy as he focused ahead. Rasha, let us buy the old man some time. AI growled. With that, dark lightning flickered around him, lightning chakra coursing through his veins like flowing fire, awakening the terrifying black thunder armor once more. Kazekage Rasha said nothing further, unrolling 3 prepared storage scrolls. As runes ignited, golden sand erupted from the scrolls, sweeping through the air like a sandstorm. In the distance, Noki sat cross-legged under the protection of his comrades, his expression steady as he softly uttered the words, Earth Release, Heavy Rock Technique. The earth trembled, and the air seemed to freeze. Gita and Appo's S-form suddenly felt the weight of tremendous gravity, as if pressed down by dozens of times its normal weight. The shattered stone bridge beneath him collapsed instantly, stones flying and crashing loudly. Simultaneously, Rasha bellowed, Magnet Release, Golden Sand Burial. Countless grains of gold sand surged toward Gita with an untraceable speed, coiling like golden serpents in the air, swiftly ensnaring the blue flame-encased figure. The density of the sand and iron was sufficient to crush steel. If Gita were to be thoroughly trapped, even Susanoo would find escape impossible. Raikage AI shot forth like a bolt of black lightning. Hell breakthrough. In that instant, the world fell silent. AI was enveloped in crackling lightning, resembling a descended thunder god. His elbow, charged with energy, was meant to unleash his proud technique. The Black Mamba elbow strike, yet as he neared Gita, his body instinctively defied his intentions. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Gita remained as unmoving as a mountain, merely tilting his head slightly, seemingly intrigued by the spectacle of their combined efforts. A hint of appreciation flickered at the corners of his mouth. How could dozens of times the gravity possibly restrain him? A deep yet powerful voice erupted, akin to the first beat of a war drum, announcing the end of days. His sharp, bone-spiked tail lashed out, summoning a tempest. Boom! The golden sand from Rasha had yet to fully constrict when it was swept away by the tail's force, the sand torn apart as if caught in a tornado. Raikage and Appo's assault barely reached its target before being struck by the sweeping tail, sending him crashing into the ruins several meters away, the ground fracturing and staining the rain with fresh blood. Gita was not toying with the 3. Rather, this was a rare opportunity to showcase his invincible prowess before the nearly entire ninja world's elite forces. Such a display would significantly diminish resistance when he eventually absorbed the remaining factions. Yet, shadow-level warriors could not be so easily vanquished, even under Gita's casual and non-lethal attacks. Raikage and Kazekage, though injured, still retained the strength to retaliate. The 3 shadows continued to maneuver against Gita, repeatedly being struck down only to rise and fight anew. Gita stood resolute amidst the storm, not budging an inch. merely swaying his tail as he toyed with the combined onslaught of the three. Meanwhile, not far from this battlefield, beneath the death line drawn by Tom, the remaining ninjas felt a profound despair wash over them. Their once invincible leader appeared as helpless as a 3-year-old child before Gita. Yet underground, unseen by all, Noki was preparing his technique, a cube in his hands expanding and compressing, emanating a force that sent shivers down spines. This was the trump card that had secured Noki and Amp, Appo's position as Tsuchikage for years, his bloodline elimination, dust release. With the assistance of his Earth clones and the two allies, he was able to perform his most powerful technique, dust release, disintegration of the original realm, a horrifying jutsu capable of obliterating tailed beasts in an instant. At that moment, Tom had just knocked out Terumi Mei and the linen-clad girl, tossing the two beauties at Spicy S feet. The four towering snow-capped mountains pressed together, creating a sense of helpless beauty. Tom cast a disdainful glance at the area below the battlefield. Conversely, the ninja coalition before Tom, even as he turned his gaze away, dared not take a single step closer. For at the boundary marked by Tom's black blade lay several more corpses, still bisected at the middle. Though the crowd was unaware why Terumi Mei and the girl were merely knocked unconscious, no one dared wager whether the next to approach would be rendered unconscious or severed in two. As for the reason for leaving the two behind, it was merely that Tom thought even those two fools understood the need to present gifts to their leader. So how could he not show his appreciation for these two, who seemed rather appealing? Chapter 37. Have you heard of the Super Saiyan? Part 2. Akio. Who dares to speak ill of me? Vegeta abruptly sneezed, furrowing his brow as he raised a hand to wipe his nose, and then impatiently resumed his relentless assault on the unfortunate soul bound beneath him, Reikage. Initially, Vegeta contemplated halting his actions. The fight had lost its thrill, and he was growing weary of playing along with the antics of the old man beneath his feet. Reikage, dangling like a human punching bag, had become a dull opponent, devoid of any challenge. However, just as Vegeta was on the verge of ending Reikage and Appo's existence out of sheer boredom, a mournful groan escaped Reikage and Appo's throat. Ah. Oh. Vegeta and Appo's eyes lit up, a smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. It was as if a switch had been flipped within him, igniting a childlike excitement akin to discovering a new toy. He unleashed a series of merciless punches, each accompanied by a thunderous crack. Ah! Reikage's low growls, muffled grunts, and shattered breaths resonated through the blood-soaked ruins, creating a peculiar symphony of suffering. Once the king of the underworld, Reikage now resembled a fragile stressed toy at Vegeta's whim. Crushed and battered, he was just short of producing bubble sounds. How utterly amusing. Not far away, the wind shadow, Rasha, feigned death, half of his face buried in golden sand, his eyes twitching imperceptibly. He stealthily gathered more sand around his face, his lips nearly brushing the ground as he silently prayed, "Please, if you strike Reikage, you must spare me." At this moment, Inoki, the third Tsuchikage, could hardly bear to watch, his gaze fixed intensely upon the beleaguered Reikage, as if inquiring, "Can you endure?" Reikage, true to his reputation as a tough man, met the Tsuchikage and Appo's gaze with unwavering resolve. "I can endure." Seeing this somewhat spirited scene, Vegeta scoffed. Where and Appo's the spirit in this? The once entertaining toy had lost its allure for him. Thus, with bone-white spikes poised like the harbingers of death, he aimed to drive them into Reikage's skull. Just then, a gaunt figure suddenly appeared before Reikage. Boom! The bone spike pierced deeply into the intruder's chest. Yet in the next instant, the body disintegrated like sand in the wind, transforming into a cloud of grayish clay fragments that gently descended to the ground. It was the Earth Clone technique. Someone exclaimed. The Tsuchikage has made his move. A familiar and steady voice echoed beneath Vegeta's feet. This old bone hasn't yet reached his end. As he spoke, Inoki gradually emerged into view, resembling a savior. With that, he clenched his fist tightly, and a terrifying tremor radiated from beneath him. The air seemed to be compressed and torn apart, as a cubic space constructed entirely of dust release rose abruptly from the ground, entombing Vegeta and Appo's monstrous Susanoo form within its confines. The square prison was indomitable, continuously constricting from all directions, harboring a destructive power capable of disintegrating even dust itself. Simultaneously, one side of the cube severed the tail of the Susanoo, causing Reikage to crash heavily to the ground, blood splattering and staining the battlefield. He attempted to rise, but could only cough out a mouthful of blood. This is the Tsuchikage and Appo's secret technique. Someone gasped. The onlookers beheld the Susanoo, which would be partially disintegrated upon contact with the dust release prison. Hope dawned like the breaking of dawn. The once despondent ninja alliance, akin to soulless beings, now straightened their backs, their eyes rekindling with the desire for life. Truly, the Tsuchikage is remarkable. The ninjas of Awagakure initially stood in shock, but soon their emotions erupted like a tidal wave. Cries of despair transformed into shouts of defiance. And they rose to their feet, their fighting spirit rekindled in that instant. Even Karatsuchi, the granddaughter of Inoki and the designated successor to the Tsuchikage, regarded her grandfather as a god of war. Observing this, Wind Shadow Rasha hurriedly rose, unbinding the bone spikes entangled around Raikage, supporting him as they approached the Tsuchikage. It's all over now, Uchiha Vegeta. You, who scorn the order of the ninja world, despite your extraordinary talents. I would rather not extinguish the life of such a promising young ninja, yet you will only bring calamity to this world. Having seized control of the battlefield, Inoki proclaimed his verdict on Vegeta as if delivering a victory speech. I, the third Tsuchikage, hereby declare you, Uchiha Vegeta, sentenced to death. Dust release, original world displacement technique. With a resounding shout, the cube was compressed to its limits, exploding violently, altering the very fabric of the earth. The colossal figure of the Susanoo began to crack, its armor shattering, chakra spilling forth like a volcanic eruption. Ultimately, the fierce roar akin to a beast ceased abruptly as the towering form collapsed. The world falling into a profound silence. No. A voice filled with rage and despair shattered the stillness. Tsunade, who had just led her team in pursuit, witnessed the moment the dust release prison shattered, her eyes wide as she saw Vegeta consumed. It felt as though her heart had been struck with a heavy blow. She watched in horror as the spark of hope ignited by Vegeta was extinguished in an instant. The anguish she felt surpassed even that of losing her brother and lover. At that moment, as Tsunade's resolve wavered, the feudal lord of the Land of Fire suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, as if pulled back from the brink of death. Ha! He clapped in delight, his face a mask of schadenfreude. He felt the nightmares in his heart dissipate. Ignoring Tsunade's furious glare, he shouted across the battlefield, Tsunade, as a descendant of the first Hokage, you defy my orders and associate with such a wretch. Prepare for my judgment. With that, he lewdly eyed Tsunade's voluptuous figure, licking his lips. Yet, at that moment, no one could hear the words of the feudal lord. His maniacal laughter was drowned out by the thunderous cheers of victory. We VE won. We VE defeated Uchiha Vegeta. We have finally succeeded. Many in the Ninja Alliance erupted in joyous celebration, tears of relief streaming down their faces as if they had truly escaped the enormous shadow looming over the world. Raikage EI rose, wiping the blood from his forehead, his gaze intensely fixed on the smoke-filled ruins. But the closer he approached, the heavier his heart became. As one of the strongest who had directly confronted Vegeta on the battlefield, an overwhelming sense of unease began to swell within him. His instincts screamed in alarm. Something far more terrifying was approaching. Something is amiss, he murmured. While the crowd erupted in jubilation, Tom remained indifferent. With a casual flick of his wrist, he cleaved through dozens of enemy ninjas, then turned his gaze towards the depths of the ruins, feeling utterly exasperated. The boss always loves to show off. Indeed, in the next instant, Virum. The air trembled violently as a deafening roar ripped through the heavens. Before the dust had settled, the world spiraled into chaos. A presence more colossal, ancient, and oppressive than the Susanoo surged forth like a tsunami. A tempest arose, energy manifesting as visible golden waves, crashing relentlessly upon the land, sweeping away sand and stone, causing mountains to tremble, and leaving the faces of the ninjas stinging from the fierce winds. What? A Chunin's pupils dilated in shock. Before he could finish his words, he was sent flying several meters by the sheer pressure. Those of lesser strength, merely sensing that terrifying aura, collapsed to the ground, their knees trembling, unable to rise. The primal instincts of living beings informed them that this was an insurmountable, even unendurable presence. It was utterly terrifying. The mere aura of it caused ninjas to retch upon the ground, their faces as pale as parchment. Positioned closest to this overwhelming force, Noki stood at the forefront. His expression irrevocably altered. This cannot be elucidated merely through chakra. His voice trembled, his pupils constricting violently. This power cannot be measured by the standards of the ninja world. At last, a figure emerged from the depths of the ruins. It was Gita, yet he was no longer the Uchiha war god shrouded in Susanoo. Dust release could dissolve the Susanoo and even his garments. Yet it could not diminish Gita and Appo's formidable physique. An aura of golden, flame-like energy enveloped him, his hair standing on end, his pupils shifting from blue to red, with only tattered remnants of fabric shielding his form. In that moment, Gita resembled a deity descending from the heavens. He stepped through the remnants of destruction, as if the very earth trembled beneath his feet. Such a being had never before graced the ninja world. Who? Are you truly? Noki barked, his teeth clenched in a furious roar, as if attempting to expel the terror from his heart. Gita, however, merely smiled softly, his gaze sweeping over the battlefield, taking in the faces of those who were awestruck, despondent, or euphoric, before slowly speaking. Have you ever heard of the Super Saiyan? His voice, deep yet resonant, reached the ears of all present. Chapter 38. The victor must humiliate the vanquished. The gloomy skies were finally torn apart. Even the rain clouds shattered under the overwhelming presence of Gita. The golden radiance emanating from him illuminated the entire battlefield like the sun. In that moment, the wind ceased. The rain halted, and the world fell into a profound silence. I knew it. I knew that the villain could not perish so easily. Tsunade stood at the edge of the battlefield, captivated by the golden glow, her eyes betraying her uncontainable delight. Without hesitation, without a backward glance, and with no time to secure her cloak that had been lifted by the wind, She dashed eagerly toward Gita. Behind her, Jiraiya stood still. Initially, he intended to reach out, to comfort Tsunade as he had done in the past. Yet, with the sudden changes unfolding, the reappearance of Gita and Tsunade moving further away, his hand lingered in the air before it slowly fell. The unspoken words seemed forever drowned deep within his chest. Sometimes, a moment of cowardice can lead to a lifetime of regret. The wind tousled Jiraiya and Appo's white hair, brushing against his slightly bowed face. At that instant, his expression was obscured by shadows, leaving no one to discern the bitterness and sorrow concealed within his gaze. But if one were to observe from a distance, they would likely see a forlorn white-haired man, a hunched figure standing at the desolate end of the battlefield, isolated in the wind, akin to a lost old dog. He remained motionless, as if watching Tsunade's silhouette fade away, while also reflecting on countless missed opportunities of youth and courage from his past. Use all your might. Let us vanquish him together. The feudal lord of the Land of Fire yelled in terror, his voice trembling with a facade of calm. He understood that retreat was impossible. He could only rally the remaining ninja alliance for a desperate gamble. Gita merely cast a cold glance over the scene, his blood-red pupils betraying no hint of emotion. He regarded them as if they were mere ants, oblivious to their own mortality. At this moment, Tom appeared beside Gita, producing a set of clothing as if conjured from thin air, the limited edition Uchiha battle attire. Gita showed no hesitation, donning the attire nonchalantly at the center of the battlefield. The surrounding ninjas, witnessing the absurdity before them, wished fervently that they were merely dreaming and had never participated in this invasion of Konoha. What are you waiting for? Attack! The feudal lord of the Land of Fire urged urgently. Finally, Nin, still capable of resistance, failed to restrain the jutsu in his hands. A fireball shot towards Uchiha Gita. In the next instant, a torrent of various ninjutsu cascaded toward him. The crimson fire technique engulfed like a blazing inferno, while the water technique surged like a tidal wave, and the wind technique transformed into countless blades slicing through the air, weaving a vortex of destruction. However, as these formidable techniques struck Gita, they barely stirred the hem of his clothing. All attacks collided with an indomitable barrier of divine might, merely causing a trivial shimmer before vanishing into nothingness. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Raikage AI roared, lightning crackling around him. He activated his proud lightning armor, propelling himself forward like a bolt of electricity, moving so swiftly that the air had no time to yield, resulting in a sharp sonic boom. His skin was abrasively grazed by the rushing air, blood splattering, yet he paid it no mind, determined to prove his strength. He circled Gita at high speed, tracing a trajectory like a shooting star, hoping to discover a fatal weakness in his prey. Yet, an overwhelming sense of unease began to swell within Raikage. No matter how he shifted his position, Gita's blood-red gaze remained locked onto him, shadowing his every move without faltering. Gita slowly raised his right hand, palm directed at the moment Raikage planned to launch his assault. In that instant, Raikage's heart seized tightly, as if gripped by an invisible hand. The primal fear shattered his battle spirit, causing his knees to buckle uncontrollably, the powerful inertia sending him sliding across the ground for several meters, leaving a deep trench in his wake. With a thud, he slid to a halt at Gita and Appo's feet, as if bowing before a monarch. The energy wave released by Gita grazed Raikage and Appo's scalp, the heat scorching his hair, causing it to singe in an instant, wisps of smoke rising from his head. He was fortunate to have avoided the lethal strike that was meant for him by kneeling, but the allied forces behind him were far less fortunate. That seemingly casual energy wave, akin to the scythe of death, swept across the battlefield, annihilating all life in its path. The earth was torn asunder, dust swirling into the sky, and countless wails were silenced in an instant. The devastation wrought by this strike, the death toll it incurred, was comparable to a genuine war within the ninja world. As the thick smoke began to dissipate, the charred earth lay strewn with corpses and severed limbs, the air heavy with the acrid scent of burning flesh and blood. The earlier energy wave, a divine strike from on high, utterly shattered the morale of the united forces. Observing the scene from the shadows, Kurizetsu was bathed in cold sweat. His heart was filled with turmoil. Could his mother, Kaguya, truly contend with such a formidable opponent? Surely she will prevail, won't she? Equally astonished was Anoki, the Tsuchikage, whose face turned pale as he surveyed the grim tableau of corpses and rivers of blood. He trembled slightly, witnessing the wind shadow half buried in the sand, feigning death, and the still kneeling Raikage AI, who remained unresponsive. Ultimately, he steeled himself to speak. My lord. Anoki forced calm into his voice, though it trembled uncontrollably. Why such bloodshed? Had you displayed such overwhelming power from the outset, we would not have been so foolish as to resist. Gita smiled slightly at this remark, his expression rife with derision and disdain, the corners of his mouth curling upward. To bully the weak is the prerogative of the strong. Is there a problem with that? Amidst the stifling silence, a brilliant golden flash erupted before Gita, as if the very fabric of space had been rent. In an instant, for rotund figures clad in various noble attire tumbled forth, the orchestrators behind the Ninja Alliance, the four feudal lords from outside the Land of Fire. Their faces were ashen, their noble garments sullied with dust and blood, collapsing in a disheveled heap at Gita's feet, utterly humiliated. "Boss, my mission is complete, Waha." With a cheerful, exuberant voice, SpongeBob SquarePants leapt from the brilliance, bouncing onto the ground, his eyes sparkling as he beamed at Gita with unabashed pride. He clapped his hands, exclaiming, "These little mice hit so well, but I love catching tiny rodents." Gita nodded slightly, a glimmer of satisfaction crossing his eyes. With SpongeBob's unique abilities, infiltrating the courts of various nations to capture the prepared dignitaries was far more efficient than Gita's own efforts. "Well done. I shall ensure that Remnant Moon prepares a feast for you later." Gita adjusted SpongeBob's forehead protector. Tom disdainfully glanced at the yellow flash and then turned, delivering a swift punch to the belly of one of the feudal lords. The latter immediately spewed forth a mixture of vomit and breakfast, jolted awake. The other three were similarly roused, their dazed expressions scanning their surroundings. They beheld the charred earth beneath their feet, the flames still flickering in the sky, the mountains of corpses and severed limbs, and before them stood the demon who dared to raise a blade against the feudal lords. Instantly, all four began to wail, scrambling to escape, completely abandoning their once imposing noble demeanor. "Don and Amp, Oppos, kill me. I was coerced." It was the feudal lord of the Land of Fire who instigated the war. "Indeed, I have merely offered a trifling sum and a minuscule suggestion. I still possess assets buried within the estate of the daimyo. I beseech you, grant me mercy, my lord." Their words spilled forth like mud from their lips. Devoid of dignity, bereft of boundaries, reduced to nothing but a raw, primal urge for survival. SpongeBob, wrinkling his nose in distaste, lamented, "Oh dear. Master. They reek so terribly, their conscience has decayed." Gita did not respond. Instead, he gazed down at them, as though appraising a collection of worthless entities awaiting judgment. The four daimyo continued to wail and struggle, their appearances utterly disheveled. Gita approached with measured calmness, lifting a finger gently. A blood-stained dagger soared from the ruins of the battlefield, slicing through the air before landing deftly in his grasp. He nonchalantly plunged the dagger into the charred earth before the daimyo, its cold sheen glinting ominously, the blade quivering slightly. His gaze then swept over the kneeling Raikage, whose hair had been singed to a darkened state. The man was rigid, perspiration cascading down his brow, as if even the act of breathing too loudly was a luxury he could not afford. A fleeting glance revealed the wind shadow, Rasha, feigning unconsciousness amidst the gravel, though his closed eyelids betrayed the slight tremor of his shoulders, indicating he was far from oblivion. A sardonic smile curled at the corners of Gita's lips as he extended his left hand, beckoning to the most upright, yet visibly anxious Tsuchikage, Ohyuki, with a chilling invitation, "Come now, please assist your daimyo, and put an end to his suffering." Upon utterance of these words, the atmosphere descended into an eerie silence. Chapter 39, the prelude to the unification of the ninja world. Naka's pupils suddenly constricted, his facial muscles twitching, as if he had aged a decade in an instant. The once slender and diminutive figure appeared even more hunched. He remained silent, yet his body was rigid, as if nailed to the ground, unable to move. A conservative, a living fossil, a staunch defender of the old system of the ninja world. Noki was acutely aware of one truth. The daimyo held a position in the ninja realm akin to that of the sun among the stars. A sacred embodiment of the legitimacy of rule. The daimyo was inviolable. This was not merely a political rule, but a belief etched into the very blood of the land and Oppos, as inhabitants. He, Noki, was the architect of the new power order in Iwagakure. For decades, he had steadfastly held on to authority, gradually transforming the position of Tsuchikage from personal power into a familial legacy, a pursuit that had been the lifelong ambition of Sarutobi Hisashi, now buried underground. The foundation of all this lay in the existence of the daimyo system. If a daimyo could be slain, then Noki's status as Tsuchikage would also lose its legitimacy. Gita's expression grew increasingly cold, his voice suddenly rising like thunder echoing in Naka's ears. "Kill, or be killed." As the words fell, the atmosphere turned icy, and the remaining breaths on the battlefield seemed to shatter under the weight of those three simple words. Naka's complexion turned ashen, his body swaying slightly. His throat moved a few times, yet he could utter not a single word. Just at this moment of unbearable tension, a torrent of golden sand surged forth from the side, swift as lightning. The golden grain sliced through the air, and before the rotund daimyo of the Land of Wind could plead for mercy, his head was cleanly severed and rolled to the ground, his eyes still wide with terror. The assailant was none other than Raza, the Kazekage of Sunagakure. He rose slowly, brushing off the sand from his attire, his eyes reflecting a sense of relief and satisfaction. With a hint of deference in his smile, he cautiously approached Gita, squatting beside the kneeling Raikage. The surrounding sand shinobi were momentarily taken aback, but soon many of them sported faint smiles. Despite their own injuries, standing amidst a hell of blood and fire at this moment, it felt as though they glimpsed a corner of paradise. This was not madness, it was catharsis. The daimyo of the Land of Wind had long reveled in resources, disregarding Sunagakure. The ninja, trapped in the desert, relied entirely on supplies allocated by the daimyo, yet any actions deemed unsatisfactory could result in an immediate cessation of support. They had endured the most desperate of circumstances, fighting valiantly at the front lines of war, only to return home to find their families starved, their corpses lying in the sand. Faces gaunt. What they had never dared to imagine had been realized with the aid of their enemies. Gita observed Raza. A slight smile gracing his lips as he nodded in approval, remaining silent. This was precisely the outcome he desired. A ninja village that had personally slain its own daimyo would no longer possess any opportunity to resist Gita's subsequent plans. Gita looked down upon the kneeling Noki, as if regarding an ancient stone, and gently reached out to pat his wrinkled cheek. "Old man, have you made your decision?" His tone was calm, yet imbued with an unassailable pressure. Naka's cold sweat trickled down the creases of his forehead. His lips moved, but his throat felt constricted, rendering him voiceless. At this moment, he was torn within, Forest Sasuke. He represented not just himself, but the continuity of an entire order, yet he knew that order was on the verge of collapse. Gita leaned in closer, whispering in a tone as dark as a demon in Appo's breath, "Old man, I hear you have a granddaughter?" The words struck like a chilling ice pick. Suddenly, the ground beneath the daimyo of the earth crumbled, and a massive rock fell from the sky, crushing his corpulent body into a bloody pulp. The sound of shattering bones audible. Noki slowly closed his eyes, realizing that there were no grand principles at stake. Preserving his family was all that mattered now. Before Gita could turn to command Raikage, he saw kneeling beside a bloodied corpse. The head of the daimyo of the Land of Lightning had already rolled away. Sensed Gita's gaze, his body trembling violently, and quickly knelt again, forehead pressed against the ground, not daring to meet Gita's eyes, even for a second. Gita was pleased. A creature driven by primal instincts is surprisingly easy to tame. Individuals like Raikage possess a fierce exterior, yet inherently submit to the strong. Once subdued, they can prove more loyal than anyone. At that moment, a faint voice, barely audible, called out from the edge of the battlefield. Can I leave now?" The daimyo of the Land of Water cautiously lifted his head, his face etched with the relief of survival. He glanced around and noticed that the Mizukage of Kirigakure Kagura Yagura was no more. Gita said nothing, merely offering a faint smile. Before the joy could fully bloom on the daimyo and Appo's face, a blazing red light erupted, a torrent of molten rock shooting forth from the ground, instantly engulfing him. He had no time to scream. The figure vanished, leaving behind a charred, molten crater. Terumi Mei, still holding on to the remnants of her jutsu, wore an expression of chilling calm. Gita was slightly surprised by her intelligence. Her actions had saved the entirety of the Land of Water. She had awakened the moment Gita broke free from the confines of dust release, quietly observing. Now she understood. This man, possessing godlike power as Hokage, sought not merely a shattered world. Otherwise, with a mere flick of his finger, the remaining thousands present could be reduced to ashes, including the rest of the Kage. He aimed to completely dismantle the hypocritical order established since Shinja Hashirama, a system that treated ninjas as mere tools, building peace upon the comfort of the ruling class. If Kirigakure failed to meet his demands, the entire village, and perhaps even the nation, would be condemned to annihilation. If she wished for Kirigakure to endure, she must find her place in this new world. On the battlefield, the blood of the daimyo had soaked the earth. In the blink of an eye, 4 of the 5 daimyo had perished. Only the corpulent daimyo of the Land of Fire remained, currently being hoisted by Tsunade like a sack. He sobbed, his face streaked with tears and snot, pleading, "Little Tsunade, don't you remember? We are relatives. My father was close friends with your grandfather. Spare me this time, please." Tsunade's gaze was as cold as iron, her grip unwavering. She approached Gita, suppressing the joy of their reunion, and tossed the whimpering mass to the ground. Aligning it with the other 4 corpses, as if assembling the pieces of a fateful puzzle. She remained silent, merely inquiring with her eyes, "Hokage, do you wish to take action personally?" Gita regarded her, a smile curling at the corners of his lips, gently shaking his head. He turned his gaze to the horizon, the borders of Konoha, where tens of thousands of refugees, ravaged by the daimyo's plunder of war resources, struggled to survive. Let this corpulent figure be delivered to those people for judgment. Allow the flames of Gita and Appo's will to burn even fiercer. Noki gazed upon the desolation before him, staring at the corpses strewn across the ground and the unquenchable flames consuming the remnants. His eyes were lifeless. He understood that this war had been utterly lost. Lost to a single individual. Raising his hands, his voice hoarse yet still commanding, he declared, "I, Noki, in my capacity as the Supreme Commander of the Ninja Alliance." Announce. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and shouted, "This war has come to an end. We have failed. All ninjas, cease your resistance and surrender." Upon uttering these words, he remained alongside the Raikage and the F in Jutsu, merely because of his diminutive stature. Even while standing, he was shorter than the kneeling Raikage, and thus he did not lower himself. As these words echoed, they resonated like a celestial melody in the ears of the assembled ninjas. The battlefield fell into a profound silence. Then, one by one, some relinquished their kunai as if drained of strength, others sank to their knees, and some raised their faces to the heavens in anguished tears. They had finally been liberated. At that moment, the main force of Konoha arrived on the battlefield from behind. Initially, they bore expressions of wariness, gripping their weapons tightly. for the scene before them was far too horrific. A black chasm stretching for miles lay quietly amidst the allied forces, blood flowing like rivers, bearing the insignia of unknown ninjas. Yet, upon witnessing the golden-haired figure standing upon the scorched earth, the Hokage, Jita, still proudly rooted in place, akin to a deity of war, with 3 Kage kneeling before him. Even the slowest to comprehend understood. They had triumphed. Moments later, a roar of jubilation erupted like a tsunami. It is the Hokage. He has won. The Hokage has emerged victorious. He single-handedly vanquished them all. They discarded their protective gear, tore off their blood-stained forehead protectors, raised their hands high, and knelt in adoration towards the war deity, their eyes ablaze with fervent faith. They beheld a miracle. Jita stood silently, allowing the cheers to wash over him like tidal waves. The remnants of the allied forces were swiftly subdued, bound, and escorted away, yet they harbored no desire to resist. Many even walked like zombies towards the detention area, their expressions vacant, their gazes hollow. This war had utterly shattered their will. The post-war management was remarkably efficient. Under Jita's command, the battlefield was divided into multiple cleanup zones, with elite Konoha teams responsible for sorting and reorganizing any ninja who had stained their hands with Konoha's blood during the conflict, regardless of nationality or past merits, unless deceased, would be branded with a special sealing curse and transported back to Konoha, destined to toil in various factories and facilities, never to be released. Meanwhile, logistics, medical personnel, and those who had not directly engaged Konoha on the battlefield would be temporarily detained, awaiting trials alongside their village leaders, not through tripartite discussions, nor the 5 Kage roundtable, but through genuine judgment. This time, the victors would dictate the rules. The balance of power in the ninja world had been irrevocably shifted. A new order reshaping itself beneath the feet of the Uchiha Hokage.